There we go. I think we're officially live. Welcome to day 2 of the NFL Draft. Still trying to process everything that happened on day 1. Joe Alt is a Charger. Michael Penix is a Falcon. Romatunze is a Bear. Xavier Worthy, in a weird twist of fate, Buffalo decided they wanted to go back to the well of trading with Kansas City for some godforsaken reason. Handed somebody who runs 4.2 to Patrick Mahomes. A lot of stuff that we didn't expect. Ricky Pearsall went in the first round out of nowhere. Immediate reaction to the craziness that we saw?
It was not crazy, then really crazy, then not crazy, then a little bit of variance kind of started to sprinkle in that, hey, yeah, they took that guy. They could have taken the other guy, but they took the right position. We're good. And then end of the round, really, Kansas City trading up was the bottom of the round wild card. We'll skip Penix as the top of the round wild card for now. And then at the end, we always talk about those last 5 spots in the draft, 5-6 spots it's just dealer's choice. Anybody can go. You know, a lot of people thought San Francisco was going to go in a different direction. They go receiver. They go Pearsall. Again, some other choices on the board. I think it's a great choice, but again, there's always going to be some variance in that bottom. So started off incredibly chalky. I mean, like 1 through 6 felt like
strangely normal.
Really chalky. Yep. Like we had expected all this movement, possible trades, and maybe 4 quarterbacks in the first pick. I wasn't really buying that, but a lot of people were. And then we got to 8 and all hell broke loose.
I know some Chargers fans would not consider Joe Alt to be a chalky pick. It was chalky if you were paying attention to everything they were trying to tell you over the last 2 months. They were trying to prepare the fan base for this.
Yeah.
They, short of putting up a neon sign that says, "We are going tackle," I don't know what else the Chargers could have done. They were telling us for 2 months.
They kind of did. Literally every single talking point they had. And, yeah, there's smoke. And then there's, no, we're telling you. This is a consistent drumbeat. We are a new group, right? It's not new ownership, but it's new GM, new coach, and this is what we're going to do. This is going to be our statement moment. And they said it and said it and said it, and everybody said, we don't believe him, we don't believe him, we don't want to believe him, we don't believe him, we don't believe him. And they said it and said it again and said it more clearly, and they said it at the combine, they said it back at the facility, and then they went and did it, and everybody went, oh my God, they did it. And it was like, yeah.
I do kind of agree with your psyop, by the way, that they put J.C. Latham out there late as almost like see? Joel's not so bad.
It could be worse. It could be farther from what you thought. It's totally possible. No, I mean, Alt's a great choice. It's really, now the fascinating thing to me is who moves. Does Alt move or Slater move? And, like we talked about this morning, we had this discussion, either one could do it athletically. It's who's more comfortable doing it and where they want those guys long term.
Well, the thing is, Joe Alt has barely played tackle. It's like 3 years into him being a tackle. He's still a puppy.
Yeah.
Right? So there's not as many bad habits. Actually, there's really no bad habits.
Very few bad habits.
He knows what the fuck he's doing, even though he's barely played the position. But, I'm saying undoing 3 years of muscle memory is not the same as undoing 10 years of muscle memory. I like his odds of being able to switch and be, I guess you call it ambidextrous at tackle, because he's still new at this.
Sure.
Right? So, not to mention Rashawn Slater has 26 starts at right tackle when he was in college. And even if it's, again, you and I don't advocate for if you have an all-pro left tackle, you move him to right. But, I mean, I was kind of thinking about it last night. It's like, well, the Bucs switched Tristan Wirfs.
Teams definitely do it. I think teams that do it once, that is draft a player, whether it's interior or exterior on the offensive line, and put them in a spot that's not their spot, right? The Texans did it last year with Juice. The Eagles did it with the center out of Nebraska. They put him at guard with the eventuality that, hey, you're probably going to be our center, but this is how we're going to put you between 2 really good, really experienced players, and a couple of years from now, we're going to move you once. I don't have a problem with that, and that sort of feels like if they do move Slater to right, it feels like that approach.
Yeah.
My thing is, we played you at center through minicamp. Now it's the regular season. We're going to play you at right guard. Oh, somebody got hurt. We're going to ask you to play left tackle now.
So Tevin Jenkins,
Just the Bears
Tevin
in general.
experience. Yeah.
They did it. They've done it with a lot of linemen. That's, I think, counterproductive to getting people settled, getting people used to things. There's versatility, and then there's just abuse, right, of that versatility. And this doesn't feel like that. It feels like they're going to make a decision based on where they want these guys long term. They're going to work that a little bit in camp, like see what, can you do it? Are you comfortable? Find their best 5, and that includes where to put these 2 linemen. I mean, which ends you're going to put them on. And then I would imagine set it and forget it.
The only reason I would advocate, well, not the only reason, but I think the main reason I'd advocate for Rashawn to stay at left is just so that we have a shot at perhaps the greatest nickname in the NFL. Alt-right tackle, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's build that SEC fan base in Charger land. YOLO Swaggins for $5. Missed the stream yesterday, but now I can finally ask Brett, what the hell was that Kamani Vidal comp? I mean, the guy's built like a fire hydrant. How do you not see that? He's low. He's squatty. You don't want to run into him. Bad things happen if you run into him.
Super powerful.
I love Vidal.
Vidal's very high up on my list as a pure runner, and folks that have followed my work for a while will know that I understand that running back is a modernized position in a lot of ways, and guys that have versatility or a lot of experience, let's put it that way, in the pass game, very valuable, very awesome. There's guys in this draft I love like that. Tyrone Tracy's like that. Blake Watson in this draft is like that. Those guys get a boost. But if you are a runner of the football and you are really good at that, yes, you have to pass block. That is non-negotiable for all those guys. But if you are a pure runner of the football, you are always going to have my football heart, right? And Kamani Vidal is a pure runner of the football in this class.
He's very Devin Singletary-ish.
See, you loved Singletary.
I've always loved Singletary.
And I was mad on Singletary, so I take that as a slight.
Texans leading rusher, Devin Singletary? You dare besmirch him in front of me?
And former Bill,
I'm about to kick you out of here.
I know, but just wait. I'll say something about Worthy, and then you might, and then we'll get to AD, and then it'll be on.
Yeah, I was talking before the stream. I was like, oh, maybe I should do 10 push-ups every time AD Mitchell doesn't get taken. And then we thought that my arms might die by
one
the end of the day. Because
if he falls like 60 spots for some unknown reason.
It's like, let's just get our pump in today, man.
You might not be able to operate the keyboard for the stream.
Alex Tracy for $50. Thank you, Alex,
off the
wherever
bat.
you happen to be. Appreciate the support. It says, glad to be here another year watching with you guys. Sipping on some nice Diplomatico rum tonight. You know we love our Diplomatico here. And got Angels Envy in case I need to forget tonight happened.
Oh, well, that'll do it.
Good to plan ahead. If you could switch 2 first-round picks for fun or just spite, which 2 would it be?
Oh, Alex, I love you. That's an amazing question. Mostly for the spite aspect.
Ooh.
Who would I spite in the first round? First off, I don't feel like anyone did terribly. The Falcons, very hard to justify. Like, why? Good player. It's nothing against Penix. I actually really like Penix. He was my QB4. He went, quote unquote, in order. That doesn't make the move any more understandable. So I don't feel like anybody really went crazily away from what we thought they were going to do outside of the Falcons.
There wasn't any Emmanuel Forbes picks where we're like, oh, God, why?
Yeah, why did you do that? You could have waited. No. So, boy, who could we swap for either fit positively or spite?
Well, I think I know what would piss you off.
Sure, go ahead.
Swapping Chicago's number 9 pick with the Chiefs.
Oh,
put Rome with Kansas City and
Rome's
Worthy
not for
with
sale.
Chicago.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, he's for sale, just to piss you off.
Not in my world. Rome is not for sale. The fact that he even got there is complete and total fantasy. The fact that he is there, no, he's not going anywhere. Sorry.
Maybe switch Fatanu and Barton so you just get the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, exactly. I
got
took the other one. I'm trying to think, like,
That's the thing is there wasn't any bad picks.
Well, and there was a lot of they could have taken either one. I mean, you could do that with tackles, but like how fun is that? It's not really. Browns didn't have a pick, so.
Well,
you could send Penix.
I'm genuinely curious to see what the Browns do.
Send Penix to the Browns, like just for fun.
Well, dude, Penix might start.
I think he would actually.
Which I know sounds like a flaming hot take, but
It's
like
not.
Penix might start on the
based
Browns.
on their quarterback play last year. That is a lukewarm take. I don't know because there weren't. I think that's easier when you really hated somebody's pick. I know that our buddy Tom Grossi would switch his team's pick if he could because he was not.
See,
he was
and
not
here's
wild
why
about
I
the
know.
selection.
Here's why I know he's going to work out and be great for the Packers.
Because Tom's mad about it.
Because a lot of Packers fans are mad about it.
Well, sure.
That's how you know he's going to be awesome.
That's correct. Somebody said that about you yesterday. They said if Brett likes it, oh, no, that was Drew. Sorry. It was a Bills pick. They said if Drew hates him, that's cool.
Well, I know a lot of Chiefs fans were like, all right, Brett wasn't overly enthusiastic about Xavier Worthy. All-pro season coming, baby.
We're good,
Deshaun Jackson 2.0.
Well, he kind of knew that anybody that goes to KC and gets thrown to by Patrick Mahomes is
going to work.
Is going to look just
Other
fine.
than weirdly Sky Moore, who we
both
loved.
liked. Yeah, so maybe that doesn't work.
But other than that, I mean, for God's sake, they won 2 Super Bowls with Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
So, I think they're okay.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just for laughs, have San Francisco take another quarterback instead of a wide receiver. You know, just switch.
Switch Penix and Pearsall.
Penix and Pearsall.
Just cuz.
Or Bo Nix and Pearsall.
Actually, that's an interesting thought exercise. How many quarterbacks in this class do you think could legitimately challenge Purdy to be the starter in San Francisco? I think it's a smaller number than people think.
Well, I don't think it's many because I think Purdy is underrated. He's not the most physically imposing quarterback, but in terms of a guy that operates well within a system, in this case, San Francisco system, he operates at an extremely high level. I mean, in the Super Bowl, one of the best defensive coordinators in the game, Steve Spagnuolo, was like, oh, no, that guy was legit. We had to change what we were doing because he was gutting us. Right? Yeah. I'm sorry. If one of the best defensive coordinators in the NFL goes, no, that guy was dictating what we had to do, he's a fine quarterback. I'm not talking about, top 5 because everybody's just going to get into traits at that point. But in terms of guys that are playing well within their system, like Purdy is not like, oh, anybody coming in there is going to bump him off, kind of like we made a joke about the Browns. Like, I don't really think anybody walking in there is just going to bump him off. Yeah, if you want, and stop me if you've heard this one, San Francisco drafting a quarterback because they wanted to expand the physical profile of the position. But outside of just crazy physical gifts, I don't think anybody's coming in and taking an experienced Brock Purdy and just discarding him.
No, he's too good at this point.
No.
I want to get to. We had $100 super chat here.
What?
From Echo. Echo, I want to know. I want to know what you do.
I thought that was coming.
I think I chose the wrong career.
Well, I'm very aware that I did, but Echo, we deeply appreciate your support. Draftsmas Eve yesterday, today, many times before as well. Thank you for supporting our work.
He says, I'm a little sad Leggett went with the Colts. Or a little sad Leggett went with the Colts wanting to add a deep, explosive receiver. Who should I be looking for on day 2? Also, can't thank y'all enough for the way you interact with the community you've built. It's helped me get through some dark times. Well, we're happy you're here with us, Echo. Very, very happy. As for
Leggett,
so I got a couple messages last night, and I think the debate is still raging.
Is raging?
Of Leggett versus Leggett.
Somebody just ask him at this point?
We should get in touch with anybody
we
in
can call
Carolina
Mike
media.
or John and say, hey,
what's the deal?
In the next press conference, because I think they already had their first one, or just reach out to his agent and say, is it Le or Lee?
Yeah.
Because we want to know. Because we heard Leggett through the entire process, and then yesterday in the morning in one of the pre-shows, somebody said Leggett, and they made a big deal of it, and we were like, what? So
went 3 months here, and it went
all right. Explosive Colts receivers.
A.D. Mitchell. AD Mitchell. AD Mitchell. I'm a Texans fan, so I'm advocating against it because I don't want that to happen.
Okay.
But that's where my head immediately goes to. I know some people would say Troy Franklin. Now that we're out of the first round, you could start to talk me into it on the second round. It's still slightly early for me, but you could talk me into it.
Yep.
I'm trying to think who else fits that profile that I have in that tier.
Well,
Keon, I don't necessarily consider
if you're saying explosive in the comment, that's not necessarily who you're thinking about. He's a good receiver, but I would not put his primary.
Javon Baker?
If you're going to wait a little bit, sure.
Yeah, no, I'm talking like third round.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I'm fine with that. I think that actually would work really well. I think it's Frank. I think it has to be Franklin up top because he's smooth, but he is very explosive. He can get deep. I think Baker's the next guy.
A lot of the deep guys went. That's the thing.
I think it's Troy Franklin and then Baker. And Troy Franklin would be round 2 because that's, regardless of whether or not you like him, that's where he's going. And Baker probably goes before today is done.
I would say Baker goes today, Malik Washington goes today, Troy Franklin goes today.
I hope Malik Washington goes today.
He probably will.
I hope he goes today. He's such a good player.
Who else might go? Because Pearsall's a lot of the guys I thought would go today already went.
Polk might go. Malachi Corley's probably going to go. Keon will go. AD will go at some point. Troy Franklin will go at some point.
That's actually a lot of receivers.
Burton, we're going to see. We're going to see. On physical
on talent
alone,
absolutely.
On talent and tape, he's off the board today. There's a very good possibility he slides today.
Somebody's going to have to hold Andy Reid down every time Casey comes up to pick.
They already traded up. They can say, no, look, we already spent the pick. We traded up.
I think they got so pissed with all the quick game stuff for the last couple of years. They're just trying to build an offense exclusively out of deep threats in Kansas City now. 4 verts every play. Let's go.
All vibe, all deep threats. Let's go. Which would be so dangerous for the rest of the league.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if Kansas City's on vibe and throwing bombs, get it. All right.
It's a vibes-based team. They always have been.
Good luck.
Nathan Woolley.
Look at this again.
With a $100 super chat.
What?
Yes.
And he was here for Draftsman's Eve as well.
Yes.
Not that this is your first rodeo, Nathan. Thank you for being here throughout, but you guys, that's amazing.
We appreciate you, Nathan. We appreciate you being here. Said, just got paid for my scouting and wanted to celebrate with you guys. I want to know what gig you got, Nathan. I didn't know you were in the industry with us now. I'm pretty happy with how the first went as a Vikings fan, and I'm excited to see how the NFC North pans out next year. Also, it's nice to not have to worry about day 2 for once. Well, day 2 this year and day 2 next year, Vikings don't have a whole lot of assets, but they got their guys.
Vikings after yesterday, one of the things that hit me last night and really this morning when I woke up, and thanks to everybody on Twitter who was calling me out for being awake at 5 a.m. Hey, that's just the way my brain's wired. Vikings traded up twice. Like, we know they got their player, and the trade up for JJ was so sort of accepted and expected that it didn't even really feel like a trade up, but then they traded up for Dallas Turner as well. And the former Ryan Pace was my GM. PTSD kicked in, and I was like, "Oh no!" Like Quessie's becoming a my guy and going, "I'm going to go get him."
If you're my guys, Dallas Turner.
No, I'm not. This is not a question about the guys. I actually think both guys are a good fit for the Vikings. But the end result is Vikings have 108 today.
Yep.
Then 2 6ths, then 2 7ths in this draft, so way down the board. And there is a shelf of talent. I'm not saying they won't get players. There's always players that come out of those rounds. But this draft is less talent-rich, certainly past 200. And next year they have round 1 and 2 5ths.
Would they use the second rounder on again? I can't remember.
I don't know, but I saw that sum total of picks.
Oh, I think it was the McCart or the first.
You've got 108
trade
this year in terms of like. This is nothing against the players picked farther down the board. I'm going to say meaningful picks, right? These are picks with value to other teams. You have 108 today, and round 1 next year. for the next 2 years, those are your meaningful picks that people would care
Quessy
about.
better cook in free agency.
Or turn some of those, like maybe they turn 108 into some other picks, maybe next year. I don't know. But
I think what it means is they're almost guaranteed to trade down next year. Almost guaranteed.
it would be either that or try and trade players for picks to fill out mid-rounds.
Yeah. Either way, they got to get more assets somehow.
They're gonna be short for a bit at this point.
I want to go back up to the top here, cycle through some. Christian Toll for $2. You already know Heathens. Back for day 2. Appreciate you, Christian. Was riding with us the whole day yesterday.
Indeed.
Back again today. Hendog 1000 for $10. Thank you, Hendog. Hope you're feeling okay today. Day 2 loading. Excited to see how my Chiefs do tonight. Love worthy. And yes, I am doing better with my back compression fracture. To L1 5 vertebra fusion 2 above and below. Fusion 2 above. Sorry, I'm dyslexic on this comment.
I know what he did.
And below 3 months going strong. Oh, so that was a while ago.
Yeah, but I know what he did. That's gross.
That's a rough one.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Those are big ones. So.
Did you fall off a skyscraper?
Yeah.
Like that's a lot of damage, man.
Yeah, not great. So
I hope you're feeling better.
Glad that you're feeling better, but that's a lot of work.
That's brutal
bigger than what I did by
Yeah.
far.
Yeah. What was yours again?
T5 and T7 compression
Yeah.
on both.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
That's
Not
rough.
fun, but not that.
Yeah. that sounds significantly worse.
Yeah, that
That
is.
sounds like I went skydiving and everything went wrong.
And I missed. What do you mean you missed? I mean, I missed. Here's my X-ray.
ZGamer 200 for $5. Hey Brett, thanks for cursing May to the Pats with your tweet about how they wouldn't get him as karma for the dynasty. I forgive you for Mac and Gonzo. Yeah, Mac and Gonzo was kind of on me.
Mac, I understand. Gonzo, we'll see. Like, I'm interested to see. It's always interesting to me when there's a high pick in the last year of a regime, and then they go to the next year. And I agree, it's a lot of the same people, but it is different. Maybe they use them differently. Maybe it resets.
Well, the fact that Mayo was already in house, it's less of a jarring transition than I think for a lot of other teams.
I would agree. So that might even, mean it's less of a chance because he already knows who Gonzo is and was there when he was picked and maybe, advocated for him, and it still didn't work out. So maybe his situation, being Gonzo, won't improve. But I'm always fascinated when there's like high picks from the previous year and then a team changes regimes, like fully, right? New GM, new coach. And it's like, hey, they get a kind of fresh lease. Coaches come in and say, hey, we're starting off with a clean board. They always do. And sometimes those guys are like, woohoo, I got freed from the situation that wasn't great for me. And sometimes they're out the door in, 3 to 4 months because new GMs routinely turn over about 60% of the roster in the first 12 months.
Luckily, Gonzo looks so damn good
Yeah.
that I don't think he's worried about getting turned over. He's
I
a
don't think so.
really, really good corner.
Yeah, he's got to stay healthy, but when he's healthy, just scratching the surface of what he can do.
Derek for $10. Thank you, Derek. For the Bills, would it be better to just draft 80 at 33 or draft DeJean/Newton and try to trade back up for Keon Coleman? Also, in y'all's opinion, are Debo/Ayuk both still 49ers if not estimated price? Debo probably still a 49er. Ayuk, I'm not sure yet. And I'm not saying the financials make Debo impossible to trade, but it does make it painful to trade.
Makes it very difficult.
As for the AD versus Cooper,
That's so funny
Newton,
because they have DJ's top best available out of his top 200, and it's literally
Those three
Cooper
guys.
24, Johnny 25, AD 27.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
For me, I would be taking AD. I know for DJ, he's probably taking either Cooper or Newton. But I don't necessarily think you can go wrong. As for trying to trade back up to get Keon Coleman, I can't remember where their next pick after this is.
Oh, I have that up.
But
All right.
because I think Keon's going in the first 10 picks today.
So Bills are at 60 currently.
It's a big trade.
Yeah.
It's a big trade to get back up.
With where he's likely going to go, yes. But if you like a receiver farther down the board, say you like Polk. We talked about this morning. Polk to the Bills. You don't have to trade up far, or if you're worried about him going, you don't have to go get Keon. But for the Bills, with those three players, Cooper, Johnny Newton, and AD, I'm taking Johnny Newton because he's the rare bear in those three to me. There are other corners. Cooper's a good corner. There are other corners that I would feel really pretty good about. There are other receivers that I would feel really pretty good about, like Polk, right, where I feel like I'm getting some percentage of what AD is. I'm not getting AD. Same thing with Coop. But if you drop in defensive tackle, I am not getting some percentage of Johnny Newton. And if it is, it's a small percentage, right?
I think it depends on who it is.
Sure. I mean, if you go past Fiske, and I would argue even Fiske.
I really thought Fiske might have had a shot to sneak in yesterday.
Agreed.
He's another guy who might go in the first 15 picks here. Honestly, the top of the second round this year feels like more than most years is pretty loaded.
Incredibly valuable real estate. We should just say this for day 2. Second and third rounds, this is where GMs make money. You got to hit on the first. You don't want to miss, right? You don't want to miss on first-round picks. That's a waste of resources, and it looks bad. It'll get you fired. But if you're okay on your first-round picks and you make money on second and third-round picks, you will be in the business a long time. If you miss on second and third-round picks, even if you hit on your first-round picks, your roster will eventually, and by eventually I mean like within 3 years, be poor. This is where so much talent in the league comes from, round 2 and 3.
I apologize, chat, for not turning the audio up. I thought that would have carried over from last stream.
Oh,
apparently,
no.
you have to do that every time. So,
all right.
Hopefully, the audio sounds better for you guys now. Clutching it out before the draft even starts. Let me know if it doesn't sound good.
Boy, look at the
buzzing
crowd.
a lot. Oh,
Again.
I might have overdone it a little bit. Hold on.
Did you turn the gain up too high there?
Might have been a little zealous with it.
A little virtual gain.
All right. I think I might have found a sweet spot there. Maybe. Still buzz. All right. Let me go down one more dB.
One more dB. Audio is a lot better, Jack Hunter says. Good to see you, Jack.
All right. Good morning, Jack. Because I know it's late or early there.
Gain is still a bit too high.
Oh, you know
the
what?
Audio engineer.
Crack the Focusrite a little bit for me, because I did that a little bit before.
Oh, just a
touch,
Just off?
like 10% to the left on both.
Off back, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still dialing in the audio chat, but thank you for the feedback. No pun intended. So we get it right before the draft actually starts. I mean, our levels look okay.
All right, chat, let us know. You're our ultimate testers.
There we go. All right, chat says perfect.
All right.
But I expect 5-minute check-ins to let us know as we go. See, thank you for working with us there, chat. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, we ended up watching many of our compatriots' streams after we were done with our own last night, and we had less technical problems than a lot of people. We had just a few. We had audio right in the beginning, and then we were pretty smooth. There were multiple folks that had multiple issues. Feel for them. We've been those guys in the past. Thursday night streams, and it's not fun to chase that stuff through an entire broadcast. So I'm feeling good for all of you and for all of us that we're pretty stable.
Still buzzing on my mic is what I said.
It's just your magnetic personality.
I don't know. That's weird. It was fine yesterday. We didn't change anything.
That mic didn't even get unplugged. This mic got unplugged a couple of times.
Well, I did knock it over.
You did knock it over last night. You knocked it over on the floor. Do you want your gold one? How bad's the buzz?
It's possible.
It's possible.
They said EJ sounds good. Mine is weird. My gold one.
I know what your gold one is. All right. You want it?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm curious to see if that fixes it. I'd be so pissed if I
Inside joke.
screwed up this mic somehow by knocking over the stand last night. Oh, I'd be so pissed.
This mic is like Brett's Thor's hammer.
Yes. It's my baby.
Oh, my goodness. Ouch. You know what I forgot?
The dichotomy of chat says it's pretty rough, and then next they say, it's not bad.
Yeah.
I don't know what to believe.
All right.
Yeah, let's try this. Okay.
I need your cover, though.
My cover?
Yeah, just,
I don't know what you mean.
that's fine. We'll fix it. Freehand for a second.
Yeah. All right, chat. How's this? How's this sound for you guys? This other non-different mic. Are you talking about this foam cover?
Yeah, they just slide out.
Okay.
I'll get it.
Oh, this is going to look real bad.
Right on.
I don't need that.
Hey, dude,
Why do I need that?
that's the upgrade.
Okay.
That much better.
Anyway. Okay. Well, chat says this sounds perfect.
All right. Well, here. You just keep talking on that one, then I'll.
So apparently I when I knocked over my mic last night, I fucked up my SM7B. So that's cool.
That's not great.
Said it wasn't the mic causing it, but you sound better. Hey, we'll take better. We'll take better.
There you go.
Anyway, Bills are on the clock here. TikTok. When's the actual draft start? Starts right now. It's 4:03. So Bills are on the clock. Actually, let me throw on this little view here so you guys can see it. The handy part of being an NFL partner is we can actually have this TV on the screen
And not fear for our lives.
and not fear for the death squads.
Ooh, that would have been bad. That would have been 4 roses on the floor. And I don't think that's what they mean when they say 4 on the floor.
All right. It was not the mic. God damn it.
Well, now
Now I don't know.
Now you're just going to have to live with it. Is your...
I wonder if my XLR into the Focusrite isn't plugged in super snug.
Or it's running on the power cords. Hang on one sec. Because sometimes...
Oh, it could be power cords overlapping.
All right, hang tight.
Don't you love it when we have to troubleshoot audio in the middle of the stream?
Unplug this for a sec.
Unplug the Focusrite?
Unplug the XLR.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, you're good. You're good. This is riveting behind-the-scenes content, chat. I feel like Goodell. Oh, man. This is electric content. It's perfect. All right, Chad, how's this sound? Fixed? Not fixed. Literally back to back. God damn it.
Okay, we'll just go with it.
Oh, they said it's good. They said the buzzing's gone. All right, so it was a power thing. Not
Yeah, it was running under 2 power cords.
that would do it. I hate physics so much. This is all Isaac Newton's fault.
Physics normally works for you. I mean, you do like airplanes.
All right, let's see if I can screw this baby in.
You can. It'll work.
Oh, I gotta. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to just unplug for a second. It's just
Yeah.
easier.
Yeah. Let me do that.
So day 3, Bills on the clock. Now, a pick that traded into, which is fascinating, especially for who they traded with. A lot of people have given them garbage for trading with Kansas City, giving them an opportunity. That's garbage. Like, Kansas City could have taken receiver X. I don't care. Of the next 5 available receivers, pick any one and put it in Kansas City, and every pundit is going to be like, oh, I can't believe they gave them blah, blah. It doesn't matter. It's Pat Mahomes throwing to a wide receiver. It's going to work. You pick the fastest one, which they did. You pick the tallest one, which they could have. It doesn't really matter. It's just more interesting to me that even though they're not in the same division, they're in the same conference, that it feels like they are in the same division. It's like, oh, if the Bears made a trade with the Packers, you'd be like, what are you handing the Packers assets for? And as much as they've met each other in the postseason lately, like Buffalo and KC feel like, what are you doing giving them stuff?
I think it's because everybody knows that they're going to have to run into each other eventually.
Correct.
So they treat it like they're going to play each other in the regular season.
Correct.
They're going to run into each other again in the playoffs.
Holy cow, there's a lot of people on stage.
That is a lot of
Oh, people. 1 per team. Okay, flag football. Gotcha.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
Gotcha.
I was like, there's like 90 people on stage. What's going on here? Are we surprised that Goodell is walking?
I'm a little bit surprised.
Yes.
I got Brandon Graham in the background.
With the jacket. Look at that jacket.
NFL estimated, I think. Let me look up the number.
He said 75,000.
No, in terms of total estimates for the weekend, I was talking to the NFL this morning. Nashville was 600,000 over 3 days. The NFL thinks Detroit's going to beat it. That's an absolutely unbelievable number.
100,000 people. I mean, that square looked packed yesterday, but that is a large stadium. That is larger than the average NFL stadium. That is the big college stadiums. That is DKR. That is Ohio State Stadium. That's the big house. That's like those are 100,000 people in one place to see football is a hell of a thing.
Total yesterday, for their estimate just yesterday, was 275, which is unbelievable.
Yeah. Dude. Giants kids' hair's on point.
Yeah, no, they crushed this event. They did a great job. And the city of Detroit apparently flawlessly pulled this off.
Nice. A little bit.
All right, final predictions. Bills at 33.
Bills at 33. Sorry. That was my just to rile the rock pile guys prediction. All right.
I'm going to say Cooper DeJean.
I think Coop feels very much like a Buffalo pick.
Chat brought up Cooper DeJean with them earlier, and it immediately hit my brain.
Look what Rich did.
Is this Michigan's natty?
Yep.
That's great. Yeah, chat brought up Cooper DeJean. That immediately clicked in my head of like, oh my God, he plays like such a Bill. That makes so much sense.
He does feel, and like Johnny doesn't. To me, Johnny Newton, although great football player, does not just make me think, oh, Buffalo Bills. Like, and Cooper kind of does.
Yeah, because he's their kind of guy. It's like, is he a corner? Is he a safety? Is he a nickel?
I think they probably end up playing him at safety, and he would be really impactful there.
As a corner, if we're just playing him outside, he reminds me of Rasul. Like, he plays corner like Rasul plays corner.
Yeah.
It's perfect. But he's also a great nickel. If you really want him to, he could be an amazing safety. Like, I love that.
Oh, boy. This is just rich revelry right here.
Yeah, you got to play it up.
Yeah, for sure.
Meanwhile, all the Michigan State fans there are like, guys.
Knock it off. Yeah.
Not now.
Yep. Guy's wearing a Tigers jersey. He knows what's up.
Zenocide for $10 says the 275,000 number is also probably off, seeing as how they closed GA an hour before the draft started, forcing me and many others to break in.
Sounds like Detroit.
They can't hold us out.
That's right.
They can't arrest all of us. There's not enough jail cells in Michigan.
You tell the NFL we back up.
That's great. PP Man for $10 says, "Hey boys, I'd like to know your thoughts on Jonah Ellis and where he could go in the draft. Personally, I'd love it if my Panthers got him in the third or even in the fourth if he lasts. He will last to the fourth. I'd bet good money he lasts to the fourth. He might even last to the fifth if you want to wait an extra round. Yep. I think he's quick. He's got a good first step. He's got some bend to him. High effort player. Not a whole lot of power. If you watch the Oregon State game when he went up against Fuaga, he just got completely overwhelmed when going against an NFL starting caliber tackle. Yeah, and that's a rough look.
I think the best thing I can say about Ellis is very good college player, excellent player in Whittingham's defense. Not going to translate again as a primary rush threat in the NFL. Not going to translate as a role player, as a down eater, as a guy you can count on to be assignment sound and tough. Yeah, but that's not the kind of guy that you pick in the upper rounds.
So just boosting the mics a little bit more. Trying to find a good balance here, chat. Keep checking in. They wanted EJ to be louder, so I think I'm kind of balancing out the distance that you and I had our mics at.
Well, I can. Mine's on a.
EJ's mic situation's very precarious.
My mic stand is like a ship's mast. It just depends on the tide.
All right, Bill's officially on the clock here. By the way, I apologize for any of you if we happen to miss your super chats tonight. A lot of them came in fast and furious in the beginning. I unfortunately on the YouTube side, it won't let me scroll all the way up to find a lot of them. As usual, if we miss any, please feel free to DM them to me. I will answer your questions in DMs if we happen to miss your super chat. I don't want you guys to be feeling some type of way about that. We'll try to answer as many as we can tonight, but obviously we also got to talk about the draft at the same time. But if you do happen to drop a super chat to us, we really do appreciate the support. Hopefully we can answer your question in real time. If not, again, drop me a DM, and I'll answer it there. Matthew Wright for $5 says, "Do you see that C.J. Stroud really wanted Ricky Pearsall? As a 49ers fan, I'm finding solace in that until the other shoe drops." Well, EJ was a very big Ricky Pearsall guy, so why don't you talk him up?
Am a very Ricky Pearsall fan. Faster than you think, extremely tough. One of the things that Kyle talks about that Tom Pelissero brought up this morning is contact courage. That's what he calls it, the ability to go through contact, make receptions. Ricky Pearsall has maybe more of that than anybody else in this draft. Extremely good hands, very low drop rate, fearless over the middle, but also good route runner, very productive. I would say underrated wide receiver in this draft, and I think the fit with San Francisco is very, very good. I can understand why Stroud was upset. I too like Ricky Pearsall, and look, we should say this, that every team has these guys. Every team, every player has guys they want to play with, guys they want in a spot on their team, guys they're planning for in their offense or their defense, and they don't get them. Their team trades back, another team trades up, they get picked way before the range they had them on their board. There are all these surprises in the NFL draft all the time. And you just have to roll with it. You have to have plan B, plan C, plan F, plan Z, and keep going because boards are flexible.
I saw him as more of a slot guy than an outside guy personally because, and to a lesser extent than Troy Franklin, I think he handles physicality and contact better than Troy Franklin does, but I still felt like physical coverage gave him a little bit of issue, so I projected him more as a slot or a Z. But if there's anybody that knows how to use those type of guys, it's Kyle.
Yeah,
so
I had him as slot Z. I think I had him as Z slot, but those are the two roles that I think he's best at. I did not have him as an X. So
he was one of the better receivers in this class in terms of absolutely slicing and dicing corners that gave him cushions. So for me, put him inside and let him kill people.
Aegis.
Huh.
With enough copium, and Angel Single Barrel, I've come around to the idea of Penix Jr. Who should I be looking forward to in rounds 2 and 3 today? You better be hoping that Johnny Newton is handshaking Grady Jarrett by the end of the day.
I have a theory. In the second round, they're going to draft Michael Pratt. In the third round, they're going to draft Jordan Travis. They're going to put Kirk, Michael, Jordan, and other Michael 2.
In the diamond formation?
No, they're going to put them in a room. They're going to throw a knife in the middle and say, you guys work this shit out. Whoever survives gets to be the starter. Welcome to Atlanta.
Thank you for the super chat, Aegis.
It's like the Joker in Batman where he breaks the pool cue and throws it in the middle. Like, let's do it. Let's do it.
Figure it out, gentlemen.
Lord of the Flies meets the NFL.
Oh.
All right, are we about to get Raj announcing a pick? Oh, no. He's not announcing tonight. That's right. All right, here we go. Okay. Hey, man. Still a receiver. Still one of my, in terms of being in the top 3 tiers of my receiver rankings, like I have a very high grade on Keon. I had him at pick 32. He ends up going pick 33, so this is about the right value for where I thought he could go. Very, very, very talented big slot type receiver. I mean, as far as bendy big guys go, he's like Gumby out there, like really, really quick, really, really fluid. Again, doesn't have amazing top end gas, but he gets up to that top speed really quickly. Like the first 10 yards are really, really special. It's just, is he going to pull away late 30 yards down the field? Not as much. So, is he the pure, run a million miles and Josh will find you type of guy? No, but good route runner, great hands, really physical inside. When we had Matt Harmon on the podcast and he brought up, Keon being the big slot that's going to be running like a million deep crosses for you every single week. That's his role. I'm very curious to see how he and Khalil Shakir and Dalton Kincaid will all kind of mesh together, because now they have 3 slot receivers essentially. But I really, really do like Keon Coleman, and just as a player, this is appropriate value.
I think they're going to run him on the outside. Just the size, the hands especially. They just compared him to Mike Williams on the broadcast. I actually understand that in terms of a physical comp. Keon Coleman also has punt return versatility.
Yep.
300 punt return yards. He's a former Michigan State guy. That's where he started his career. So probably some folks in the crowd watched him when he played at Michigan State before he transferred to Florida State. Gives them a big physical presence. Like that sort of jumbo goal line package with like Keon Coleman, Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid. And again, you've still got to defend Josh, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be trouble. I mean, even if you just ran those 3 guys out, and then, had 2 backs. Good night.
Good pick. Chargers.
Trade up. They're going for receiver here.
It's got to be AD, right?
Could be Troy Franklin. Get speed, and I would say AD is more the type that Roman picked when he was in Baltimore, or had input to the picks when he was in Baltimore. A big physical guy that can run outside by himself, right? That's AD. That's not Troy.
Again, you guys know how big of an Adonai Mitchell guy I am, and they're jacked. Whoever it is, they're jacked about it, which means it's probably Christian Haynes. But if this is Adonai Mitchell, I immediately A+, love the pick, 100%. love it if it's A.D. Mitchell. And honestly, even if it's Christian Haynes, like, that's a good player. Chargers fans would hate that, but
They would hate it.
but he is a good player.
No, I really feel like this is their wide receiver, so we'll see.
DJ's sitting there like, please, for the love of God,
Yeah.
please be a receiver.
I don't want to have to run.
It's like, I would like to be able to fly back to Los Angeles.
Safely.
Do you think this would be a Roman Wilson pick? Maybe.
If it's Roman Wilson, it's fascinating to me.
Here we go. Here it goes.
A wheel of fortune making this pick. Well, for the extra people.
Thank you. This is rarefied air for a kicker. We don't usually show up in the second round. So
He's got jokes.
That's great.
So we have a trade. The New England Patriots have traded the 34th pick to the Chargers. And with that 34th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Ladd McConkey.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, still a receiver.
Yep.
A very good receiver.
Fast.
Great separator.
Yep.
Can play outside. Again, it's not the one I expected, but that
No.
doesn't mean it's a bad pick. Like, this is a good player. I mean, this is going to be your Mr. Third Down, right? It also, I think, signals to be that QJ is going to be more of an inside player than an outside player for them. Trying to feed easy completions, all the bubble screen, all the shallow cross stuff. I kind of feel like they've acquiesced that QJ is going to be inside for them. I think Ladd legitimately can be an outside receiver. Should be an outside receiver. Most of his snaps were outside of Georgia.
That's literally the rep I was talking about on the Mina pod that they just showed. The one where he leverages the guy that is like, I'm taking away the inside, runs around the outside. Ladd McConkey's fascinating, and it is all about potential. Now, he demonstrated at the Senior Bowl, which is an all-star game. We can argue the merits of that. But this is a guy that had 26 regular season receptions, missed time with injuries, is not the biggest guy, is faster than people think, is, I would say, taller and heavier. A lot of people think he's like 5'10", like 180. He's not 5'11", 186. Ran a 4.39. Knows how to use that speed. It's not just track speed. You see the quickness. You see the burst. You see the good hands. But he's got to stay healthy. And more targets do not always just indicate more production. Now, they got a separator. Herbert's going to be able to find him when he separates. I'm excited about that. I'm more excited about it than I would have been about a Roman Wilson pick there. But I do think the role is different either than if they'd picked Troy or AD.
For any Chargers fans watching this, my comp for Ladd McConkey was Emmanuel Sanders.
Right.
Emmanuel Sanders was a damn good receiver. So, is he the Rome Odunze or Marvin Harrison Jr. that a lot of Chargers fans were like dead set on for months? No, he's not. He's not quite that caliber of prospect, but he's really damn good. So if we're talking about getting Joe Alt, who is one of the best tackle prospects of the last 10 years, packaging that with Ladd McConkey, who has every possibility of becoming an Emmanuel Sanders type of receiver for a long, long time. Oh, Falcons traded. Anyway, long story short, I love the Ladd McConkey pick. It's great.
And I think Chargers fans, strangely enough, even though I don't think he's as good a player, just on rating, they're probably going to like it more than the alt pick. And
well, they're breathing a sigh of relief because
they did it. Okay, this is really interesting. So Falcons traded up with the Cardinals. The Cardinals get 43. They go down from 35.
And they get a third.
Falcons get a sixth back, but I just got a text that said if they hadn't traded, that is the Cardinals, that pick was Cooper. They were actually comfortable taking him yesterday.
Talking about DeJean.
Yep, and they would have taken him there, but the Falcons came up and Monty, Wheeler Dealer, Ossenfort said, yeah, sure, I'll take your third-round pick for moving down 6 8 spots.
10 spots-ish,
Yeah,
right?
80 or 35 to 43, I think. 8 spots.
So what would they be going up for? Probably an edge. They must have a big grade on an edge.
I was going to say, in terms of what they missed yesterday, Johnny Newton?
Oh?
Johnny Newton or an edge. Now, if it's an edge, hang tight.
I'm trying to think because 4 edges went yesterday and 1 defensive end. I'm trying to think.
It's early for me, but Kneeland or Adisa Isaac? It's early for Adisa Isaac for me.
Marshawn Kneeland would be fascinating.
Yeah, Kneeland. I think it's Kneeland or Newton. Those are my 2 picks. Marshawn Kneeland
Yeah.
from Western Michigan or Johnny Newton from Illinois.
I would agree with that.
Because if the Cardinals hadn't moved off this pick, it was likely going to be Cooper DeJean.
I might throw a wild Kool-Aid McKinstry at you there too, but
If they want him, he's a higher rated player than either of the other. Well, nah. He's not higher than Johnny from Moody's close.
but he's as far
He's
as
higher
like
than
appropriate
Kneeland.
value, right?
Higher than Kneeland.
Yeah, man, Falcons are weird this year.
Well,
They're doing weird shit.
yeah, I mean, new combination, same GM, different coach, which sometimes is even more seismic in terms of the change. Again, there might have been a lot of Cardinals fans that were like, Cooper's coming. The answer is he might still be.
Here it is.
Andre Rison.
Woo!
Rison still got swag, man.
Have traded the 35th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With that 35th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Ruke
Orhorhoro!
There we go.
He got it!
You look at the name and he's like, "Are you guys fucking with me right now?"
Is this a thing? Wow. Okay, so they don't really pick edge.
I mean, it's same position as Johnny, but
Yeah.
different. Again, same neighborhood, different house.
Correct.
Ruke is very, very talented, incredibly strong. He's a little bit of a bull in the china shop in terms of his play style, where he's just gonna wreck everything and let people kind of clean it up around his orbit. Would like him to play a little bit more in control at times, but if we're just talking about tools and what he could be,
Yeah.
he's toolsy as all hell.
He's my 4th DT. So I had Byron Murphy and Johnny at the top 2 slots, then Braden Fiske and Ruke right next to each other with Tavondre Sweat in the 2nd tier. In terms of what Ruke brings you, now this is Ruke Orhorhoro, the defensive tackle. No, I didn't stutter. That's how you pronounce his name. Out of Clemson. And he is – Bull in a China Shop, I think, is good. Let me see what I've got for notes on Ruke. He's got great size. That's for one. So big-time speed from a tall DL. Has to work to stay low, but has decent power even when he does get upright. So he's one of those guys that just core strength makes up for lack of leverage sometimes. Have to get your hands on him or he's by you. He is that fast, even as a guy his size. He's 295. He's so long that when he dips his shoulder up and under, he can cover a gap and a half. Big power when he fires out his arms. He doesn't always do that consistently, but when he does, when he really fires both cannons and hits the offensive lineman, they're going to feel it. Good runner over on stunts. Got good speed again, so makes him a good stunt player. Tons of tools, needs consistency was sort of my final note. If he lands with the right DL coach, watch out. And I think Atlanta has done a good job of developing D-line prospects. So I would say in terms of, like, are you, like, really excited by the landing spot or really worried about the landing spot. I would say I'm mildly excited. I think he has a good chance to succeed.
We are now in the territory where I'm worried about Johnny Newton's foot.
Yeah, 36 is...
It's not just about 35. It's about Ruke going ahead of him.
Sure.
I'm worried about the foot.
Nope, me too. And we had this discussion last night of how long. You always have this discussion between day 1 and day 2, and quite frankly, between day 2 and day 3 of, okay, so where's the panic line for a player we thought was a top player in this draft before you say, I'm not, something maybe we didn't know about. Maybe the foot was worse. Maybe there's something off the field. Maybe you piss people off in interviews, whatever it is. I'll give it 4 more picks. I'll give it about 4 more picks before I'm officially like, nope, something was more serious than we thought, because Johnny Newton, defensive tackle, Illinois' tape says no way he goes more than 10 or 12 picks in the second round. Like, shouldn't, based on his tape. But if he does, it's based on something else.
I'm trying to find real quick where's the draft tracker here? You know, I'm just gonna use the PFF draft tracker because that one seems.
What do you want to know? The picks?
Upcoming picks.
Oh yeah, I've got Tankathon up. So
there we go. Yeah, the NFL one just decided to not work on me.
okay.
There we go. I got it.
Okay. So Washington picking.
Washington pick is in. And then after that, it's Patriots, and then Titans, Panthers, Washington again. So Washington's got 2 picks in the next 5. Predictions for Washington. Is this a destination for maybe Kingsley Suamataia? Maybe we get... If you think Pooney is a tackle, maybe Pooney here.
Early for Pooney for me, and I like him.
Wikipedia tracker supremacy.
Boy, 30. It's not a great spot for tackle, just value-wise.
Yeah, maybe 40 is
Yeah, I think
maybe get something that's a little bit more urgent and then come back.
Yeah,
with your
or
bonus.
somebody.
Is that Darryl Green?
I believe it is.
Yeah, let's go. DG, one of the fastest men ever.
We're honored to have a true legend of the Washington franchise and the NFL to make Washington's selection tonight. Darryl Green's impact extends far beyond his remarkable skills on the field. He exemplified integrity, sportsmanship, and dedication throughout his illustrious career. We are proud to announce the Washington Commanders plan to retire Darryl Green's jersey this fall.
They showed that. We watched that the other day.
Great video.
To his enduring legacy. Today we celebrate Darryl Green's extraordinary career. Darryl, you will forever be remembered as one of the greatest to grace the game.
Kneeland?
He's their type.
They need
They
help
need an
there.
edge.
I mean, they imported mercenaries, but you still
Yeah.
got to pick them.
He's going to put it on.
Yeah, they need an edge because they got rid of both of theirs.
Snaps today.
Talking like he died.
He's still got Rich. Oh, please.
Yeah.
Backwards. Here we go. All right. Oh, and McConkey is a Washington fan, too. Thank you so much. Let me first say this. Hold on. Let me say thank you, Detroit. You guys have hosted us to a very fun week, and I appreciate you. The NFL appreciate you. The Commanders appreciate you. Thank you.
It's wild early, but could be a wild Newbin pick in the next 2.
Tyler Nubin?
In the next 2.
Can I just say something to the DMV, the Washington area, and these guys? DMV and you guys.
Got 2 in the next 5. Like, let's go.
On the sideline, though.
Chapter 2.
Skip a little, brother.
With the 36th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Javon Newton.
There he is.
Oh, wait a minute. Payne, Allen, Newton.
Fedarian Mathis and Ridgeway.
The Commanders are building the NFL's first ever all defensive tackle defense.
I think they're going to run.
Just 4 defensive tackles.
No, I think they're going to run 46 with all defensive tackles.
Nobody's allowed to run the ball.
No linebackers. Wow.
I mean, I guess it's just a value, right? It's not a.
To me, it is.
They don't need him, but it's a value.
Yeah, fit-wise, but again, like, they have 2, and if you wait, you're probably not going to get him.
That's
Even if
just
you wait till
crazy.
your next pack. Yeah, no, I mean, right now, this is the assemblage of defensive line talent in Washington. Inside, Daron Payne, Jonathan Allen, Fedarian Mathis, John Ridgeway III, and now Johnny Newton. Outside, mostly, again, mercenary talent to replace the 2 guys they traded away on edge last year. Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler, KJ Henry, who they drafted last year, and Clellan Ferrell. So, I would have leaned towards edge, but Marshawn Kneeland is nowhere near the player on my board that Johnny Newton is. So they went, let's go. Let's just take it.
You know why they did it?
Not particularly above value.
Beyond the value thing. I had
Contract?
an instinct. So I was like, let me look up John Allen's deal.
Who's coming? Yeah,
He's going to be 30 next year.
for sure.
$17 million in cap savings if they move on from John Allen after this year.
There you go.
That's the John Allen replacement.
Yeah. Wait, Washington's doing stuff a year ahead?
I know. Shocker.
Whoa.
That's what that is.
All right.
They're planning
so,
for that.
Patriots back at the podium. Adding to the Drake May Hall.
What up, though, man? You hear me?
That's great.
It's an honor to be standing here, man. As a proud Detroit native, as a Cass Tech alumni, and a University of Michigan alumni, the national champs, man.
Is that on Wenu?
Menahu.
Oh, yeah.
With the 37th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, my New England Patriots select Jalen Polk, receiver, Washington.
Oh!
Oh, boy.
You know
Made a Polk.
what's hilarious? My comp for him was Jacoby Myers.
Yeah.
And so they're like, we really miss Jacoby Myers. Let's just go get another one.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Jalen Polk, wide receiver out of University of Washington, played up in my neck of the woods. One of Mina's favorite players. If you watched our episode with Mina's
Yep.
Gems, Jalen Polk was one of them. Tremendous concentration. Some of the best hands in the draft. Really just clamps on this guy. I don't think he's got great down the field speed, but I would call it functional. And he wins even without great separation down the field because of his frame, his hands, his concentration. He's a very effective wide receiver. He plays the position, I would say, correctly. Also, a heck of a blocker. Good size.
Oh,
good
he gets
frame.
after it.
So, fits that Patriot mold of, hey, when we're not throwing you the ball, we still want you working. They're not going to have to worry about that with Jalen Polk earlier than I thought. And just like we talked about the watch for Johnny Newton's foot, Ladd off the board, Jalen Polk off the board,
No AD.
no AD. You got to start saying,
Now I got to send some texts.
yeah, now you got to be like,
And be like, hey, what is it that you didn't tell me a month and a half ago that I probably should have known?
that I probably
guys?
should have known? Now,
It's like, I got a heads up about a couple other Texas guys. Where was the heads up about this one?
yeah, and it might just be preference, but I'd say about one more wide receiver goes before I'm like,
What'd he do? Yeah.
because I like Jalen Polk. I did have him above AD, but that I know is weird. That is not consensus. Yeah. So
AD is about to be Brett's new Bo Melton. At least I wasn't alone on the AD Mitchell love. I wasn't completely out on an island.
yeah.
Also, Bo Melton, catching touchdowns in primetime for the Green Bay Packers. It's not like he's out of the league. Put some respect on my guy.
Somebody's gas mask video. Oh boy.
Habakkuk for $2. Which tackle could the Chiefs take at 64? Thanks. Ooh, which tackle is going to be there at 64? Patrick Paul, maybe? They feel like a Patrick Paul kind of team.
Kingsley might make it, and if he does, he's the one.
I'd be surprised if he does, but if he does, that's perfect.
I, too, would be surprised, but some people view him as incredibly raw. Massive athlete in terms of not just a big guy, but also an incredibly skilled athlete. There was talk that he might break 4.8 at the combine at 3.05 or whatever he ran at.
Delmar Glaze for the Maryland tackle. He's Maryland, right? I think he's Maryland. Yeah. All of them turned to mush in my brain after a while.
For sure.
Or maybe Christian Jones.
I'm just going to be calm for another 15 picks, and then I'm going to get hyped.
What's in 15 picks?
The middle of the round.
Yeah, but who's picking in the middle of the
No,
round?
my theory from earlier.
Oh, about the Bears maybe going up?
Yeah.
If somebody falls?
Yeah.
Somebody in particular?
Somebody in particular.
You want to put it out in the ether?
We'll put it out in the ether. If Zach Frazier gets into the second half of the second round, Ryan Poles better get on his horse, mortgage some of the assets they have next year. I know they only have 2 more picks this year. I don't care. If he comes away with Caleb, Rome, and Zach Frazier in the first 2.5 rounds, irresponsible takes will be had. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to text Hockey's real quick. Hockey's our lovely community manager.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at the wide receiver rankings. So for me, Keon Coleman's off the board. Ricky Pearsall's off the board. Jermaine Burton remains on the board, but that's more off-field than on-field. Troy Franklin is the last one out of my second tier that remains. My third tier leads off with McMillan, Polk, McConkey, who's gone, then AD.
Okay.
So they're close. I mean, literally Polk and AD were 2 receivers apart in my rankings. But and McMillan, I understand I was irrationally high on him. That's fine. He's my guy. I think he's going to be a fine player. But I understand that was the one out of that group that people were like, what are you doing here?
So Titans pick is in. Rams are on the clock. They got their they say they're going to put JC at left, right?
Well, hold on one second. That's kind of crazy. We're at 38.
They're flying.
No, we're at 38 total picks in this draft.
Yeah.
Wide receivers off the board. Rome, Marvin, Malik, Brian, Xavier, Ricky, Keon, Jalen, Ladd, Xavier.
I think it's 10 total, right? So far, maybe?
Like, everybody's like, oh, there's so many wide receivers. And there are 38 picks in, like 10 or 11 wide receivers off the board.
25% of the draft is receivers.
Soaking that talent group. Like, we are not even a third of the way through the second round, and a lot of wide receivers are off the board.
Speaking of soaking, shout out Utah. Anybody tuning in from that great state?
Yep. Warren Moon, former Husky.
Make this event when it just continues to becoming one of the biggest events in our sporting world. And thank you very much for your participation here. I hope you're having a great time. With the 38th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Trevondre Sweat.
Devondre Sweat.
All right, that one I didn't see coming.
They don't care.
That one I did not see coming. Especially for a franchise that, 5 years ago
They don't
just
care.
went through this same thing. with a guy that lasted on their team for a year.
Okay, and to the NFL analyst who stood next to me at the combine and said, "Oh, he's just a big fat guy."
Oh no, he's not. He's a gifted athlete.
Maybe not. Bo Limmer. Oh, they're doing Bo Limmer like that. They're showing him getting scorpioned. Oh, that's so rough.
Tavondre is incredibly talented.
Yeah.
But I am, considering everything that's happened, I am very surprised he went off this early. The Titans must think that they can.
Well, they obviously
him
talk
right.
to the guy. Like, that's
Yeah,
what happens
clearly.
that happens. You talk to the guy and you say,
Oh,
hey,
wait, hold on. Ian's got a.
At about 4 a.m. on Sunday morning, Saturday night, the day after his charge, he had a visit with the Tennessee Titans. Instead of canceling the visit, he showed up. He answered all questions. He was, from my understanding, open and honest, and obviously that went well enough for the Titans.
No kidding.
To pick him in the second round. Meanwhile, another defensive tackle that we have been discussing, Johnny Newton.
Must have been a hell of an interview.
well, I think day after they have to consider, like, that's in a young person's life, it's a bad piece of judgment, not condoning the behavior.
Yeah.
Period. Like, 100% not condoning the behavior. But to be able to rally within 24 hours, show up at what is essentially a job interview.
It is a job interview.
Where it is going to be the first and probably only topic of conversation.
Yeah.
And just straight up take it. That takes some guts, takes some maturity.
It's maturity coming off of immaturity, which is, that's the order you want it in, right?
Well, obviously they're comfortable with it. In terms of rating, Byron Murphy, Johnny Newton, I had Braden Fiske, then Ruke, then Tavondre. Those are my top 2 tiers of defensive tackles because he is that talented, massive human being.
Extremely talented. And also, he seems like a nice guy. Like, again, I'm not trying to kill the kid. I'm just surprised.
Yeah, 368 pounds, can split a gap, can 2-gap if you need him to. Incredibly disruptive over the last 2 years. You remember 2 years ago we went to see UTSA Texas down in Austin. He was the first kid I came down to breakfast and said, "Have you seen this guy? This guy's incredible."
Here we go.
What's up, Detroit?
Isaac.
Bruce.
Whose house? Right on. The Carolina Panthers have traded the 39th pick to the Los Angeles Rams.
Boy, who they after? Rams have been trying to go up a whole draft.
With the 39th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Brandon Fiske, Florida State D-tackle.
Yeah.
We got 2 Seminoles in the house now.
Dude.
Him and Kobe.
All right. So, Jared Verse, Kobe Turner, Byron Young, Fiske.
Good luck.
If you're in 3rd and 7 plus, like we said it yesterday, I'm saying it again. If you're in 3rd and 7 plus against the Rams, good night. Wow.
I gotta say the board's holding up, bud.
Yeah.
Like I had Braden, Ruke, and Tavondre. It goes Ruke, Tavondre, and Braden within what, 4 picks?
Right next to each other, yeah.
Yeah.
That-
I love Braden Fiske. Absolute
No, he's
ball
a
of energy.
great player. I'm just like,
Yeah.
damn that D-line.
Oh, right over there is going to be a massacre zone. Like, love Braden Fiske. Transfer from Western Michigan, so he was Marshawn Kneeland's teammate. A little bit shorter arms, a little bit shorter stature, but as we've talked about multiple times, defensive tackles who are a little bit shorter and really quick and have good power give taller offensive lineman fits. He routinely splits double teams. He does not give up. He's a super high motor player. Just overwhelms people
Extremely
with power.
explosive. Yeah. First of all, I love the pick.
Yeah.
I'm just
And they went up to get him.
going through all the.
I mean, they looked at
All the
Ruke and
possibilities.
Tavondre come off, and they had
Yeah.
obviously a similar board and went, if we wait, what are we going to get? We should go now.
Yeah, man. I think they're just trying to replace AD's pass rushing
Production.
in aggregate at this point.
And they're doing it.
Like,
they're doing it.
All right, we can't just rely on one guy now.
How fun for Jared and Braden, though. Jared versus Braden. Teammates in college to we're going to be
Teammates in
playing in the
pros.
same place. Let's go.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun.
Before we get the next pick, well, the NFL's in a commercial break. Good opportunity for us to pay some bills, too. Underdog Fantasy made this whole stream possible. They make this whole show possible. They're our main sponsor. We have a 2-year deal with them. They're paying all of our bills for 2 years. And we appreciate them for not just investing in us, but investing in our audience, because it's not just that they believe in this show, but they believe in
They believe in you. That's the way
community.
this works.
So if you guys happen to want to draft rookies already, maybe you're a Patriots fan, you're super psyched, you want to draft Polk right now because you think he's going to be the new number 1 in New England, you could do that. They got rookie best ball over on Underdog Fantasy. They have pick'ems going on for all the live sports right now with, whether it's basketball, hockey, baseball, golf. You can do pick'ems. Best Ball Summer is going to have $17 million in prizes given out all summer. They have rookie season-long pick'ems already. Like I saw Marvin Harrison Jr. is at higher or lower 7.5 touchdowns for the year.
I hopped in this morning. So I put in my pick'em for guys that were drafted yesterday. Yes, they're already on the site. Did a 3-piece pick'em. Marvin Harrison Jr., Rome, and Caleb. Higher on all of them. I'm voting for all the aerial fireworks from the rookies next year. Put it in this morning.
I think Caleb was at, 22.5 touchdowns?
22.5.
Yeah.
And Rome, I think, was at 6.5.
Which both seems
I took both.
seems pretty generous.
And Marvin Harrison Jr. was a scorcher.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
gonna be fun. But again, after today, even more of these players are gonna show up on Underdog. If you're so inclined, show up, use the code bootleg, get up to your first $100 matched.
QR codes on the screen. Also, by the way, for those of you who don't know which states you can actually play Underdog in, I'll throw that up right now. All these states Underdog is active in. The blue states is where the peer-to-peer game champions is live, and then Classic is in all the yellow states. So as long as you don't live in, what is it, 10% of the country, you're good. You're live. And EJ's going to do as much as he can here before he goes back to Washington, which is part of that 10%.
And then he's going to run to Oregon and check his results.
But thank you once again to Underdog for making this possible. Again, we'll leave the QR code up for you guys. I saw the Saints traded up, according to chat.
All right.
I'm trying to think what that could be for. My mind immediately goes to getting another offensive tackle because why not?
Yep.
Which means...
So we thought all the trades were going to happen in the first round. Apparently, they're all happening in the top of the second round because this is our, fourth trade? In the top of the second?
Eagles first and then Saints, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. So Eagles, this could be another corner. This could be Kool-Aid. Don't just replace both, or don't just replace one, replace both, right? That's kind of how I'd look at it. All right. Oh, in division trade. So they gave up 53 and a fifth. 50, 53 and a fifth to go up to 40.
The crazy thing is, you want your NFL 4 board right here. This is the Montez Sweat pick. Bears to Washington. Washington trades it to the Eagles, who have Josh Sweat on their roster.
Right after Tavondre Sweat got picked.
It's just a big
Sweaty in here,
Just
yeah.
a big sweaty draft. How about that jacket? Come on, Brandon Graham. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, Chris is killing himself right now.
14 years ago, the Eagles have definitely changed my life. And, to be a part of this organization going on my 15th year, I'm definitely excited to be able to announce this pick. And the Washington Commanders have traded the 40th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. And with the 40th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
back-to-back corner. I had the wrong one. I said Kool-Aid, but back-to-back corner.
Dude.
It was the biggest weakness. Take care of it.
Come on. Quinyon and Coop.
And I really do think that DeJean's best spot is inside as a nickel. So if we're looking at their current slated secondary, obviously Quinyon would be outside for them. Their nickel at the moment is Avonte Maddox. I think DeJean could legitimately challenge Maddox for that nickel role, and they can always put Maddox at safety if they want to. He's played safety before. So you got Quinyon outside, ideally DeJean at nickel, and then you have either Keely Ringo, Darius Slay, Bradbury, whoever, Eli Ricks, whatever, to be the other outside corner. That's probably your best trio. And then you figure out safety between C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Reed Blankenship, Avonte Maddox. I mean, shit, you could even try DeJean at safety if you really need to, if they don't like what they have there. That's the flexibility he provides, is that he can play both of them.
Yeah.
Plus, and this is what I really love about the pick, special teams.
Yeah.
If you're looking at the new kickoff rules, this kid is a weapon on the new kickoffs. He was a great punt returner and kick returner at Iowa. I think he's going to be a demon on special teams, both on kickoff and kickoff cover units. Great pick.
How he completely rebuilds the Philadelphia secondary in basically 2 picks.
Yep. I mean, it was their biggest weakness last year.
Literally, this is cornerback 1 and cornerback 4, all from the first tier of my cornerback rankings on the same team.
Yep. It feels eerily reminiscent of last year where they got Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, and we're like, they can't keep getting away with it, and they just keep getting away with it.
That is.
It feels like Howie took Jalen Reagor and missed, and then vowed to just destroy everybody for the rest of his life.
All right, Taysom Hill, let's go. He can do everything. He can announce picks. Okay, their cornerback tandem right now.
Okay.
Yo.
Okay. I like that. That's a good pick.
Dude.
So, looking at their secondary,
yeah.
We got Paulson Adebo and Marshawn Lattimore. Well,
Yep.
Marshawn might not be long for New Orleans at this point. But Paulson Adebo's really come on. You got Kool-Aid. You got Alontae Taylor. You got Howden. I was a big fan of Howden last year. I know he went in the 5th round, but I was a really, really big fan of Jordan Howden.
Yeah.
Then you still got Tyron. Could probably add another safety to future-proof that position a little bit for them.
I'm just talking about the corner rotation. I was a big Paulson Adebo fan. Lattimore has fallen off some. Again, like you said, might not be there forever, but if he is healthy, has sort of one of those one more years. I
like that. It still doesn't entirely fix their offensive line issues, but
it definitely doesn't do
if
anything
we're just
for
talking
their
about
offensive line.
value.
Yeah, no. This is corner 3. We just talked about, back to back, corner 4 and corner 3 go off. Wiggins was the one that went early to the Ravens at the end of round 1 yesterday. Again, Quinyon, Terrion were 1 and 2. Kool-Aid was 3. Cooper was 4. Wiggins was 5. Wiggins goes off yesterday, and then now within 2 picks, Cooper to the Eagles and Kool-Aid going down, hanging out in the Superdome.
We could see a hell of a run on corner here in the 2nd round.
Well, I think we saw tackle in the 1st.
Yep.
And then we really tackle and a sprinkle of wide receiver. And then we finished up wide receiver in the first part. We got the other 2, in my mind, defensive tackles, right?
Yep.
3, actually, because only 1 went in the first round, Murphy.
Yeah, we're gonna get Kamari Lassiter. We're gonna get Kyrie Jackson this round.
Maybe
either this round or next round.
Well, today
we'll definitely get Lassiter. We could see
Texans pick is in. They knew who they were going after.
Jesus, that was fast.
Yeah.
Okay. It could be another corner here, too, by the way, because they need one. They sprinted that in.
With the 42nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kamari Lassiter.
There it is. Kamari Lassiter.
There's your corner run right there.
Okay. Give me the Kamari Lassiter stat that you told me yesterday that blew my mind.
Yeah, Kamari Lassiter is a beast, and a lot of people underrated him because he didn't run very well. He runs fine on the field. He is a tremendous corner. Played at the University of Georgia, obviously. He just, every time you see him, he's in somebody's hip pocket, which is why I didn't worry about the slow time. Hang on one second. And now, anybody that is a bootleg patron already has this stat because they got released a couple of days ago. And not only do we put out our rankings, but we put out a nice little graph on top. And it has all these stats, the stats that we think are most relevant to a position, I would say. All right.
I have it on memory. You want me to say it?
Sure, I'll fact check you now that it's up.
So, EJ told me this yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I know which one it is because there's a couple on his line that are really good.
Kamari Lassiter last year in the SEC, facing a lot of great receivers, right? Every time Kamari Lassiter had a completion against him, it was once every 25 targets.
That's correct.
It took 25 targets on average to complete one ball against Kamari Lassiter. That is insanity.
You know, and it was second in this class. You know who's better?
Oh, God. Quignon, maybe?
Kool-Aid.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
So Kool-Aid was 25.7 targets. Kamari Lassiter was 25.1 targets. It is equally stupid that you had to throw the ball at those guys 25 times. I'm not talking about 25 pass plays. I'm not talking about 25 coverage snaps. I'm talking about 25 targets.
It's
That's
insane.
Crazy.
It's insane. Great feet, great hips. He was somebody who, you know, when we were down
Sorry,
the
it
field.
is coverage snaps per reception, not targets. My bad. But still.
That's still.
For every time you're
dude,
in coverage.
that's 3/4 of a game.
No, I get it.
For one
literally,
completion.
You're talking about he gives up 4 completions for every 100 coverage snaps.
Yeah.
Guys, like, I don't know if you know how many coverage snaps an average college corner has. It goes anywhere from about 250 to about 420.
Yeah.
So if you have 420 coverage snaps and you're giving up 4 every 100.
Yeah, it's like 16, 17 completions
You
the
gave
entire
up
season.
17 completions on the season. That's 1.2 a game.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Great feet, great hips, extremely good technician, very smooth. He's a corner's corner. Like, you watch Kamari Lassiter to just relax while watching corners because everything looks so easy for him. Extremely polished. He was somebody who, when we were on the field at the combine and you're watching the drills, you're like, oh, God, that's a pro. Like, he doesn't need to fix anything. He is ready to go day one. I love Kamari Lassiter so much. Honestly, I like him even more than I like Tyson Campbell. And you know how big I was on Tyson Campbell when he was coming out. And those are the only 2 Georgia corners I really liked in like the last decade. And Tyson Campbell worked out. And I think Kamari Lassiter was even better coming out of Georgia. This is a starting corner that they're getting in the second round. Great pick for Houston.
So my corner rankings, we already talked about the top 5 who just raced off the board for the last 2. Kamari Lassiter I had 3rd in my second tier behind TJ Tampa and Tykee Smith, who is a corner for me because he had way more snaps in the slot. 80% of his snaps were in the slot last year. He's
Yeah.
not a safety. He's a corner. He's a nickel corner, and he's the best one in this class. Oh,
All right, Arizona picked.
they apparently had somebody else behind Cooper that they were ready to pick because they traded down. They could have had him,
Yep.
and they called this one in quick.
Well, that's the thing is you don't trade down unless you have a plan.
Yeah, we think we can still get our guy
Yeah.
and the pick. Look, Monty, gathered a lot of picks last year. I didn't think he would be in pick gathering mode as much. At this point, I'm a fan of this guy from game theory in the draft. He collected picks last year. It set him up to do what he wanted to this year. Still, he gets a call and he's like, I can go down and get my guy. I'll take the pick. What do you got? They give him a pick. They have their guy. They're like, sweet, we get a similar player. That's a prepared GM and one that understands value, and I love it. And frankly, Cardinals fans should love it too.
What's the deal with JPJ falling? I think
Injuries.
it's connected to injuries. Yeah,
Injuries, soft tissue injuries in his lower body, plus he had concussions, that is multiple concussions. He's a young player, but he's in a position where he can't really avoid concussions. Interestingly enough, news came out yesterday that NFL players are going to be able to wear the Guardian caps in-game.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting.
Isn't it?
Huh.
But they won't get rid of turf. They're going to let you wear padded caps, but you know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, look at that. That is a massive human being.
Gigantic.
Okay, we got to reboot Daredevil and make him the Kingpin.
Make him Thanos.
Whoa. That is your overhyped Cardinals fan neighbor.
2024 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Max Melton, defensive
Holy cow.
Damn.
Okay, A, massive run on defensive backs. B, way too early for me.
It's not that early for me, but it is early. But it's not like egregiously early.
Oh, it's wild early for me. Okay, Max Melton, 5'10", 187 pounds, played at Rutgers. Tremendous athlete. I was literally like 4 feet away from this guy when he broad jumped 11 feet.
Yeah.
I was literally laying down on the field at the combine, getting like slow motion video of guys doing long jumps. And Melton was like,
Yeah, you felt the wind on that
it
one.
looked like he was coming into the camera.
Hey-o.
Hey, phrasing.
Don't clip that wherever you
You can clip it, it's fine. My problem with Max Melton is his missed tackle percentage on the season is 26.7.
Yeah. You hate corners that can't tackle.
And he can tackle. He is an aggressive physical athlete, but when he misses, which is 1/4 of the time, that's too much liability for me at a corner or safety. Because if you miss, that guy's going 20 yards, 40 yards, 60 yards, touchdown,
Yep.
You name it. So great athlete, tremendous player, but needs some consistency there.
They're rolling through these now.
Yeah, they are.
The 44th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select guard Jackson Howard.
There it is. JPJ off the board.
Listed as a guard. Listed as a guard. Okay, so
Well, he's going to start there, for sure.
JPJ, for me, and again, everybody has wildly different opinions of JPJ. He is massive, like pushing 330, which as a center, you don't normally see centers at 330. Obviously, he's going to be a guard. Even most guards, you don't really see at 330 these days.
Oh, I forgot they picked up Cody. Yeah, Cody, you're not playing. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, no, he's going to play a guard for them. Incredible anchor, incredible power. If you're trying to run through his chest, you're going to fail. He is one of the most stout offensive linemen in this class at any position. I did have some issues with his feet and his hips. I don't necessarily think he's the most fluid guy. I don't think he's the most explosive guy. I think when he's up to speed, he's a good mover, but I don't necessarily see the twitch and the fluidity that I do for, say, another guard like Christian Haynes, who I have a really, really big grade on. I didn't see the same fluidity as Zach Frazier, Graham Barton, other interior guys in this class that I think are really freaky athletes.
Pick is in for Green Bay already.
But
They are ripping through these.
if you just want a human anchor at guard that is going to absorb and overwhelm three techniques in pass protection and not get caved in ever, JPJ is your guy.
Yeah, we have very different opinions of JPJ. I think he's excellent on the move, especially on the edge, can hit targets in space, tremendously athletic, has much better bend than a player like Talisi Tuaga, who I saw do the exact same drills the day before. Then I watched JPJ do them the day after, and the difference was marked. And as long as he can stay healthy, he's a young player. He has the right attitude. He loves burying guys. Like he's going to be a great Raider as long as he can be on the field.
Speaking of anchors, Brian
Yeah,
Bulaga.
speaking of guys that were really hard to push off. Woohoo! Edge Cooper heading to Green Bay. They get some gas.
They
at
love taking
linebacker.
linebackers, man. They
Yeah.
love it. Okay, playing him next to Quay, that's a really, really explosive linebacker tandem.
Yeah, I would not say it's a wildly consistent linebacker,
Hey, man.
but you're
When,
going to get.
when they hit, though, you're going to feel
I
it.
love Edge Cooper, and this is a tradition. Packers choose usually about 60%, 70% players that I really like.
Yeah.
Edge Cooper fits solidly in that. Jordan Morgan does too. I like Jordan Morgan as well. I like Cooper better. Explosive linebacker, tremendous rusher, one of the biggest twitch athletes in this draft at any position. Has a great frame. Just, yeah.
Ironically, I had a better grade on Edge Cooper than I did on Quay Walker when they took Quay in the first
Oh,
round.
no,
And
100%.
And I liked
And
Edge
it's
even
not
more.
close for me.
So, like,
I know a lot
this
of Green
could
Bay
potentially
fans
be really, really
to
devastating.
make a pick. Hey, they compared him to Devin Lloyd, who I loved. He's faster than Devin.
He's a monster.
Yeah.
I really do love Edge Cooper. I'm a little upset that Green Bay got him.
Again, I'm used to it at this point, and I know Green Bay fans are. Some of you are going to be a little bit scarred from the Quay Walker pick. You really didn't like it.
But he ended up working out.
I'm just saying, don't hold that against Edge. Edge is his own dude. I think you're really going to like him as a player. He's tremendous, explosive, instinctive. I don't know. I mean, we talk about football intelligence. I don't know that it's that, but man, does he have a good feel for playing football.
Packers fans, I think they like Quay now. It took a year.
Some of them don't.
It took a year, but they like Quay now.
And then the Panther selection, they were just tearing through these.
Yep.
By the way, the Raiders line is Colton Miller, JPJ, Andre Drames, Dylan Parham, Thayer Munford. Moose.
His kid's coming out,
Yes,
right?
he is.
Next year. Next year, right?
Feels good to be home. Congratulations to all of the draft picks. I welcome you to this NFL fraternity. I'm so excited for your future. All the coaches, all the players that I played with, just want to give you all a special shout out and thank you. I know Coach Saban is in the house. You know where my heart is too. The Indianapolis Colts have traded
Oh, I was going to say.
pick to the Carolina Panthers. No cardiac cast. And with the 46th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Brooks.
Oh, Jerry. Oh, Jerry. Jerry set himself up to get fucked.
Yeah, Jerry got himself pipped by an owner that got in a fight yesterday.
This is why you don't let Jerry in front of the mic.
That's right. Let's talk about Jonathan Brooks and less about Jerry, because Jonathan is a player I've seen live twice. Tremendous running back, balance, vision. He's not Bijan. He's not Roshan like both of those guys. He's different than them. My player comp for him, watching him, is Sean Alexander. Not because he runs necessarily the same way, but he has that way of doing everything in the game that just sort of lulls you to sleep, and you think, man, Jonathan Brooks is really good. He hasn't done anything today. And you look down, middle of the fourth quarter, he's got 125 yards, 2 touchdowns, and like 50 yards receiving, and you're like, what? And Sean was the same way. And knee injury, just really unfortunate timing. We were at this, I was at this game, the Kansas-Texas game that they're showing now. Tremendously productive back, good in pass pro as well. Fundamentally sound, explosive, smooth, good receiver. They didn't use him a lot that way, but when they did, he was very productive. I had him as the 3rd best running back in this draft, but in the top tier, and only because of the knee injury. If he was uninjured, he would have been my RB1.
He was my RB1 just on pure tape grade, mainly because I don't know enough about his medicals to knock him. I mean, we've been told that he's recovering fine. He's going to be ready for the season, so I'm kind of taking their word for it, which is why he was my number 1. But if we're just going on pure tape grade, he was my number 1. Incredible vision, wiggle, decisive, like really, really decisive. He doesn't have the biggest top end speed. I think he's kind of almost better in like 10 to 15 yards than he is pulling away. So he doesn't have Trey Benson's long speed. Very few people have Trey Benson's long speed. But what he does not have in elite physical traits, not that he has bad physical traits, he's solid, but he's not elite in physical traits. What he doesn't have there, he makes up for in vision, instinct, contact balance. You know, he almost has this Alvin Kamara type quality where he can almost just kind of go limp in his lower half and just take these hits to his legs and they don't trip him up. He doesn't run really tight. Some running backs, they run really tight and they try to run through everything and it causes them to trip themselves up. Whereas Brooks, he just kind of takes that contact like one of those wacky waving inflatable arm filling tube mans outside car dealerships. He just kind of rolls with it as he's running.
Up with
right?
for Jonathan Brooks, but I can see it.
It's very like Weeble Wobble-ish. He'll just take these really awkward hits to legs and keep going. It's very Alvin Kamara-ish. And Alvin himself didn't have the biggest top-end speed, but he was great in short area bursts. He had great contact balance. He had great vision. He was very decisive. If I was trying to come up with a comp, it would be that. And, oh, by the way, he's really good in short yardage, too. He's 215. He doesn't look like it, but he's a big dude. So this is a great pick for them. Again, assuming the medals check out. I love it.
It's fascinating. Now we can talk about the Cowboys selling themselves short on this particular one.
They were the ones who did the surgery.
I understand. And, look, I don't want to say he's hometown kid. Obviously, he played in Austin. Could have gone right up the road to Dallas. They are, in need of a back and indicated an interest and, got pipped, which is why you don't do that for the most part. That's why NFL draft rooms have become much, much tighter ships over the years because this used to happen all the time, information fast and loose, and then it was like, well, hey, they really want blank. If you're going to get him, you got to get ahead of him, and that happened all the time. And people got kind of sick of that. And the stakes went up, quite frankly. So it doesn't happen very often anymore, but make no mistake, it just happened.
Hope they got another plan at running back.
There's a lot of good ones in this draft. I think it's not the end of the world. It's not you missed out on the one player that could help you in this draft. Not the case at all. Panthers get a very good player on the other hand. I'm
trying to find my running back rankings because I know I had pretty big grades on Benson. I had pretty big grades on Marshawn Lloyd. I'm just trying to think where else the Cowboys could go for their day 2 running back because we know they're going to take one.
Benson, Jalen Wright. For you, Marshawn Lloyd. Marshawn Lloyd was my 4th. So my top 3 were Trey, Jalen Wright, Jonathan Brooks, top tier. Skip a tier. Marshawn Lloyd was 4, and then you get into everybody else. But 3 of those 4 are still available, so they've got options, right? And they're all good ones.
So coming up, who do we have that's coming up here?
Giants.
Oh, God, that's another one. Is that Tykee? Looks like it is.
Okay, we're at 47. We're almost halfway. I am now officially itchy.
Shout out to former New York Giant and now your beloved head coach, Dan Campbell.
That's pandering right there.
I see it, G-Man. With the 47th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Tyler Newman.
Whoa! First safety off the board. EJ was a very big Tyler Newman guy. I don't know if you decided on having him or Jaden Hicks as your first safety, but he was at least top 2.
Yeah, no, I was. He is number 1. I went back to both of their tape, as I often do when I was getting that itch to move Jaden Hicks up, who I love, the Washington State safety. But there's a couple of stats, and it's not just stats. It starts with tape, just for people that aren't familiar with my process, how I put these rankings together. I start with tape. Then I'll go through other tape, whether that's highlights, all-star games, individual workouts, whatever other kind of tape I can get my hands on. Then I do stats. I don't do stats until I am done with tape work. I do the stats really in the last 2 to 3 weeks so that they don't influence what I see on tape. And I'm not looking to see if I can justify a stat. And then stats sometimes send me back to say, oh, is that true? It didn't seem like that. I really thought this guy couldn't tackle, and he didn't miss any, or vice versa. I went back to the tape on Newman. It took me 4 minutes to remind myself why Newman was number 1 and he wasn't moving. Tyler Newman, safety, Minnesota, tremendous frame, tremendous production, both on the ball. He can run the alley, 6'1", 199. Missed tackle percentage was 9.4 for a safety. That was the lowest in this class among top safeties. Might sound high, but safeties have one of the toughest tackling jobs in the league. Look at James Stewart.
My baby sister passed away last night.
Oh. Oh, man.
Also want to thank the Detroit faithful for when I played here and they supported me.
There you go.
Appreciate that in Detroit. Thank y'all, the city. Thank you.
Oh, that's awful.
And now, with the 48th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Mason Smith, defensive tackle, LSU.
Wow. Okay, that's early for me.
It's about right for me.
It's not crazy early, but it's a little early.
So-
Okay, I'm going to go back to Newman. 414 coverage snaps, primarily as a free safety for Newman. He was only targeted 20 times. 414, they only threw at him 20 times.
Well, when you're lined up as a deep safety, it's low,
It's
but
real low. Of the 20 times, which was number 1 in the class, low, he allowed 30% receptions. So that's 7 or 6, depending on how you're counting. NFL passer rating against 39.6, 5 picks, 4 PBUs out of 30 targets.
Incredible ball production.
And he can run the alley and it'll hit. So
Great instincts.
safety 1 for me.
Great instincts.
Yeah.
He gets to his spots less with speed and burst and more so with instincts and just knowing where to be.
Correct.
Being able to read offenses extremely well. He's very assignment sound. He kind of reminds me of Xavier McKinney, who had a lot of those same qualities where it's I wasn't blown away with McKinney the athlete, but
No.
McKinney the football player was really good.
Look at these picks.
They're rolling, dude.
They're just let's go. We know who we want. This is the fastest I can remember them doing this.
It's normally not this fast.
Not even close. It's this fast on day 3, but
Yeah.
we're the top of day 2.
Also, chat, to answer your question, yes, this is Old Elk. It's a great wheat whiskey.
No.
As part of that work, the Urban League launched a pilot program
Whoa, chat's going nuts.
to ensure that economic opportunity
Yeah.
Sorry, can't keep up.
There's a lot of people in here right now.
TLDR, can't keep up.
We believe in breaking down barriers to opportunity, which is why we're so honored to welcome Chrissy Coons, President and
Jerry, no.
of the Greater Southwestern Ohio, to announce the Bengals pick tonight. Chrissy, thank you and your team
once we get a break,
You're going to talk about Mason Smith.
I'll talk about Mason Smith.
Commissioner, let's get it, Houday Nation. Houday, Houday. With the 49th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, my hometown team, the Cincinnati Bengals, select Chris Jenkins.
There you go.
A lot of DTs, man.
Little bit of a DT run.
A lot of DTs.
Going to be a popular pick right here.
All right. I'll do
Mason Smith.
Mason Smith. Freakish talent. When I look at Mason Smith at his best, it reminds me a lot of Stephon Tuitt as just this long, strong, really balanced, really poppy 5 technique that can also play 3 technique. But I really love him against offensive tackles as like a 5 or a 4-eye because he's just so freaking long. He's the kind of guy that, again, when everything's right, he's resetting the line of scrimmage. He can crush the pocket on 3rd down. He's somebody who's really good at setting up stunts because when he gets into the side of a rib cage for an offensive lineman, he just completely bulldozes them out of the way. Obviously, inconsistency and durability was a thing with him. But if we're just talking about Mason Smith at his best, if we trust our coaching staff to develop him and to get him at his best, kind of like what the Steelers did with Stephon Tuitt, that is the type of player he could be. Stephon Tuitt, when he developed, was a really damn good football player. So, again, we're trusting the coaching staff on this one. I think Chris Jenkins is more ready to play right now than Mason Smith is, but we're trusting the coaching staff to get Mason Smith to where he needs to be. Because if they do, it's Pro Bowl talent. All right, let's get Washington here.
Dude, we're at 50.
Can't keep up.
We're at 50.
That slows shit down.
The Washington Commanders select Mike Sandersteele.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a good pick.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, Rich loves it.
Oh, no, this is his guy.
Oh, Antoine Winfield Sr. comp for Sandersteele. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Best pure nickel in the draft to me.
Not me, but that's okay. Second best. And has the highest potential. Tykee Smith.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, fair.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of nickels that are really good in this class. But,
He and Tykee Smith is better right now. Sandersteele's only been playing corner for 2 years.
Yeah, and he's already
this good.
Yeah.
He has a higher ceiling for me.
yeah, I love Sandersteele. Again, he's a former receiver, so obviously he's got ball skills. He has tremendous ball skills for a DB. You can tell he just has natural football instincts because, again, he's a recent convert to the position.
Yep.
And is rarely out of position. He's very assignment sound.
Did you hear what McMillan said about him?
Uh-uh.
He said that guy pissed me off. He said
pisses a
he
lot of
was
people off.
he said he was the toughest corner I played against because I'd line up against him. He'd call out the route. He'd call out the formation. Sometimes he was calling out the progression, our progressions, and I'm like, dude, he's a former receiver. So he's the toughest corner I played against all year.
And I think that's kind of the benefit. It's funny. Sometimes guys switch sides of the ball, and it's just because they're trying to find something they can do.
Yeah.
With Sandersteele, it's almost like they switched sides of the ball for him because he was more valuable as a DB because of all of his offensive experience.
Yeah, it's not like he wasn't valuable in his time at Michigan. He actually made a bunch of plays as a wide receiver.
Yeah.
And probably would have made more as an upperclassman.
I just
but
think they
went,
saw his potential.
hold up. You might be even better doing this. So I can see why they took him. Boy, nice fit. Steelers pick is in. Okay, we're at 51.
Well, you want to hit Chris Jenkins, the other Michigan?
You know who this is, probably.
Roman Wilson? I don't know. Let's just keep the Michigan thing going.
No,
No, honestly, it's probably A.D. Mitchell because he's their type.
it's probably Zach.
Frazier?
Yep.
That would be the smart pick.
It's probably Zach.
But it's a round 2 receiver who apparently has attitude issues. This is this is
custom
A.D.
made
Mitchell
for the
written
Steelers.
all over.
Okay, Chris Jenkins is Chris Jenkins Jr. His dad played in the league, obviously. Carolina Panthers, massive defensive tackle. He is not the same player his dad was. He is a tremendous physical specimen, was on Feldman's Freaks list. One of the best athletes at Michigan. That's saying something because Michigan is kind of right there with Penn State at turning out freakishly athletic football players. He was undersized when the season started. He was about 275. Michigan fans were quick to tell me that that's an old weight, that he played close to 300 for most of the season, which I see. Regardless, he is not a great pass rusher right now. He has all the traits to be, but that's not the same thing. He is an elite run stuffer, like absolutely elite run stuffer. So much strength. Can keep people off him with one arm, keep the other arm free, almost always makes the tackle. Heads up, good vision on the ball, very rarely gets moved off his spot because of that immense power, twitch, all that stuff. So if some defensive line coach, his new one hopefully, in Cincinnati, can coach some pass rush out of him, he's going to be a tremendous value. As he is right now, he is a high floor, highly athletic run stopper who you are going to be able to count on.
I'm going to adjust cameras.
Oh, and light.
And light.
Yeah, so we are ripping through picks. Already up to pick 51. My personal theory at the beginning of the stream, if you didn't hear it, is if Zach Frazier, the center from West Virginia, was available. Get out of your hole. If Zach Frazier was available at the end of the second round, I feel like Ryan Poles, GM of the Chicago Bears, would mortgage some picks from next year. They do have two second rounds, 2 third rounds next year. To go up and get Zach Frazier, and I want him to do that. I would love for him to do that. We'll see how long his patience lasts, or if he simply believes that Bates is his center. But I would love Zach Frazier to be a Bear. He is one of my absolute draft crushes in this class. So we shall see, but we are ripping through. And to your point about Mason Smith, it's not as early as I thought because we had a run on tackles. So the only tackles I have left above him are Michael Hall Jr. from Ohio State, who is a pure 3 tech, and Dwayne Carter from Duke, who I'm higher on than most people. Then it was Mackay and Mason from LSU. So not that far off. And if you're looking for the type, I would say the body type of Ruke Orhorhoro.
It's going to be such an awkward crawl in.
Yeah, or Brandon Dorless.
Look at that feat of athleticism.
No, I don't want to look at that. Smooth.
All right.
So
we're back.
If you're looking for that type, the Mason Smith type, body type, like he's pretty much the one at this point, unless you like Dorless.
Oh,
told you.
Zach Frazier.
Damn it.
Steelers are making really good decisions.
Damn it.
You got your left tackle and or right tackle.
Yeah.
And you got your center.
Frazier is going to be a classic Steeler. I mean, long time.
He's going to play forever for them.
Hardcore starter. Fans are going to love him. He played right down the road in West Virginia. He is custom made.
That's what's going to take Steelers fans a little long to get over.
They'll live.
They took a Mountaineer.
2 games in, they'll live. Trust me. Fautanu and Frazier, come on. Get out of here. 2 of the best offensive line prospects in this draft.
I remember 3 years ago, we were all pissed at the Steelers because they neglected and or just botched rebuilding the offensive line over the course of a 5-year period. If you go back to like the Killer Bees era where they had a really good line with like DeCastro and Pouncey and all them, even Villanueva had his moments.
Beating the piss out of that guy.
But they completely neglected keeping the shelves stocked. Man. And they had some really crucial misses as well, and the line completely fell apart, and the team fell apart. Over the last 2 years, between Broderick Jones, Troy Fautanu, and now Zach Frazier, they found 3 long-time starters.
Oh, yeah, 100%. They're back at it.
This is great for them.
No, if you're a Steelers fan, you should be jacked. Don't take my disappointment as Frazier's a bad player. My disappointment is because he's not a Bear. I really like Zach Frazier. He's one of my guys in this draft. Man, Steelers are crushing it. They really are. And it's kind of a low-key crushing. Like, people aren't going to give them the props that I think they deserve because it's offensive line. It's not sexy, but they're the best picks they could make. Yeah.
I'm going to grab my whiskey here. Oh, man.
Yeah. Troy Fautanu, Zach Frazier. Hell of a start. Pick is in for the Colts. We had a bit of a break here. I think Roger might have hit the brakes.
It's like, guys.
Put in the TV timeout. Said, hey, 2 minutes. No action.
They're killing us. They pick every, 30 seconds.
Yeah, no. Ripping it off.
Chat says, if Mike Tomlin doesn't think he can fix A.D. Mitchell, then nobody can.
Oh, that is your burden to carry.
We still believe.
We?
I still believe.
Okay. I was going to say, I didn't really believe in the first place, so that's not a still. If you're saying we.
Oh, shit. Where'd I put the remote? There it is.
How's the audio, chat? We haven't checked in a bit.
Apparently it's all right now.
Okay, good. Zaire Franklin, there you go. To everybody that ever says 7th round picks aren't worth anything, I say Zaire Franklin.
I just want to take this moment to just give a special shout out, rest in peace to Corey Cunningham, rest in peace to Vontae Davis. We got to love and support our players much longer after they walk across this stage and their playing days are done. You know, I just want to give a round of applause to all the players. With that being said, with the 52nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Adonai Mitchell.
Hey!
All right, you didn't have to wait for round 4.
Let's go.
All right.
But why did it have to be the fucking Colts? God damn it.
Oh, this is both the best and the worst.
It's great for my agenda, but terrible for my mental health.
I know.
Fuck.
Because if you're going to be right, you're going to be wrong.
I can't win.
That's nope.
Ugh.
Oh.
And I know he's going to be good in Indy, too.
Well, let's just talk about the Indy receiving corps for a minute. I'll let you talk about Adonai Mitchell. He's your guy.
So, A.D. Mitchell, true X receiver, physical, and can beat press coverage. Obviously has the gas to pay it off, too. Once he wins at the line of scrimmage, he can not just stack, but he can get away from you down the field. True deep threat. Great ball skills. Really, really, really developed route runner. Has a great understanding of how to set DBs up, how to kind of play with them late in the route with kind of ad-libs. He'll just throw in rocker steps just to get you out of position, then turn on the gas and get going. He's a very complete receiver to me, and I don't really have full context of what was going on with off-the-field stuff that made him drop like this. He is not, to me, the 52nd best. Hold on, Ian's got some notes.
Interviews were not great, a little disinterested, was not always responsive, and those visits didn't go as well as people wanted. I'm not sure how big the red flags are here. The team didn't get a great feel for him, which lets you know why he slid where he did.
All right, so the Washington Commanders are
So Ian said
second selection of the night.
his combine interviews didn't go well, and his visits didn't go well. And then you combine that with the Bob McGinn article that said he was always ornery in the morning, and then by noon, when his blood sugar was fine, he was a great kid, practiced hard, everybody loved. So I do kind of wonder if, those combine interviews, if they're early in the morning before the blood sugar's right. I don't know, man. I'm just speculating. I'm wildly speculating here, but I do.
Well, it had to be something, because if you look at his tape, you look at his testing, you look at his body profile, you look at the potential, which the NFL is huge on potential, especially at this position. And he wasn't all potential. He had production as well. Not eye-popping production, but not the kind that makes you go, oh, well, why didn't he have a ton more production? It had to be something, whether that was medical, interviews, whatever. There's no way, like you said, that he goes to 52 based on all that other stuff.
Yeah, no way.
So,
fucking Colts. I'm so pissed. I mean, I'm happy for AD, but I'm pissed.
Yep.
AFC South is a brutal division.
Welcome to my world at these points. because
Brutal.
NFC North was not. It was a doormat a couple of years ago, and now it's the Lions. The Packers are back. Vikes might just keep rolling. We'll see. And the Bears could not be a doormat. It'd be wonderful. It's in terms of like how competitive are all the games every week.
Yeah.
Inside your division, like we're coming along there.
One quick note, by the way, if you're a Colts fan who's really excited for AD Mitchell, you can draft him right now in Rookie Best Ball. You're going to be able to draft him in Best Ball Mania starting up next week. You're going to be able to do season-long pick'ems for him starting probably tomorrow or the day after that.
Yeah, would be my guess.
Because they got a whole bunch of season-long pick'ems up for Marvin and Rome and Caleb and all the day one offensive guys. So all the day two offensive guys are probably going to get some tomorrow. So if you're really jazzed about Anthony Richardson, by the way, it's plus 3,500 for MVP.
TikTok.
Just saying, if you're jazzed about what he's going to do this year, or AD, or Pierce, or Pittman, or whoever, you can find that all on Underdog Fantasy. QR code on the screen. We have a deposit match up to $100. So whatever you put in, could be 10, could be 20, could be 100. They'll match it for you, double it for you in your account. Pretty much every state other than Louisiana and the one that EJ happens to call home, it's available. I'm just going to keep pestering you until you leave Washington. So
if Bootleg does as well as we want it to, we'll buy the Bootleg Ranch somewhere.
If Bootleg does as well as we want to, you're going to fuck off to a beach in Portugal and do the show from there.
Is it legal there?
Probably. I
gotta go somewhere where Underdog's legal.
It's not illegal.
I gotta make Nick happy. No, and eventually, my home state at this point will probably be backing off their stance and allowing it to happen. But while I'm here, I participated this morning, jumped on a season-long pick'em for Caleb, for Rome, for Marvin Harrison Jr., bundled those three guys together. So we shall see.
Justin Ziegler for $5. Hate we didn't get Cooper for a linebacker, but getting DeJean is great. Thank you, Howie. Should we get Trotter or Wilson?
Oh, boy, if the medicals are okay, it's Wilson for me.
That's the thing.
Yep. No, it has to be. That's the question.
Can I also, well, I know you agree with this, but Eagles fans, can I interest you in Jordan McGee? Like, he's kind of their type, the light, fast,
and you're gonna
explosive.
Get him later.
And you're going to get him later because there were some tackling issues. But as far as, like, athletic profile and just pure impact go, Jordan McGee is awesome.
They're just working. They're just working Daryl.
He's getting his 10,000 steps today.
With the 53rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Ben Sinnott.
Ooh.
Let's go.
Ooh, that's
Before
good.
JT Sanders.
Well, JT might be like the fourth or fifth tight end.
I understand that, but let's go Ben Sinnott. Huge Ben Sinnott's fan.
Love him.
Like, bootleg is Ben Sinnott territory. This guy is tremendous. Brett got to him a little bit later in the process, so you watched him more recently. Go ahead and talk about Ben Sinnott.
So I see him as, it's like, if you missed out on Brock Bowers, you get Ben Sinnott. Because I see them in very similar roles as that move tight end, H-back. But I think Sinnott, he's a different kind of yak threat, but he's still a yak threat. You can see the highlights on the screen. He is a wrecking ball with the ball in his hands. They're showing the hockey highlights. Makes complete sense. Like, this dude is tough as fuck. He is really hard to bring down. I think he was the second most missed tackles force out of any tight end in this class, behind only Brock Bowers himself. He doesn't have the wiggle or the speed of Brock, but boy, he's tough, and he's just so strong. He's so balanced through contact. he's just a bull, man. And he's also really, really physical as a blocker. I would use him in similar kind of blocks to how I would use Brock. You know, we're using him as an insert. We're getting him into space as a lead blocker in space. We can pull him on counter, use him on SIF blocks. I think he might even hold up a little bit more if we want to get him some snaps at wide than Brock would, just because he's so freaking strong. Again, you're kind of trading a little bit of wiggle and speed for just pure power with Sinnott. But I look at him as a really, really high-quality H-back prospect that should be pretty valuable in special teams too. All right.
First Browns pick.
See what we got. Yeah, Carl Nassib.
Yeah.
Let's go. In the house.
Proud to be representing my Cleveland Browns tonight. It's especially meaningful for me because they drafted me in 2016. It's very meaningful for me because I'm here with Peggy Reisky, the founder and CEO of the Trevor Project.
Oh, that's cool.
They do incredible work for crisis intervention for our LGBTQ youth, and it's really, really a great job. Thank you very much. Thank you for the Browns for having us. Thank you for the NFL for the continued support of me, of Peggy, of Trevor Project. So let's get down to business. With the 54th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Michael Hall.
There it is. Oh. Explosive 3-tech out of Ohio State.
Yeah.
A little bit undersized, but just flashes kind of wild.
But, dude, some of the highlights from Michael Hall this year are just insane. Like, he had, if we're just talking peaks, like individual wow reps, he's got some of the craziest reps of any interior defensive lineman in this class. If you're just watching, you're saying, oh my God, that's what he can do. He's not super big. He's 290, but in the modern NFL, we can kind of live with that. If your one role is just line up as a loose 3 on third down and go put some poor guard in a spin cycle, like, Michael Hall is awesome for that role. I love this pick. Also, you put him next to Myles Garrett. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They're going to be problematic on the defensive line for sure. I'm trying to figure out when the next Arizona pick is. They traded.
I don't know, man. It feels like they're just picking all the time.
Yeah, Monty is stacking picks again, and like Washington, they're just picking all the time. That was 54 to Cleveland. Now we're at Miami. They're on the clock. They got another 3 minutes. Okay.
Echo Warrior back with $20. Thank you, Echo. I know he's a Colts fan, so he's pumped. He says, let's fucking go, baby. Sorry, Brett. We're keeping it competitive in the South. Adonai Mitchell versus Kamari Lassiter. Ex-Georgia against ex-Georgia. They know each other well. I'm excited for that one. I'm a little bit nervous, though, because Anthony Richardson's got weapons. I'm sorry. This is going to be really hard to stop. So the Texans' corner pick ended up being a lot more necessary than it was 20 minutes ago.
Dolphins pick is in.
Can't believe they got him. It still pisses me off, man.
Yeah, it's win-lose for you. You can't. You're not going to have both right there.
Arizona's at 66, 71, 79, and 90. Got a lot of Cardinals picks coming today.
66. Oh, so they're done with picks in this round. 66.
Yeah, they're dominating in the third round. Mr. TBH for $10. Hanging out with the real ones while I'm on break at work. What have I missed so far tonight? Anything crazy? Corners and DTs, my friend. Yeah. Corners and DTs.
Richmond
Webb. Let's go.
Look at the size of that dude, man.
Oh, Lottie coming.
Man. Built different.
Yup. That's an any era player right there.
That, man.
The Miami Dolphins with the 55th pick select Patrick Paul.
Oh, okay. Now we're into the second wave of developmental OTs. Patrick Paul is crazy. 6'7.5", almost 6'8", 331, massive arms. I'm going to look up his arm length because
He might have hit 36.
it's long.
He might have hit 30. He was at least 35.
Okay, combine results.
So here's while you're looking that up, my thing with
go for
Patrick
it.
Paul, incredible talent. Like, I'm talking incredible talent. The one thing I have a problem with, and he's going to have
36-8.
Yeah, see, he cracked 36. My one thing with Patrick Paul, and you saw this at the Senior Bowl pretty frequently, he has really wide hands in terms of how he comes in to engage. He doesn't really do, kind of straight punches, thumbs up, try to hit the chest, try to jolt you back. He'll come in wide because, and a lot of tackles get coached to do this so that they don't get chopped or they don't get hit with that double swipe or anything like that. You come in wide so that the angles make it so the DT can't really clear you. But what that does is it basically invites a rusher to get into your chest, right? If you're coming in wide. You can still do that if you have an incredible anchor. You have to have core strength. You have to have the ability to not just anchor, but re-anchor because they're going to move you back a little bit. So you have to be comfortable with re-anchoring later in a rush and just kind of taking on that contact and absorbing it like Brian Balaga, who we saw on stage earlier tonight. Patrick Paul doesn't have that anchor.
Not yet.
So he's coming in wide. He's giving his chest, but he doesn't have just that raw core strength
power,
to still take it, And you kind of have to do that if you're going to play to that style. So one of two things needs to happen. Either A, he's got to start doing some CrossFit, build up that core strength, or B, change his hands. Either one works.
Okay, we talked about how crazy Amarius Mims was as an athlete. So Amarius Mims, 6'7", Patrick Paul, 6'7", Amarius Mims, 340, Patrick Paul, 331. 10-yard split, Amarius Mims, 178, Patrick Paul, 177. Vertical, 25.5 for Mims, 29 for Patrick Paul.
No, he's a freak. He's a legendary freak.
Everything we said about Mims applies to Patrick Paul, except he is more raw in terms of his technique. We said Mims was inexperienced, but not particularly raw. Patrick Paul's a little more of both. He's got experience, but the rawness remains. If the Dolphins, and I think they can, again, if you're taking that guy at 55, you have a plan. You believe.
They must have a plan.
Yeah, you believe that you can change the things that don't work really well right now, and that in the end, you'll have a fully formed tackle with those tools, which is a tremendous weapon.
I'm trying to think. So, are we all caught up on picks? I think we are.
Mostly.
Trying to get.
Oh, no.
What?
Rich is stumping for Corum.
Oh, for Cowboys?
Yeah, he's stumping for Corum.
Meanwhile, Harbaugh's watching this summer saying, hey, shut up. He's ours.
Yeah.
Then again, I am higher on Corum than EJ is, full disclosure.
By far.
By a lot.
By far.
Yeah. Because he was in my he was the last one on my tier 1 of running backs. I don't know what tier he was in for you, but probably not in the first 2. Maybe not in the first 3.
He's not in a tier.
He's not in a tier at all?
Nope. And we only did, to be fair, we say we're going to give top 7 per position. We usually give quite a few more than that. Receiver, I went all the way down to 20. Running back, I probably had 15 running backs on the board.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're more far apart on Corum than we are on JPJ.
Oh, yeah, by far. By far.
Damn. I guess we'll find out.
Draft will tell us.
Yep.
What's crazy is the league will tell us after that.
That's what's fun about it, though, is EJ and I don't tell each other our rankings until basically like the week before the draft.
Yeah.
and so we always come together and we'll
And you're like,
we'll
"Wait,
look at each other and we're
what?"
like, am I stupid?
Yeah, where's blank? Did you
It's
forget
like,
him?
am I just dumb?
And sometimes the answer is, yeah, I did forget him. Damn, I got to put him on the list. Not so in this case. Just not a Blake Corum fan. I think there are a lot of better options at running back in this draft. But Rich being a Michigan guy, he's pumping for his Michigan guys. He's
Of course.
in Michigan. You know, it's an easy sell where he is sitting at the desk right now. But if you pick Blake Corum over Benson,
No, I'm not. I have
I'm
Benson
just
above
saying.
him. Yeah.
there you go.
All right, let's see what Cowboys do.
Chad was so freaking tall. I mean, is so freaking tall.
He's like 6'6".
Yeah.
I'd like to introduce a few people who are up here on stage with me. In our family's household, our number one Cowboy fan, my son, Chase.
Yeah.
I've had the honor and the privilege for serving for and working for two of America's teams. One, serving for the United States Air Force. And two, the Dallas Cowboys.
There we go.
There it is. You can't boo the military, but you can boo the Cowboys.
You can.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I'd also like to introduce a couple other veterans that are joining me on stage. Earlier today, the NFL, alongside the Bob Woodward Foundation and Move United, hosted the first ever USA Wheelchair Football League Veterans All-Star Game.
Stiff.
These All-Stars are a part of the National USA Wheelchair Football League, funded by an NFL Salute to Service grant. Please join me in welcoming the co-captains of the game today, retired U.S. Army Corporal Jason Rainey. And retired U.S. Marine Sergeant Alex.
I can boo anyone. I'm a generational hater. That's good.
To make the pick today for the Dallas Cowboys, I'm going to turn the mic over to Jason, who led his team today as the quarterback to win the league championship this last year. Jason, take it away, sir.
Thank you. With the 56th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Marshawn Kneeland.
Oh,
Michigan.
That's a great pick. I love that.
that's a really good pick. That's a really good pick. Oh, man. You know, I'm not saying he's DeMarcus Lawrence, but he could do a lot of DeMarcus Lawrence stuff.
He's an upgrade for them. For the guys they lost.
Yeah, no, he's going to be like, for now, he's going to be the new Armstrong. But eventually he could be the new Tank. He needs probably 5 more pounds to be Tank, and also like dad strength to be Tank. But he's on his way. He's on his way to being Tank Lawrence. But he's a similar kind of build. He's 275, or I think he played at 270, as just this rugged, sturdy defensive end that, and when I did my rankings, I kind of projected him to be a convert if he lost like 5 pounds and get converted to like a big stand-up edge like Preston Smith, the way he went, because he was so good when he was standing up. They would kind of move him around and have Kneeland stand up all over the place and rush from weird angles, and he's so freaking powerful. He just cave in centers like crazy. But with the Cowboys specifically, I'm not thinking you go down 5 pounds. I'm thinking you go up 5 pounds.
Yeah, they don't want him slimmed out.
Like, this is just going to be your heavy, flexible hammer that's going to line up as a defensive end on early downs. You can put him next to a Digizua on the inside. You could do some really funky stuff with him and Micah. He's just that kind of moving chess piece, and I love this pick for them, man. He's not the bendiest guy, but if you want somebody who's just going to win with power and burst and tenacity, he just kind of feels. I mean, I know Dan Quinn's not there anymore, but he kind of feels like a Dan Quinn type of rusher. I like that. I gotta text my buddy on that staff because I'm sure all the Western Michigan coaches are juiced right now.
Oh, they should be.
Because they had Kneeland and Fiske played together next to each other a couple
Correct.
of years ago at Western Michigan. They both went in the second round.
And, pretty much knew they would. It's possible that Kneeland could have gone top of third, but he really picked up momentum over the last.
There's some people had him flirting with the first round.
He could have been one of those guys, again, that snuck in 28, 29. I love the landing spot because it actually jives the way I saw him. I listed him as a D-end. Now, for those that aren't familiar with our rankings, I do DT, D-end, and edge. The difference between D-end and edge is usually alignment, but it's also size and play style. And Marshawn Kneeland was right on the line. Mm-hmm. He is big enough, but he plays big, and he plays with power, and he plays really as that cap end, power end on the line. So for me, he's a DE. That made him, my second-ranked DE right behind Darius Robinson in this class. And going to Dallas, where they're probably going to ask him to bulk up and play that role, makes me happy because that's the way I saw that player. That's the way I'm imagining they see that player, and it's a really good fit. It's an upgrade from where they've been recently with that role. I think it's a good value. I had him at like 58. Get him at 56. Like, that's as close as you're going to get in the draft. I'm glad they didn't flinch and just take a running back just because.
Yeah, no, because he's a better player than
he is a better player
than the running backs that are available. And it's no shade to Benson and
not at all.
Them.
It's more just we really like Kneeland. He's a top end talent. He should have gone in the second round. This is appropriate.
Yeah. So who's on the clock? So Tampa's pick is in. I think that was right after, right? Yeah. So Tampa's pick is in. Then we got Green Bay, Houston, Buffalo. So very excited to see how Houston tries to keep up in the AFC South arms race. I think this is Tampa's first pick since they took Barton, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
It's their native pick. Really liked what they did in the first round with Barton, who is probably going to be their new left guard, if I had to venture a guess, unless they want to move Hainsey over. But
49, they got Braswell. We missed that.
They took Braswell? When did that happen?
49. There have been some ads. I missed that completely.
I don't see it on the draft tracker.
No?
No, 49 was Bengals, Chris Jenkins.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, so it's Braswell. You're looking at the most recent pick?
No, the rank is 49.
Oh, okay. Well, Chris Braswell.
About to be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
Nice work, EJ.
I thought it said 49. It did. It said his rank on the big board was 49. 257.
All right.
So
well,
we are
let's
not ones to tip picks. We didn't do it on purpose.
William Golston. Let's go.
Yeah. One DN talking about another DN.
With the 57th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Chris Braswell from Alabama.
I'm so surprised. Oh, my God. All right. As punishment for that, you have to go fix the ISO.
Oh, which one? That one?
That one, yeah.
Okay. That's not.
Because we look slightly underlit. And by slightly, I mean comically underlit.
You got a bottle right next to you and you're underlit.
Chat says EJ has to take a shot of Malort as penance. So you just look at the wheel and you turn it to the right. There we go.
ISO 5, 640,
A little more?
800.
A little more? Almost there? Okay, right there. Yeah, 1,000's good. Yeah, 1,000's good. Dude,
Balance the back.
nah, back's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I've shot 20,000 on this thing, and not as much noise as you think. Sony cameras, man. Not sponsored, but Sony, if you're watching this, we would love to be sponsored.
We would like to be.
All we use is Sony shit, but it's really good.
And when he says shit, Sony, he means lovingly the best cameras we've ever had.
Hendog 1000 for $10. Shatavian Sanders to my Chiefs to run the most devilish 22 personnel in history. Good God, please no.
That gives me the shakes just thinking about it. Wow. Jatavian Sanders, the Texas tight end. Absolute seam ripper. All right, next Packers pick.
It's going to be somebody we like.
Typically. Yup. Safety out of Georgia, one of the smartest players in this draft.
These fucking guys.
They always do it. Especially with safety. I was a huge Darnell Savage fan. I know.
Cheese-eating
pricks.
Fuck.
Javon Bullard does not make me happy as a Bears fan. He is going to be tough to throw against. He is incredibly intelligent. He has great vision. He is a bundle of energy. He's not the tallest guy. He's about 5'10". Plays much bigger. Fires downhill. Loves contact. Really, really like Javon Bullard. He's my second safety in this class. So, again, my safeties came off the board. Tyler Nubin.
Extremely smart,
Javon
by the way.
Bullard, studies. Great pick. I hate to say it because he's going to the Packers, but we'll follow his career lovingly because really enjoy the player.
Packers are crushing this draft.
Packers crush a lot of drafts. They usually take about 60. People might think I'm kidding, but usually take about 60 to 70% of the players I really like. Their front office sees it the way I do. So Edge Cooper, Javon Bullard, they just got a lot stronger up the middle.
Fuck, man. Carlos Peterson for $2. How's 75 looking for Chicago? Who's available at this point? Well, EJ and I... Ooh. I'll answer that right after this.
Right after Christian Harris.
Texans.
This is the double round. Oh, okay. Okay, who's other way? That is super loud.
Yeah, I was trying to blow out my eardrums so I didn't have to.
Okay, now. Whew. All right.
Yeah, I'm not.
He's not enamored.
So, Mason McCormick at 75 is the dream for Chicago.
Wow. I like Blake Fisher okay. It's a little early for me at 59, but I think he's a fine player. I'm not wild about it. I would have waited a bit and gotten another one in terms of this developmental tackle. He is the second one of this group. We saw Patrick Paul go. Blake Fisher's the next one.
But over Kingsley?
You've got Kingsley. You've got Rosengarten coming up sometime soon.
I would have even taken Pooney.
Pooney's there if you consider him a tackle.
Which I don't, but I still would have taken Pooney.
Wow, I didn't realize the depth of your disdain for Mr. Fisher.
I don't have disdain.
Oh, I don't know. I saw that face.
It's just, it's a pretty high pick, EJ.
It is a pretty high pick.
It's a pretty high pick. We're talking about
we're already
59th
into the second
pick.
group. If you get them, you get them now because I don't want to say the run, but the next group of tackle selections has begun. 2 are already off the board. There's only 2, maybe 3 left in this second developmental group because so many went off up high.
The fact that I'm not enthusiastic about it means it's going to work.
Oh, yep.
But I am not enthusiastic about it. Tell you what, Kamari Lassiter, though. Great pick there. It was awesome.
Wow,
Great.
Kamari Lassiter, Javon Bullard. Again, the Packers tend to take safeties that I really like. Some of them work out tremendously well. Some of them don't. Darnell Savage is not a fan favorite in Green Bay. Loved his game coming out. And that's the way the draft is. Not everybody you love works out. But Javon Bullard, I would give a higher than average chance because he is both a very good athlete, incredibly smart, played at a prestigious program, and that's not scouting the helmet. He played as a freshman at Georgia.
Yeah,
like
that's hard
all
to do.
Georgia does is recruit 5-stars, and if you come in as a freshman, as an 18-year-old, and start for Kirby Smart, you're doing something. You want to talk about the Braswell pick? Since I picked it, but we
Please
didn't.
take my mind off anything else. Yes.
Chris Braswell, edge, Alabama. Not the most instinctive guy and very, very solid. Good athlete. I would say better athlete than his production, but he's solid. He doesn't make as many flash or wow plays as you think he might, but he doesn't miss a ton of plays either. He is consistent. He is solid. He is productive. He just doesn't light me up in any way. His athletic scores are very good, but he wasn't one of the edges in this class that made me go. He was like right in the middle for most things.
Yeah.
And I just, that's how he ended up in my rankings.
He's a single in the gap.
Single to a double, depending on the day.
And I mean that in a very positive way.
Yeah, it's not a miss. It's not a strikeout.
He's going to fill out your rotation for a really long time. He's going to be a good player. You're not going to lament the pick, right? And ultimately, there's value in that.
Yeah.
Not every pick has to be a home run. Like, you can just get on base.
Nope. He was the bottom of my second tier. So Latu, Turner, Verse in the first tier. Isaac, Robinson, Booker, Braswell.
Yeah.
So 2 of those guys still on the board. I realize I'm higher on Booker than most people are. And I'm definitely higher on Isaac, but I think Isaac could be a better pro than Chop Robinson.
I mean, would I be, like, super shocked by that? No, but I also like Isaac a lot, so.
Yeah.
Like, he was just really underrated.
I agree. Everybody paid attention to Chop because of the first step and the athletic prowess, and is he the next Micah? Meanwhile, Isaac's just racking up explosive plays for the defense, and is not a bad athlete in his own right. It's not like he's some lumbering oaf, right? Yeah. He's not as fast as Chop, but, he's very productive.
Mr. TBH, $2. Got a blast, boys. Good luck, fellers. Have fun with the rest of your evening. Ideally, round 3 goes well for all of us.
Thanks for joining us. All right, pick is in for Buffalo.
All right, what's a Buffalo-ish type pick here?
What's a Buffalo-ish type pick? Wings.
Well, I would have said Marshawn Kneeland, but he's gone.
Yep, I would have agreed.
Yo, first off, shout out to Detroit for hosting such a great event. Y'all did a great job. Much love. Shout out to all my people.
You're going to love it.
I'm going to love it?
Yep.
You keep spoiling yourself. I'm living in the moment, EJ.
With the 60th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Cole Bishop.
I told you were going to love it.
Ooh. Hold on, I need to cover my lap real quick. Woo. Woo.
Okay, 60 is early for me, but I love
not
the talent.
That much, though.
No.
Like, that's honestly, I'm good with it.
No, I'm good with it
This
because
is a
of the
good
destination.
football player, man.
Very balanced football player. We're talking about Cole Bishop, the safety out of Utah, the running mate of Sione Vaki, guy that spent a little bit more time, not a ton more time actually, at free safety than Vaki did, but he is a true two-way player at safety, and they have lost some safety talent in Buffalo. I'm telling you right now, Buffalo fans, you are going to love Cole Bishop as a player.
Dude.
He is a talented guy. It's a little early for some boards you may see. When he slots into that defense, you're not going to miss a beat.
He's their new Micah Hyde.
Yes, he is.
He is 100% their new Micah Hyde.
And that is a lot to live up to. I realize the regard Micah Hyde is held in Buffalo. He's my aunt's favorite player, Micah Hyde.
But, dude, Cole Bishop's awesome.
Go buy the Cole Bishop jersey. I think it is going to work out. He is an excellent player. He is smart. He is rangy. He is not the fastest. He is not a great athlete, but he is smart enough that he looks like he's a great athlete.
I feel as good about that pick
it's great.
as I do about Khalil Shakir when Shakir got picked. I really do.
I feel better about that pick than the Khalil Shakir pick.
Barry.
Like you have to introduce him in Detroit. It's like, Guess what? What's up, Detroit?
I have to say, all of you have really made a difference in this year's draft. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
To announce the pick.
We should have
This year's
gone.
draft for the Lions, Mayor Mike Duggan.
Oh, I got the mayor out. That's cool.
It's a thrill to be here with Barry Sanders.
Not very often the mayor's on stage, and definitely second fiddle. He is so second fiddle right now. He's not even trying. He's like,
Special thank
Barry.
you to everybody here who came from across Michigan and across the United States to help Detroit set new attendance records for the NFL Draft. It's a great time.
Look at that crowd.
we should have gone. It would have been cool.
And with the
This is awesome. That would have been cool.
in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions
Oh,
Ennis Rakestraw
there it is.
Missouri.
Okay, Ennis Rakestraw is a dog. He is a Dan Campbell pick.
Well, that's two Dan Campbell type corners of just aggressive junkyard dog type corners. I think they're tired of this what do you call it? Merry-go-round they've had at the position for the last few years.
Yeah.
I think they're tired of that. They're just trying to just take care of the position once and for all and hopefully have their duo for the next few years. Boy, I love that. You got two corners that can tackle. Perimeter runs just aren't going to work against them. They're just not going to work.
Nope.
Because not only you got those two corners, you got Brian Branch too. You're going to run outside against Detroit? No, you're not.
Not anymore.
Oh, my God. That's great. That's great. I love that.
Okay.
Do not run crack toss against the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, Ennis Rakestraw, 5'11", 183, plays bigger than that. Looks that on film. He actually looks a little bit spindly, but when you watch his tape, you don't look at that guy and go, oh, he's little, he's slight. No. Rakestraw is a dog. He will put his face in there. Extremely physical corner. Targeted a class low 28 times among top corners, despite being on coverage snaps 277 times. 64.3 completion percentage allowed. Only 3 penalties, only 1 TD allowed. Not a lot of ball production. If you're wondering why he fell, he does not have ball production. He had no picks. He had 1 PBU.
You're not going to catch the ball, and neither is he.
2. No, he's going to be physical at the catch point.
Is that Haloti? Let's go. Haloti not a sighting.
Doom. Absolute square of a human being. You want to talk about any time player, any generation player? There's one right there.
With that being said, Detroit, what's up? Spent some time here. Love you guys. Thanks for the hospitality. On the Nat Flock Nation, we are up with the 62nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Roger Rosengarten, tackle.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Wow.
This is a tremendous selection.
I'll tell you
for
what.
the Ravens.
I'll tell you what. I thought Wiggins was a bit early for them in round 1. This value for Rosengarten makes up
Makes
for
it
it.
up.
You want to flip those two in your brain? I'm good with it.
I wouldn't have happened. Wiggins would have been off the board. But let's talk about Roger Rosengarten. Actually
so good.
stood next to his family at the pro day. Everybody was looking at Troy Fautanu, and rightfully so, and Penix and Rome and all the other things going on in the Washington offense. Later on, they got to Rosengarten, and they went, you know what? There's almost no pressure coming off that right side. All these pass attempts at Washington. Why is that? And it's Rosengarten. The thing that sets him apart from the tackles in this class for me, not the physical. He's a good athlete, not a great athlete. It is his approach. He is the most varied pass setter in this class. He will throw some different set at you every single rush. Some rushes, for those of you that don't know what that means, if you're a defender Some rushes, he's literally leaping out at you and stabbing you in the shoulder, like going past the line of scrimmage on a pass set and putting you on your edge and then dropping and catching you. The next one, it's a vertical set. The next one, he'll feint his hands, drop them, step back. You basically fall on your face. He lays on top of you. That's just the first 3 rushes. It goes like that for every pass set. So while he's not going to physically dominate you for the most part, he's going to keep you off balance mentally the entire time. And then when you make a mistake, he just pounces and it's over. Technically proficient. Love his game. Didn't think he'd go 63, but he deserves it. This is not a reach. This is not a reactionary pick. This is a very good front office seeing a very good football player and saying, let's go get him.
One of my first notes on him was coach's star pupil.
Yes.
For exactly that reason.
Always listens.
He will throw everything at you. He's just a pain in the ass to play against.
Yeah, in the first 10 reps, you could see defensive ends just getting mentally tired. Like, what do you got for me this time, Roger? Because you've showed me 11 things.
Is that Jamal? Jamal Charles?
Looks it.
I think it is.
What's going on, Detroit? Happy to be here. I'm happy to be here with a back-to-back Kansas City Chief. It's a trade. The San City
Oh, it's got to be Kingsley. Kingsley?
Probably.
Yeah.
With the 63 pick in the 24 draft, Kansas City select Kingsley Suamataia from
Hey, valiant effort, Jamal.
Jamal, nicely done.
Valiant effort.
We both tripped over it yesterday.
I'm not any better.
We made this connection. BYU. Andy Reid's a BYU guy. Kingsley was one of their 30 visits. Incredibly athletic specimen at tackle who, again, has those like Paul Bunyan-esque stories if you listen to people in the BYU program. Like, he did this, he dunked 2 basketballs, and, you know, from where it's just ridiculous. He was, you know, predicted that he might run under 4.8 at 320 pounds. He's that guy as an athlete. Now, does he lack polish? He does. Do we think the Chiefs, who have been very successful developing O-line, can take all those tools and mold them in? Oh, no. Pool jumpers, no.
Brother.
No.
Oh,
No.
my God.
Sorry. PTSD.
From pool jumping, I know.
Pool
but
jumping.
still, he's 6'8".
I understand.
Come on.
Like, he's
What are we
an
doing?
absolute physical beast. And I think KC waited as long as they felt like they could.
Yeah.
Because, again, Rosengarten went, and he was the 3rd of 4 from this second tier of tackles that we've been talking about. And they were like, that's it. We're done. Spend the pick.
Kingsley Suamataia.
There you go. You nailed it.
Nailed it.
You're going to give Jamal Charles lessons.
Hey, man, I'm not telling Jamal shit.
He can play for it?
He could still play today, man.
Oh, yeah. No, he's looking absolutely fit.
I want to get a couple super chats in here. Start with Johan Hernandez for $5. Without context, Brett looks like he's trying to crunch financial markets, and EJ came over like, Mom said you can hang out with me.
I have the correct role in that relationship.
We got dino nuggets in the freezer. Let's go.
Dude, pizza pockets, what?
Let's go. By the way, I had an idea. I don't know if these are real. Pesto pizza pockets.
Oh, it'd be good.
Yeah.
I haven't shopped for pizza pockets in some
No,
time.
I haven't either. But if those are a real thing, chat, please let me know because I do think pesto
Especially
pizza
if there's
pockets.
like a craft food company that makes good ones.
Yeah, dude, that'd be sick.
Put them in an air fryer. Oh yeah.
STE Exorect for $5. Ooh, air fryer, good call. How do you rate how the commies are doing right now? I like it a lot.
So far, he likes it a lot better than he liked it last year. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, you got Sanders still. You got Jerzon Newton to be your future replacement for John Allen because he's effectively got one more year left before it becomes financially
I would say
incentivized.
a little unexpected with the Johnny Newton pick, but
financially it makes sense.
there's no way you could pick Johnny Newton and have me go, "Oh, that's bad."
Yeah. No, everything they've done, I've really liked. This is a good first effort for Adam Peters. Plus, they got Jaden too, right? So,
yeah, and again, I think more than anything, just didn't kind of mess that up, and that's important because lots of teams do.
Yep, they didn't go J.J. McCarthy at 2,
Yeah,
like some people thought they might. You know, no shade against J.J. McCarthy, but like I didn't think he was a second overall pick type of guy.
No, I don't think the value would have been there. So I would say a thumbs up grade for them. Positive.
Shawshank Inception for $5. Texans miss out on a top DT. Is there anyone still available at that position you would like as a fit?
Yes.
I'm looking at Mekhi Wingo if we want more of a 3 technique type.
For sure.
I'm looking at Christian Boyd if we want more of a nose type. And they could kind of go either way with it, to be totally honest.
Guys that are left that could fit, and you can pick roles here.
Okay.
So guys that are gone: Murphy, Newton, Fiske, Orhorhoro, Sweat, Michael Hall, Chris Jenkins, Mason Smith. So that leaves Dwayne Carter, Mekhi Wingo, Leonard Taylor, Christian Boyd, if you're going farther down, Tyler Davis, Juwan Briggs, Evan Anderson, if you want an absolute stump in the middle.
Juwan Briggs is the sleeper.
He's down farther.
But I'm talking like if they're going to do it later in the draft.
Yes.
Because he's going to go after Mekhi. He's probably going to go after Christian.
Yes.
But, early day 3-ish, 3 technique, Juwan Briggs, like that could be where I think they try to do, mining for gold a little bit. If they want to address it earlier, they'll probably go Wingo or Boyd.
Yeah.
But if they want to take a risk, but if they want to wait a little bit and address something else first, Juwan Briggs, day 3.
Damn you, Chad. Now I want a pizza bucket.
Does sound good, doesn't it?
All of a sudden.
We
And
could
it's
or- we could
not
or-
at all.
Hey,
what I
man,
was-
we could order Brazo again. That white pizza was pretty good.
That white pizza was tremendous. It was very, very good. Crust was excellent.
Noah Kennedy for $5. I missed the Frazier pick. What do we think of the Arthur Smith run it 50 times a game strategy? No, it's really the let's not let either Russ and or Justin Fields get killed strategy is what it is.
Justin Fields is going to step up behind that offensive line.
He's not going to know what to do with himself.
And he's going to be like, holy crap.
I'm not getting killed?
This is what this is like?
What is this new world?
Oh, man. Good on him. He took a lot of beatings that were unnecessary in Chicago. I would only wish having Zach Frazier as your center on people I enjoy, and Justin deserves it. So
Spice Adams, let's
That's
go.
right.
It's good to be back home at the crib. I went to school down the street from here, 3200 East Lafayette Street, Detroit Martin Luther King Crusaders. So it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with the 64th
He can hold it down.
2024 NFL Draft. The NFC champion, San Francisco 49ers select Renardo Green.
Oh, let's go!
Oh. Sorry, I just had a visceral reaction. I love that so much, EJ. I love that so much.
You're gonna need paper towels. But Renardo Green, one of the people we talked to at Shrine Bowl that we really enjoyed, he is a physical man corner.
He's so good.
No mistake. In terms of man coverage reps in this draft, he is one of the highest rated corners there is. Got to clean up the penalties. He is physical. He is handsy. He is aggressive. I think he can do it, though, because he is also a cerebral player. He is going to understand where that limit is once he hits the pros. But we came away from Shrine Bowl loving Renardo Green's game, knowing he was going to be selected high, because in college, if you don't play press man, it's okay. In a lot of systems, you can get away with that. If you don't play press man in the pros, at some point, I don't care what your system is, everybody plays a little press man at some point, and a whole lot more than in college. Renardo Green was going to be valued by NFL teams more than the general public because of that. He goes way earlier than I thought he would, but I love the fit.
This is honestly where I thought he would go.
Honestly, it's higher than I thought he would go.
This round. I thought he would go second round.
I did not have a second round on him. I thought he would have gone third and been a tremendous value. Right now, I think if this is appropriate value, I just didn't think it would happen.
I love that pick.
It's so good.
As much as you love the Pearsall pick for them in the first round, I love the Renardo Green for them.
I actually think this is a better fit pick for them, and I
it's
love
so
Ricky
good.
Pearsall.
It's so good. Watch him against LSU. Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. just lock them up, man.
Okay, in terms of value or in terms of the board, I had him 2 corners after Rakestraw, who just went. So that lines up pretty well.
Okay, top of round 3 now, right? How did the Jets end up with the top of
This
round
feels
3?
very Iron Man 2 to me.
You get the suits coming down.
Get dancers coming out.
Building a
It's
suit of armor around the world, EJ.
That's Ultron. That's different. Okay, so corners who I had on my list who've not yet been taken. In between some of the corners who have TJ Tampa, Tykee Smith, who's a nickel for me, and then Chris Abrams-Drain, the other corner,
The other Mizzou corner.
who actually had rated higher than Rakestraw, but I knew Rakestraw was going to go first. The league was really excited about Rakestraw.
I did kind of think TJ Tampa would have been taken in the second. I thought he had a shot.
Oh, and Kyrie.
Oh, Jackson. Jackson, I also thought had a shot of going in the second round.
Okay. I'm reading tea leaves here.
Okay.
I'm parting the mists through the crystal ball.
Okay.
Kyrie Jackson, Arizona.
Oh. Ooh.
That's why I wanted to know where their picks were, and they have a pick very early in this round. Kyrie Jackson, Arizona, it's my guess. Either him or Tampa, but I'm going Kyrie.
He fits.
So does Tampa.
He fits real well.
Yeah, so does Tampa, but I'm going Kyrie.
Also, dude, the camp battles between Kyrie and Marvin.
Uh-huh.
It's a boxing match right there.
That's right. Big bodies. Jets. Braylon Edwards. Whoa.
Brian for $5. Loving the new look Lions secondary. They did say welcome to the black and blue division in the uniform reveal. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Riley Black for $5. EJ's going to love this one. As the draft slows down, I propose a friendly game of You Now Remember. I'll start. You Now Remember Eric Moulds.
Oh, come on.
EJ loves Eric Moulds so much.
Dude, one of my favorite players of all time. No, if we're just going to sit around talking about NFL guys, which is a classic game.
Guys
Moulds,
being dudes.
Moulds, yeah, guys naming dudes. Eric Moulds is way up there. He played in this weird era in Buffalo where he was kind of the gig.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't have a lot else going on, and Moulds was so good.
Brandon looks good. He looks like he still play.
Well, Detroit, Michigan State.
Hey, he's yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I
he's
mean-
Michigan.
Michigan. Oh, that's
Yeah.
right, Michigan.
There's some Michigan State people in here. that are
Wolverines are like, we will kill you. It's so cool that they grabbed pro players,
from the area.
as many as they could, who have Detroit roots. I think that's really, really cool.
Oh, Malachi Corley. Oh.
All right, Malachi's your guy. I like him a lot, but you liked him even more. Talk about Malachi Corley to the Jets specifically.
All right, so if you're looking at the Jets receiving core right now, they all have different roles, right?
Yes.
Wow, our lads updated within 10 seconds. Holy shit.
Nice.
Okay, so you got Garrett Wilson. He's your number one. He's your X, but he can also play slot. He can also play Z.
He's busting people.
Does everything. Mike Williams, big body, ass kicker on the outside when he's healthy.
When he's healthy.
Now you got Malachi Corley as your slot yak monster, right? So if you just need easy completions that can still get explosive gains, Malachi Corley is your guy. Throw him bubble screens, give him jet sweeps, get him free on they call it like a car wash concept where it's, or super mesh where it's like one shallow
Super mesh.
in between two others going the other way where
Yep.
it's like you're just, what's that scene? The pod racing scene in Phantom Menace where you're like split into canyons. That's what it is, right? And they're showing the offense on the screen right now.
No.
What? Oh, Arizona? Yeah, I'll get to them in a second.
I know.
So you do that, you spring Corley on the backside. You just get him the ball within 3 yards of the line of scrimmage, and he's going to turn it into a 15, 20-yard gain. He is phenomenal after the catch. Doesn't really have great contested catch skills. I don't really see him as like a vertical threat, but he's just going to get you cheap explosives, and he's going to be a huge factor in the return game, especially with the new kickoff rules. He could be one of the better kick returners in the league with his skill set. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Great pick.
Converted running back.
And it shows.
With the 66th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Trey Benson, running back.
Oh, Trey
Let's
Benson.
go!
Okay.
Okay, my number one running back.
I'll let you do Trey.
Absolute explosive menace. Like speed, but also really good. They show a little bit of patience here. And they say explosive downhill. Usually guys that have this much speed turn it on all the time. Benson is extremely good. Look at him crafty through the middle. This is one of my favorite runs against Florida. Fighting the entire time, but usually guys with this much speed don't have the off switch. They don't know how to feather the accelerator. Benson does, and then when he puts it down, forget it. He's gone. One of the most explosive players in this draft at any position. Tons of long touchdowns. He's physical, smart, plays well in the passing game. Needs to up the pass blocking a little bit. That is not his greatest strength. He has the physical ability to do it, and now they're comparing him to Breece Hall. That's just bait for me.
I mean,
look at this, though. Look at this against
if we're
Pitt.
just talking about burst and speed,
Boom. And that's what Benson can do. He can change the game from the running back position. The NFL is not about touches anymore. It's not about bell cows. It's not about 15, 20 carries a game to get a lather going. It's about, look, I'm going to give you 8 touches. 3 of them are going to be catches. 5 of them are going to be carries. What can you do with them? Benson can turn the game on any one of them.
ultra explosive.
Yep.
Ultra explosive. Interesting little stat on Benson.
Yeah.
So a full third of the Florida State run game was counter.
Yep.
They ran counter at a comically large percentage. The NFL average of 6% is 6%. They ran it like 34% at Florida State.
Yeah.
Counter is a very kind of boomer busty type run. And so 25% went for explosives when Trey ran it, and 25% went for losses. I don't necessarily hold that against him. You get him into a normal offense, and he'll be fine.
normal offense. Why can't you just be normal?
The Washington Commanders select Brandon Coleman, tackle.
Oh, and they announced him as a tackle. I had him as a guard.
That was what caught me off guard. Well, no
Yeah.
pun intended. I thought he was. I mean, I have him as one of those, like, try him at tackle, but he's probably going to be a guard type. So, like, I have him on my tackle rankings, but not, like, ultra seriously.
Yeah, I had him as a guard, and he's got some issues. He's got great size. He's not super tall, but he's got great size. Massive player, heavily built upper body, strong hands. He's had starts at guard and at tackle. He's one of those players in college, had experience at both. He's got some lean issues. Need to clean that up a little bit. Can't reach and lean as much as he did in college. But that's fixable. Like, that stuff, it's fixable. He's got good length.
He's one of those guys where the tier that I have him in for tackles, it would have been higher if I just put him on the interior list.
Yeah.
But you're going to try him there to see if he can do it.
Yeah.
Right? Very similar to Pooney for a lot of people. But what I find interesting is he went ahead of Pooney.
Yeah, he's bigger.
He's bigger,
Yeah.
but Pooney's mirror ability I thought was better.
Really good. Which
Like,
is why I have
Pooney's
Pooney
ability
as a
to
tackle.
mirror is like really
so
good.
They announced him as a tackle, which is the interesting part because I had him as a guard. Pooney could go the opposite way. They could announce Pooney as a guard when they select him. I had him as a tackle. Again, with much of the same reasoning that you gave for Coleman, which is I want to try Pooney at tackle because of that mirror ability. It was really good.
It's so funny because when I published the interior rankings, I immediately kind of regretted not putting Coleman on there and leaving him on the tackle side. And then they announced him as a tackle.
Figure out. He was one of those players that after I did my whole, I think I pinged you in Ireland and said I finished. And there's always, when you wake up the next day, you go through, at least I do, go through other people's lists and rankings and big boards and whatever. They're just popping up, and you're reading them to see, hey, am I higher than consensus, blah, 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 blah. And there's a couple guys you're like, oh, shit, I just left that guy out completely.
Yeah.
Like, I couldn't decide what to do with him, and I forgot to put him back in. Coleman was one, and I was struggling with him on the tackle because I just didn't feel like he had enough value. He was literally going to be, like, in the also-rans at tackle. And I was like, guard. Oh, he's going to be like the 7th or 8th guard or something, wherever he ended up. And I was like, that's it. That's right. And it just felt right. Put him there. That just happens with players when you're going back and forth between these positions.
There's like 10 of those guys this year.
Well, only on the offensive line. But then you've got guys that are they nickel corners? Are they safeties?
Yeah.
You've got guys that are they defensive ends? Are they edges? Because I make that distinction.
The Houston kid you put, so he's 250, but I saw you put him on your defensive end list.
Which Houston kid?
Or maybe I've got my schools. Starts with a U. I always mess up the pronunciation.
Oh, I don't think he's on my. Oh, he might have been in the also-rans list on my defensive end list.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
Might have just been an overflow. Like
that's why I was like, he's 250. You put him on defensive end.
Typically, if he's 250, he wouldn't be on the defensive end list. That's underneath my threshold for that.
Yeah.
Very few NFL coaches ever are going to say, "Oh yeah, be a stand-up 5 at 250."
Meanwhile, Iowa State's like, yeah,
you can be a 1.
You could be a 4-eye at 230, bud. Let's do it.
230. Oh my God.
Scary Terry for 5 says, Kami starting tackles Cornelius Lucas and Andrew Wiley. Please tell me you like the Yale kid. I do like the Yale kid. I'd be a little bit surprised if their next pick isn't the Yale kid.
It's totally possible. Speaking of Cornelius, I got
Amegadjie.
Cornelius Johnson on X. A question about that. Oh no. Shout out to Jake Hansen. He already found him.
What?
Urban Pie, mini calzones, the pesto pizza pockets. Technically, mini calzones you requested.
I mean,
from
that's
Sprouts.
basically what pizza pockets are, mini calzones.
Ah, Jake, I love and hate you for this because now we have to eat some.
Now we have to get some. All right, that's our Saturday journey.
I guess.
Is pesto pizza pockets.
Do you own an air fryer?
Yeah.
Okay, then we're good.
Yeah. Do I own an air fryer?
I know Tyler does.
Yeah.
Is Tyler making wings on Saturday? You said he's coming by.
Tyler's a homeowner now, man. He's got wiring and shit to do. He's got a bathroom to finish.
Oh.
They gotta finish
Joy.
installing random appliances and
While we have a break in picks, only for a brief amount of seconds. Hey, thank you all for being here. We know you have a lot of choices. Didn't used to be as many day 2 choices. There are lots now. We appreciate you being here with us. And go ahead and throw in the chat where you're watching from in the world. One of my favorite segments.
Tonight by 2 special guests, Christian Harvey and Emma Freeze, seniors from Morehouse College and Emory University. Christian and Emma are examples of individuals who are working to rebuild bridges between the Black and Jewish communities. Both groups have been subject to vicious hate. To fight it together. Tonight, they are representing Robert Kraft's foundation to combat anti-Semitism, whose mission is to fight the rising hate happening across
Watch
the
chat
United
for a minute.
States to educate
Oh, it's all over the world.
Yeah, but it's so cool. Like, this is so cool. It's like Denmark, Germany, Columbus, Ohio, Philippines, Burlington, Alaska,
Every state, every city,
Nova
every
Scotia,
country.
Adelaide, Australia, Moscow, Idaho. Great town, by the way. Crazy good sushi place in Moscow.
Really?
Yeah.
Of course you would know that.
Anyways.
Thank you, Miss
Maine.
We are honored to be champions working to fight
India.
rising hate happening in communities across the United States.
With the 68th pick in the 2024
Jersey,
NFL
Lancaster.
Draft,
The New England Patriots select
Tulalip. Let's go Tulalip.
Caden Wallace,
Wow, that's a very Patriots pick to me.
very Patriots pick.
It doesn't,
Let's take the tackle that nobody expects.
right, and earlier than anybody expects. Again, I like Caden Wallace, but we're at pick 68. I would have
We got somebody who said I'm at the Pirates game in San Francisco.
nice
Still watching on the
Chile,
phone.
Port Orchard, Washington,
Yeah, that's
Cheney,
great.
Washington. This is great.
Hey, I know a Parker Washington highlight when I see it, bub. That was 2 years ago.
No,
I know that spin move. You can't fool me.
you can't fool
I'm
me.
familiar with your game.
Belgium, Gold Coast.
Oh,
Philly?
Gold Coast in Chicago, one of my
No,
favorite places on
no,
earth.
Gold Coast, Australia.
Oh, the other,
The other Gold
the other
Coast,
Gold,
the
the
more
real
famous
yeah.
one. Philly, Taiwan, Michigan, Chicago, Puyallup. Nice.
We got a lot of Connecticut's in the chat.
Hudson, Seoul, South Korea, Corvallis. Let's go Beavers. Boise, Singapore, Chile, Tacoma.
Dude.
Let's go Cliff.
How are some of you even awake right now? That's what I want to
Northern
know.
Ireland, Brett's Kitchen. Andrew, you are not in Brett's Kitchen. I know this for a fact. I was just
Unless
there.
you have pesto pizza pockets, and then you're
And then
more
you're
than
to
welcome.
Brett's Kitchen.
Please come
That's
to my
the
kitchen.
magic key, right?
We got exotic locations like Phoenix.
Perth. We got a lot of Australia in here. Coffs Harbor. Nice. Switzerland. Arkansas. Philly. Japan. Hong Kong.
Longview.
Dude, there's so many Washington people here.
Yeah.
We got Tulalip and Puyallup and yikes. H-Town. Which H-Town at this
Wait,
point?
DTLA. Which part of DTLA? Do you recognize the buildings? Are you familiar with which building this is?
Are you watching this through the window or on your screen?
Are you going to go to the parking garage over there and look into my window?
Brazil. Oh, we wish we could come to the game in Brazil. That would be amazing. Idaho. Blaine. Way up north at the border. Very nice.
Fairbanks. Let's go.
Yep. Germany. Belize. Okay, I'm now jealous.
Port Townsend. Where's that?
Port Townsend out on the peninsula. Beautiful. Gorgeous town.
Was that near where we had the house?
No.
Or no, that's west past Olympia.
Not really. It's actually just over by University Place. It was close.
When you say peninsula, that's not where Olympia National Park is?
That is where Olympia National Park is. We weren't out there.
No, we were on the Sound,
But
right?
other side.
Oh, okay. Clearly, I'm very
Yeah.
well
You
read
just
on my
love the water
Washington
view. It was all
geography.
good. No. Danville, Virginia, Vegas, Madison, Charleston, Bay Area,
Corn, I'm assuming
Narnia.
that means Iowa.
Somebody went through the wardrobe. That's not cool. Snohomish, Seattle. Let's go.
Pearl City, Hawaii. Was that close to where your folks were?
Which Pearl City?
In Hawaii?
Other side. My uncle used to work out at a gym in Pearl City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, EJ's family has deep roots in Hawaii, going
Yeah.
back to pre-statehood.
Vegas, University of Alabama. Well, congratulations on the Chris Braswell pick, the Darren Arnold pick, the Kool-Aid pick.
All right, whoever's in chat that went to Alabama, I need you to answer me this question. How many pairs of khakis and white button-downs do you own? And is it more than 3?
Yeah, your Chargers just picked your guy.
Oh, let's go, Junior Colson! Let's go! Woo!
Dude, they love their Denzel Perrymans.
Let's go!
They love their Denzel Perrymans.
I called this shit like 3 days ago, too. I was
Nice.
Like, I was like, it's going to be Junior Colson.
Nice. This is the look at Harbaugh. He's so happy.
Woo!
Gave my guy a job.
Oh, I'm so happy. Hold on. I need to find that tweet so I can retweet.
You're going back to the priors. You're like, nope, make it happen.
So he's my LB1
I
in this
understand
class.
this.
I adore Junior Colson.
I understand this.
He reminds me a lot of Nick Bolton. And, you know, Chargers fans have been terrorized by Nick Bolton for a few years now, so you know how good he is. Absolutely annihilates the run game. He's one of the few linebackers in this class that can actually stack and shed. Great vision. He's so fluid in or not even fluid. I would say pliable in short areas. Like he makes tackles at just really odd angles that a lot of linebackers can't do, and he still gets guys on the ground. Great story too. Like I love Junior Colson.
In the 1997 draft, I went as the 36th pick. My brother was the 6th pick in the 3rd round. He's now a Hall of Famer. With the 6th pick, the 70th pick overall, in the 3rd round of the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select cornerback Andrew Phillips, University.
Ooh,
Dog.
Good luck, Andrew. It's been a good night for
That's a good pick. That's a good pick. I like Andrew Phillips. You compared him to Tyree Stevenson?
What?
I don't know if I see that.
Not at all.
Different style for me.
Not at all.
If anything, and I'm not saying he is this player, but when I see people compare him stylistically to Jair Alexander, that one I understand more.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying he's Jair, but stylistically, he
This
he plays
highlight
like
against
Jair.
Georgia, this is the thing that's really got me going on him. Yeah, let's just jump over a car, because why not?
He's crazy
no.
explosive.
Going forward, that's really the thing for me with Andrew Phillips is they showed some nice plays in coverage. Those, for me, were harder to find. The plays where he was explosive going forward, blowing up a screen, holding the edge and darting inside, those are the plays that I feel like Andrew Phillips makes really consistently. His coverage overall, if you're looking for consistency as opposed to highlight play, harder to find for me.
I think he's...
This might be the one.
Oh, another Cardinals pick?
Well, we knew that they had several top of this round. So that we're still looking for the long corner to go to the Cardinals.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Isaiah Adams.
Oh.
Tackle. Oh, and they announce him as guard.
So I'll be honest, I didn't get to him.
Yeah, but
This is the first player that I didn't get to.
Yeah, they had him as, well, I mean, he's a tackle, so they're announcing him as guard. It's pretty interesting to me that they, to be fair, Letterkenny fans unite. I did not love him as a tackle, so maybe he projects to guard.
Yeah. Man, this is early this year. That we usually don't get to the first player I haven't got to by pick 71.
Yeah, not by pick 71, but boy.
Also, did not predict that he would be the second Illinois player off the board.
No. Okay, next 4 picks, 72, 73, 74, 75 is the Bears. Let's take a look at who's left in terms of, for all those teams, best available. So, your guy.
Which one?
I say that facetiously. Troy Franklin, number 1 player remaining on the board.
But I'm not surprised he's still available.
Roman Wilson, Cooper Beebe, who we both like.
Love
guard
Cooper Beebe.
from Kansas State. Jatavian Sanders, 51. I had him 45 to 51. Like
Yeah.
this is about his range. Christian Haynes, the guard from UConn. TJ Tampa, the corner from Iowa State, who we both like. Peyton Wilson, Adisa Isaac, Pooney.
At this point, Peyton Wilson not being taken means the medicals are a thing.
Yeah, somebody's looking for an explosive linebacker by now. Yep,
It's the medicals are a thing.
100%.
Yeah.
Jaden Hicks is hanging out there.
Yeah.
Oh, just still my heart.
Yeah.
Kalen Bullock, if you're looking for the true center field free safety. Brandon Dorless is hanging out there.
That's one I'm kind of surprised.
Little bit wondering why not yet, because he's talented, he's versatile, he's got good size, he played in great programs. Austin Booker.
Mason McCormick.
We're getting there. I
know you're a big Austin Booker guy.
Starting to get into the 80s. Dadrion Taylor-Demerson.
Yeah, Rabbit Taylor-Demerson is somebody who I thought very easily could have gone back end of round 2. I definitely think he will go somewhere in this round. If he doesn't go in this round, I will have major questions for NFL decision makers at large. I would kill for that kid.
I think he's going to prove him wrong, but that's a lot of talent. We talked about guys in the secondary. We talked about guys in the defensive line. We talked about linebackers, offensive linemen in terms of Pooney, Amegadjie, the tackle from Yale.
Yeah, I thought he would have been gone by now, just because of how important tackle is, and he's really talented.
Yeah, if I'm looking at those guys and I'm thinking Bears specifically.
Which you do.
I do first, but I think all teams.
When you have time.
Sure. Which is what I do for a living, so I have time. Cooper Beebe would be great. Ja'Tavion Sanders would be fun, but not necessarily great.
Cooper Beebe's the smarter pick, though.
For sure. Adisa Isaac would also be good. He would fit. He would fit with Eric Washington. He would fit with Eberflus. Pooney would be a great backup. Love that tackle. Hicks, I'm sorry, you already have that safety. You can't. Dorless and Booker.
Yeah, it's a lot of good players still on the board.
They have their choices. Or Mace McCormick, come on down. Like I'd be all over that. So,
Mace should be going any second now, in my opinion. But.
I fully agree with you that we are in that range. We are approaching the range where he is just ready to hop. We got a Bryce poster from the Carolina Faithful. That's pleasant. They're like, we didn't have a first-round pick. This is who we got.
One winning season since 2015. Goodness gracious.
What? Again, Moriarty, always with the negative waves. They're doing this to every team. Like, haven't been to the playoffs in way too long. We'll remind you. Moose.
And with the 72nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Trevin Wallace, linebacker, Kentucky.
Okay. Early for me.
Yeah.
Real early.
He's
Real early.
He's early. I don't know about real early.
For me, again, we see Trevin differently.
Yep.
The instincts have a long way to go for me to be ready to take him at pick 72.
Him ahead of Trotter Jr.
Him ahead of
I'm
Jalen
just
Ford
saying,
and Jordan McGee.
Everything we both love Jordan McGee more. We both. Have
I like
Jordan
Ford
McGee.
more than him.
Well, I understand. I'm talking about the entire run-up to draft season. Trotter Jr., Trotter Jr., Trotter Jr., Trotter Jr. Trevin Wallace goes before Trotter Jr.
Yeah, so he's a great athlete, explosive athlete.
Yeah.
I couldn't shake the amount of snaps I saw on tape where stuff just happened around him that he did not seem to be aware of whatsoever.
Yeah, no.
Like the dude's got
super narrow goggles.
Very narrow goggles on. If he sees it, he'll hit it, but the seeing it is the problem. 72 is a little rich for me.
It's early, and again, I think it's early because of the team. Oh, great pick.
All right.
They're killing it.
Here's the thing. The Cowboys, when all else fails, they always do one thing. They say, fuck it, we're drafting offensive line.
Or defensive line.
They do it constantly.
Dude.
Right?
Tyler Guyton, Cooper Beebe, and Marshawn Kneeland.
But here's the thing. Like, you got Tyler Guyton, who...
God, look at him just flatten people.
He's
I
amazing.
love Cooper.
You got Tyler Guyton, who's your developmental potential future left tackle. You already got Tyler Smith, all-pro guard. Cooper Beebe's your swing guard. That's awesome.
No, it's tremendous.
That's awesome.
A good many teams in the NFL would literally kill for that.
Oh, my God, that's good.
Now,
Like,
Tyler
they might
Guyton-
even see if he can snap just to see if we can get him on the field.
I actually wonder if they're thinking that.
Yeah, but see if he can snap.
Tyler Guyton, Cooper Beebe, Marshawn Kneeland as your first 3 picks. Not in order,
Yeah.
Cowboys faithful, but
Dude,
those
if-
guys in the door.
If Beebe knows how to handle balls, like, that's your set.
Clip that. Clip that. Get it. Get it.
If he can snap, that's your center.
Oh, boy. Speaking of stepping in it,
Cheers to you, chat.
cheers to you, chat. You will roast me forever with that. All right, Andre Rison for the Falcons, pick 74. I don't know. What are we saying here? Like Jordan Travis?
The 74th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Braden Fiske, linebacker,
Oh,
Washington.
okay. Early.
Yeah, and especially like when you were thinking about Dallas Turner, looking at Braylon Trice in the
Yes.
lens is going to be a bit much.
Yeah, that's looking at a croque madame and getting egg bites. Old egg bites, cold egg bites, like egg bites that you bought at 6 a.m. and it's 11:30 and you remember
Right,
you
you
forgot,
forgot
to eat
about
them.
him. Oh, man.
Early for me.
Yeah, he is. So Braylon Trice, edge rusher, University of Washington. He is a power player. He is technically refined, and like I swear, he feels like a player that sort of cracked the pressure algorithm. He was like, I need to do the following things to rack up a pressure, so I will do the following things, regardless of whether I pay that off. And I don't all that often. He looks the part. He is super athletic. Seen him do 3-bag drills at Pro Day. He is an impressive athlete. On the field, he's always close.
Yeah.
Like, he's always close. And he's not going to get wildly out of his gap. He's not going to, like, pants you on defense because he didn't do his role. But at the same time, you're going to look up at the end of the season, he's going to have, like, 6 sacks and 3 of them are cleanup. And he's going to have, like, 55 pressures because he knows how to get pressures.
Great power. Great motor. Moving on to the next pick.
Keeps working. Yeah. I mean, all the...
Like, I
all
don't.
the grinder stuff.
Yeah. No, that's the thing is, like, he plays really hard.
Yeah, he does.
Plays really hard.
He does.
Doesn't have a lot of bend. Doesn't have a great first step.
He was this far away in college from a lot of finishes, which means in the NFL he's going to be this far away.
And that's the thing is we look at Braylon Trice tape, and you in your mind you have to say, what would this look like against Lane Johnson?
And the
What
answer
would
is
this-
even worse.
What would this look like against even Titus Howard?
Yep.
Right? And that's the reason why we knocked Jonah Ellis a lot, right? Because, like, man,
Strangely enough, the 2 guys we were watching try and break the tie were Braylon Trice and Jonah Ellis.
but it's like,
And
dude,
both of them
you know,
were like,
Jonah, if you can't handle Fuaga in college, what are you going to do when you're lining up week 1 against Laramie Tunsil?
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's a different game, man.
That is one of the hardest things to communicate to people is, yes, we scout college players, but we scout college players for their potential in the NFL. And that is a major jump. And so there are fan bases in college who will absolutely kill you because you don't love their guy. And the only line that works is great college player. It's not going to translate to the pros for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Because the offense they were running, because of the competition they faced, because, the NFL is just different for whatever reason. Defensive coordinators are smart at like whatever it is. You're just like, a lot of what he got in college, he's not going to get in the pros for one reason or another. It's our job to say what translates. And sometimes guys who were not particularly productive in college are going to be more productive pros.
They got the traits.
They got traits, or they weren't used correctly, or whatever. We're like, man, somebody that knows what to do with this, gets a hold of it in the pros, this is going to play. As opposed to a lot of guys that have a ton of production. And look, Braylon Trice has a ton of production. more pressures than anybody else in the country. And he knows how to get his pressures. He knows how to be in, the place he should be on Monday when they watch film, right? And he's there all the time. But how often does he go above that threshold and really influence the game? And the answer is, boy, when you get to the tape, not as many as you'd think.
So I just saw who the Bears took.
Oh, yeah?
You want to give me a prediction?
No, I could cheat and find out. I'm interested. Am I going to be happy or sad?
I think you'll be happy.
Oh, cool. Then I'll wait.
Like, truly, I think you will be.
Nice.
It's not who you think it is, but I think you will be happy.
But I didn't say who I thought it was.
Scared to compete, EJ. Won't give me an answer.
It's going to happen either way. What I say right now is not
It's an
going to
offensive lineman, I'll tell you that.
Okay. There's some good ones left.
There's a lot of good ones left.
Yeah.
While we look at that list there, Peyton Wilson, that's all about injuries. He's long gone if he hasn't had shoulder.
Is it Haynes?
That's one where
No.
Oh, that would be.
I would have loved Haynes.
I would have been thrilled.
Haynes would be great.
I would have been thrilled. Yeah.
Actually, Haynes being on the board still is a little surprising.
I think it's that, like, if you got a right guard, you're not really looking at him.
I guess, yeah. But boy, he's a real good right guard.
No, DJ, don't say Jalyx Hunt. That's wrong. That's not correct.
We think.
He
He could be right.
could be.
He probably is. He's DJ. I know you're not a Jalyx Hunt guy.
No, I went back to Jalyx Hunt. I was like, I love the traits. I love the size. He's got great size. Super athletic. Again, long way to go on tape. This Peanut? Nice.
What up, Joe? We got a wide range of fans out there. With the 75th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Kiran Amegadjie, tackle at
Okay. Pulls went and got his guy.
But now, if Braxton, knock on fabric, gets hurt,
No,
you're
this
not
is-
completely hosed.
Yeah, this is not competition for Braxton or for Darnell Wright.
It's a swing tackle.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is competition.
Nope.
But
This is Larry Borum replacement.
he'll push him.
He'll probably replace him.
No, I'm saying he's going to push Braxton.
He might. We'll see. I hope he does. That's the idea.
That's what I meant by competition.
Yeah,
he'll push
that's
Braxton.
the top end.
Yeah.
This is Larry Borum replacement theory. Like that's
he'll replace Borum.
Correct.
He will push Braxton.
correct.
And if
So-
Braxton goes down, you're good.
Interesting, but again, I'm riding the high of Caleb and Rome, and this is not a bad pick. Not the pick I would have made.
It's a prudent pick to make sure that your first overall quarterback doesn't get killed just because your tackle gets rolled up on.
It is a correctly aimed pick.
Yes.
Somebody said to me this morning, what do they need? I was like, they need an OT3. This is that.
That's it.
They need a backup interior offensive lineman. A lot of people would say, oh, but they have this guy. But nope, they still need a backup interior offensive lineman. If they can play both center and guard, that's awesome. They need a DT, 3 tech,
Still.
and they need another edge rusher.
And my former owner, Pro Football Hall of Famer, Pat Bowlen.
There you go.
And the legendary Bronco players I played with, Chet Bailey, Al Wilson, John Lynch, Jason Elam, Matt the Hawk Prater, and the greatest undrafted wide receiver in NFL history, Rod Smith, the world's greatest fans.
That's a good jacket.
It's a great shout out. He's shouted out Rod Smith. I'm with him, 100%. He's got my vote.
Put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame. Let's go Broncos. God bless Bo Nix. 76th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The 3-time Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos select Jonah Ellis, linebacker, Utah.
Okay.
Love it, brother.
First of all, I think I saw Kyle Brandt wearing that jacket last night in the lobby.
Ooh.
Marcus Golden, they say. A little rich. For me.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're not feeling the Marcus Golden?
Golden had pop.
Golden had real, yeah.
Golden had a lot of pop.
Yep.
Here's the thing. Jonah wins with quickness, fluidity, first step, all that kind of stuff. The problem is when he goes against a tackle that can get to his landmarks better than most college tackles can. When he goes against NFL tackles that can get to their landmarks and he has to go through them because he can't go around them anymore.
Yep.
He can't go through them. Marcus Golden still had that extra club in his bag.
No, I agree that I don't catch that comp. That's really where I sort of hang up.
For reference, I liked John Cooper when Cooper was coming out for the Broncos, and he got better than Jonah, and Cooper went in the 7th round, and I thought that was really late for Cooper, and then Cooper ended up being really good.
And I thought Cooper had more tools in his bag.
Well, Cooper had power.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Raiders.
I was just looking up Amegadjie. 36-18.
Yeah.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Delmar Glaze, tackle, Maryland.
It's a run.
Yeah, this is emptying out the cupboard right now. This is
yeah, man. You're on the last train out, man.
No, this is
get
like,
one while you
if
can.
You want a tackle that you think is OT3, not OT4, not your pure developmental borderline practice squad guy. Now's the time. Like Javon Foster's going to go quick.
There's 3 left.
Yeah, no, this is it.
It's
like,
Foster, Christian Jones, Garrett Greenfield.
Yeah, they're ringing the bell right now.
That's all you got. So, last call, boys. Get your tackles.
I mean, Julian Perlauer went and they called him guard. Yeah, no, this is Caden Wallace already went. Matt Goncalves from Pittsburgh, I would throw in that group.
Yeah, injury. He's coming off injury.
No, I understand that. He had a bunch of 30 visits. Yeah, I would say Christian Jones is at the top of that group, followed really quickly by Javon Foster, Rouse. But he's borderline that 4 for me.
Yeah,
he's borderline that needs more work than can be your week 1 backup.
He might be the practice squad guy.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. We are at the tail end of that OT2 group.
Oh, it's last call.
And it went quick. As far as the Bears pick for Amegadjie, super long arms, 36-18. Some people saw him as a guard because of some of his limitations in his pass rush snaps. He is 6'5", 323, big hands. Testing numbers were good, not amazing. It's the one beam of sunshine.
I just noticed, so chat can see it on the screen. Behind you is all the handprints that you can see on the glass from my godson, my 4-year-old godson, no, 3-year-old godson, who was enthusiastically watching helicopters one day.
Nice.
And, post chicken nuggets, just... Ooh!
Give me helicopters.
Yeah, the military decided to do like their flybys that day.
Yeah.
He was having the time of his fucking life.
Dude, I mean, chicken nuggets and helicopters, I'm in.
Yeah, no, it was a great day. It's a great day. I just noticed all the tiny little handprints on the glass.
Maid's day off.
That's so funny.
I'm just glad we don't have a shot of the island.
Oh, yeah, no, the island's a mess right now.
The island is 2 guys talking about football for 3 days. That's the decor.
Clean your house, Brett. Yeah, I think I'm going to bust out the Windex after the stream.
Yeah, trust me, he will, actually. No, I'm not. I'm whelmed with the Amegadjie pick. I'm not underwhelmed. I'm not overwhelmed.
I think it's one of those eat your vegetables.
It kind of is, but I would have rather eaten my vegetables like Pooney or maybe Javon Foster.
You heard it here first. EJ likes to eat Pooney. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Okay. All right. At least I'm not handling balls.
3 pours deep. What do you expect?
Not much more. Really, not much more. All right, best available players. We should talk about that while we have a moment of zen. All right, what pick are we at? What number pick total? 50, blah, blah, blah,
good question.
60.
We are at pick number, it's like 80-something, I think. Hold on.
Third round.
think.
Bears was 75. Yeah, we got to be getting up there.
We're 78. We're Texans.
78.
Texans pick is
Okay, at pick 78, would you be surprised to hear, I know you wouldn't be surprised about Troy Franklin, would you be surprised to hear Roman Wilson still on the board?
No.
Jatavian Sanders?
No.
I had him in the 50s.
I'm not surprised.
I had him in the 50s.
Oh, I don't know if you got that text.
I didn't get that text. You could tell me about these things, before now.
I thought you got that text.
No, Christian Haynes.
That one I'm surprised about. A little bit.
TJ Tampa? In the 70s, I'm surprised.
A little bit, yeah.
Peyton Wilson, surprised but
That's
not surprised.
medical.
We know it's medical at this point. Adisa Isaac, borderline. Cam Kinchins, a little early. Pooney, a little early.
Ooh. Texans.
Jaden Hicks, man. What do you say he goes to the Texans? Just cuz.
Oh, they traded up. They must really like it.
With the 78th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kalen Bullock, defensive
Center fielder, pure and clean.
Rangy free safety.
Marcus Williams is a great comp.
Yeah. This is your post safety.
No, clearly.
We are playing single high coverages. This is our free safety. He's not going to be involved in the run game.
No,
but
he's not going to rush the quarterback. He's not filling the alley. He is center field, pure and clean.
Yeah, no. 3/4 of the earth covered by water. The other quarter's covered by Kalen Bullock. Like, that's the kind of range we're talking about here. Like, he is... Like, it's not just hash to hash. All right.
I feel like that's disingenuous when they show the downhill blow-up rep, the one.
Not a whole lot of those.
No.
But I'm telling you, when he opens his hips and goes...
Look at DeMarco. He's smiling.
Oh, my God. Like, he can get from far hash to sideline.
Oh, he's...
Which, as far as free safeties go in this class, there's like three.
No. This guy
three
is
that can do
an
it.
air-to-air defender.
Oh, my God.
Back end, back third. It's his. He's going to own it. He is, although he's not super physical against the run or in tackling, he is very physical at the catch point.
Yeah.
He will give you the business, talking about the former NFL ref.
I
Giving
love
him
that
the business.
pick.
Like, yeah.
I love that pick so much. So you got Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock with Stingley, Petre. Yeah.
They're going to be ass kickers in the secondary.
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 79th pick to the Indianapolis Colts.
Ooh, they went down again. Monty Ossenfort just dealing. You want one? I got one. How many you want? What'll it cost? There you go.
On Calvez, but
On Calvez.
Close.
That's excellent work. Again.
I think he could be inside. I think he'll be better inside.
Yeah.
He's one of these guys where it's like, yes, try him at tackle, see if it works.
Boy.
But I think he's going to be a really good guard.
Yeah.
Like, really, really good guard.
You know why they did it?
Why?
Seattle wanted him
Yeah, probably.
at 81.
Yeah, probably.
No, Seattle wanted him in 81. They had him in for a 30 visit.
Yeah.
They wanted him to back up Abe, possibly. Like, they wanted him.
So, but they listed him as a tackle, which is interesting because I don't necessarily think.
Bengals wasting no time. They're like, he's still there?
Who's the Bengals taken so far? They took. Who'd they take in the first round?
So far, the Bengals have taken Amarius Mims and Chris Jenkins.
Could use an interior. Oh, no. Chris Jenkins is the interior. Could use tight end?
They were the Bowers' destination for months.
Maybe. Is this Jatavian Sanders?
Jatavian? Oh, look it up. Look it up.
TJ looks enthusiastic about it.
Dude, he's still built like a house.
Bengals Jim and all my Bengals fans up there, what's up? So this pick means something to me as I've been training this kid for a long time.
Oh, that's cool.
He's going to be drafted by the Bengals. So with the 80th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jermaine Burton, wide receiver.
Look out. Uh-oh. Joe Burrow to Burton.
Oh, baby.
Oh, that is a fire pick.
Okay, as far as tape grade. Top 10 receiver in this draft. Top 10 receiver in this draft. Unreal ball skills, sideline artist, does like fucking like blood magic along the sidelines. I don't understand how he got some of those balls. Great route runner, legitimate juice to attack all three levels of the field. Great football player. I don't know what else there is with this that has nothing to do with being a football player, but holy shit, as a football player, he's really good.
Yeah, Jermaine Burton, 6 foot, 196. You might look at the production and say, oh, he has less than 800 yards. Has a lot to do with his quarterbacking. Honestly, the most cartoonish stat line in this entire draft. Jermaine Burton, this is crazy. Yards per catch.
Gotta be
22.7.
Stupid, yeah.
First in the class by a mile. ADOT, 20.6. The average throw to Jermaine Burton was 2 first downs long. Like, yeah, he only had 33 receptions for 749 yards in the regular season. Yeah, he only had 7 touchdowns. He averaged over 20 yards per catch. It was throw it up, and Burton is down there somewhere. And, you know, this is the Bengals planning for life after T moves on. Like, Charlie's still going to be their slot.
Yeah.
And they're just like, hey,
no,
Jermaine, you want to be Z?
God, that's a good pick. Yeah. I think, hopefully, maybe,
well,
possibly.
They are comfortable with the off-the-field stuff. A bunch of other teams weren't. On talent alone, should have been off the board a little bit sooner.
Damn. Damn.
That is a fire pick, for sure.
So, I do want to touch on Troy Franklin.
Still hanging out.
Y'all believe me now?
I don't know that I believe you. I know that the league knows something we don't at this point. I know you don't.
Y'all call me an Oregon hater.
No,
call me an Oregon hater.
I just don't think.
Not you.
No, but there were so many people in the league that like Franklin that at this point there's something there.
He's small.
Dude, some smaller guys have gone. Like, he's also fast and had 1,349 yards from a quarterback who had the lowest ADOT in the class. Like, he's a productive dude.
No, he's productive, 100%. I just think there are elements to his game that NFL teams just don't like.
Obviously, but I wonder
struggles against press man coverage.
It's not more than that at this point because of where we are in the receiver room.
I think there is the capacity for like one, maybe two guys that are undersized that can't work against press man coverage to go early in the draft, and they already went. And
there you go.
It's just it's a size strength league. And when I say size, I don't mean height. I'm talking like mass. It's a size strength league. You're playing against grown men.
Yeah, Xavier Worthy's 165.
I'm saying there's the capacity for like one or two of those guys to go. And they already went.
And they went. But I mean, there's only one of them that's gone.
But that's what
McConkey's 186 and Pearsall's 189. But 189 for receivers, like fine.
But
there's two guys that are like under one.
But even then, if you look at Malik Washington at his height, 190, there's density, there's muscle mass, there's
like a running
strength,
back.
right?
Yeah, he looks like a running back.
Even Xavier Worthy, he's shorter at 165. If you're 6'2", 6'3", sub 180, you're fucking tiny.
Yeah, you're Tyquan Thornton.
And teams are scared of that. Like, I took the bait with Tyquan. I took the bait. And, like, that, honestly, missing on Tyquan is what made me really take a serious look at Troy.
Fair enough.
And I think the league did, too. Tyler Lockett, let's go.
Let's go.
As we fight in the state of Washington to make girls flag football a sanctioned sport. Everybody that's watching in Washington, let's vote and make this happen. And now, to all the 12s and everybody watching, with the 81st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Christian Haynes.
Oh, great pick.
That's so good.
Great pick.
Oh, man, baby, if you need a right guard, that's your guy.
That is the right guard in the draft.
That is the right guard. He is so athletic. He is so good on outside zone.
And he is nasty.
Boy, I think he's going to start for them.
Boom.
Right, they got Anthony Bradford. They took him last year in this same round. Or no, they took him in the 4th round. He's so much better than Bradford. Like, I love Christian Haynes.
Doom! His tape is fun to watch. He gives guys trouble.
This is a long-term starter at guard that they got in the 3rd round. It's a tale as old as time. We see it every single year.
Yeah, this is the sweet spot.
There's kick-ass guards that go in the 3rd round. He's the next one.
No, this is the sweet spot. It starts right about now, middle of the 3rd, and it goes to the middle of the 5th. And you get great guards, and typically used to get good centers. Now the centers have started to creep up a little bit because of, I would just say, positional emphasis. But holy crap. All right, are we going to get our long corner for the Cardinals? Or are you going to end my wait here for the long corner?
Kyrie's still there.
Got a couple.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Tip Ryman.
Oh,
okay.
12 personnel runs about to go crazy in Arizona.
Dude, you got Trey and Tip.
They can block their asses off, both of them.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And I know somebody that's really happy about the Tip Ryman pick.
Eric Alco.
That's right. Eric is out of his chair right now that his guy got picked at 82. There's a lot of people really hot on Tip Ryman. And if you had told me, here's a pick 'em I would have lost. Shout out to our sponsor, Underdog, for making this stream possible, making our 2 years of football content possible. By the way, if you like our content, support our sponsors, whether it's Underdog, Homage. Go get you some fresh threads for your team. They've got draft-only stuff. Anyways, if I had bet the pick'em that Jatavian Sanders was going to go after Tip Ryman, I would have lost all day long. Take my money. But I didn't get the text.
Off the top, well, yeah, there's stuff there.
There's stuff there. I didn't get the text. See?
Chad, if you're wondering why Jatavian Sanders hasn't gone yet, there's stuff there.
There's stuff there. Okay.
I'm not saying it's like crazy stuff, but there's stuff.
But it's stuff there. It made Tip Ryman go first. All right. I'll be right back.
But I'm going to have you do camera shit whenever you come back, by the way. So prepare your knob-turning fingers.
Nope. Absolutely not. Not doing it. Oh. Turn your own knobs.
Turn my knobs, EJ.
Turn your own knobs. Not doing it. All right.
ISO way up on this one and then down on that one.
Way up on this one. We're going up to like 2,000.
That's good. Right there's good.
2,500?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
And we'll turn you down on that one.
And with the 83rd pick
Bruce.
in the 2024 NFL Draft, the two-time Super Bowl champion Los Angeles Rams select
160.
Oh, do the other knob, top right.
No, I'm on ISO.
Yeah, I know. Do the other one, though. If you're already at 160, that means we're basically maxed out.
125 right now.
Go up.
So 160.
Yeah. More.
200.
More.
250.
More.
320.
More.
400.
All right, close enough.
4's good.
Yeah, we're fine. It works. They can see us at least. That's what matters.
See us at least.
We're visible.
All right.
That's the thing with changing light conditions.
Yes.
It's a little. Blake Corum. So it's appropriate that EJ is gone for this pick so that he cannot rain on our collective parade. I like Blake Corum a lot. He was in my top tier of running backs. If we're talking about vision, balance, quick feet, just a wicked jump cut, this is a great fit for the Rams, especially because they moved away from a lot of the zone stuff last year, and they started moving towards gap schemes. Like, they ran a lot of gap schemes last year, more than you ever would expect for a Sean McVay offense. And Blake Corum is the ultimate gap scheme running back in this draft class. Like, in terms of just getting downhill and using lateral agility, balance, and vision to just pick the right hole, work your way through the trash. Blake Corum is the best running back in this class for that. I think he's a perfect fit. He can also catch the ball, too. You know, as far as what's going to happen with Kiran, I don't think this really hurts Kiran, if anything. I think this means that you can give Kiran 15 fresh carries a game. You can give Blake 10 to 12 fresh carries a game. Will there be a bell cow? No, but that's the modern NFL. There's no bell cow. There's very few bell cows in the NFL. If we're just talking about 1-2 punches, Blake Corum is the best number 2 punch I think they could have gotten for that system in this class. I love this pick. Oh, and by the way, he's a great locker room guy too. So I adore this. I adore it. It's a great pick. And whenever EJ comes back and gives his opinion on Blake Corum, just completely ignore it. Completely ignore it. Steelers up. Eisen is just dying right now.
You know he's going to work, though.
Yeah, Roman Wilson will work in Pittsburgh. Honestly, he's probably going to be their Deontay replacement. I don't think he's quite Deontay, but as far as role, he's their Deontay replacement. And I like it. At this range of the draft, I like it. There were some people that had him early second round, and that would have been it's I can stomach it, but it's not ideal. If we're talking third round, yeah, I'm down for that.
Physical talent, for sure.
He's got speed. He's got burst. He's Mr. Third Down. As far as just making tough catches on third down when you absolutely need him to, he'll do that. Is he going to be the number 1 there? No, but ideally Pickens is. So it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
It's two Michigan players that EJ wasn't super high on back-to-back going in the third round.
Now I don't have to worry about it. They're off the
now
board.
You don't have to worry about it?
Rich is super happy.
Yeah.
We want to see Rich Eisen happy.
All right, 6 Michigan players off the board so far. Probably
another Browns pick.
10 to 12 more to go.
So, little AFC North of Palooza. Yes, Rich Eisen does indeed need a moment. And maybe a moist towelette.
There's a lot of people that took Kiran in Dynasty that are distraught right now.
You know who's distraught? It's Harbaugh.
Yeah, he wanted him real bad. But it's okay. He'll still get Cornelius Johnson on day 3.
He will indeed get Cornelius Johnson on day 3 and be very happy about that. And so will Chargers fans, by the way.
Take the cards for $20. Thank you, Take the Cards. I love Monty's draft picks and value last year. Starting to think he likes the smell of his own farts now. Seems like two very different drafts.
I don't think so. I think they're actually similar. I think people thought he was going to change radically from last year, and he's not. Like, he showed us who he was, and that's who he is. If you're going to give him value for his pick, he's going to take 2 for 1.
He likes a shotgun approach.
I don't disagree.
Because he looks at overall hit rates, and he's like, I want a volume play.
And he's getting them.
And some of them he's going to miss. There's actually a couple in this draft already that I wasn't, like, amazingly fond of. But not that I hated them, but they weren't, like, my ideal picks for them. And maybe... statistically, something he's already taken will fail, but that's why he's getting a volume of picks, is so that statistically that failure doesn't hurt as much.
But the crazy thing is he already has 6.
It's impossible that all 6 of those guys are going to work out.
It's not impossible. It's unlikely.
Well, let's run through the list. So you got Marvin. You got Darius. We like those two a lot.
Trey Benson. And then he goes off the reservation.
A little off the rails, yeah.
And then he goes Max Melton, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryan. And I'm like,
I would say 2.
It's
at least 2 of those probably won't work.
Yeah.
But that's why you get double-digit picks in a draft, is so that even if you're only hitting on 40%, you still get 4 good players per draft. That's what you want.
I fully agree. But the top of that draft, this is literally the tale of 2 drafts. Top of that draft, yeah.
Audio is dying?
Uh-oh. Oh, I've just sent me a message. P.S. The mic is choppy.
Mic is choppy.
That's what I got.
But other people say we're fine. Okay, if the mic sounds choppy, refresh the stream. See if that fixes it. Because other people are saying if you refresh the stream, you're okay.
Oh, well, definitely listen to chat.
So maybe YouTube is fucking up. I don't know.
Well, we have been at it a while.
Yeah, we're going on more than 4 hours now.
Yeah, we have been at it a bit.
Quick reminder, by the way, if you just joined us, this stream was made possible by Underdog. So if you guys feel like drafting rookies in best ball, or you want to do NBA pick'ems, or NHL pick'ems, or baseball pick'ems, or golf pick'ems, or season-long football pick'ems with these rookies, those are already out now, and you feel so inclined to check out what Underdog has to offer, you can do so at the link in the description or the QR code that's on the screen. If you're in any of these states that I just put on the screen, you are eligible to play on Underdog. So don't think that you don't live in an area where it's available, because you probably do. Again, put the QR code on the screen. Check it out. Anything you deposit up to $100, they will match up to $100. Not a fan of the Zak Zinter pick.
How many Michigan guys in a row are we going to have?
Now we're at 7, maybe 8.
Oh, my God. I really like Zak Zinter. Zak Zinter is, I swear to God, the Michigan lineman in this draft who people didn't highly regard, who will probably not start, and likely that's the case on the Browns. He will come in as an injury replacement. He will play 6 or 7 years, sign a second contract, and people will be like, you know what? That Zak Zinter guy is pretty solid. He's a good dude. Like, it always happens.
John Runyon.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I just stopped resisting. That's all there is.
When I say I'm not a fan of it, it's not that I don't see the value in Zak Zinter. But third round's a little rich for me, is what I'm trying to convey here.
I absolutely can see third round being too high. I did not have him in that range. I don't typically do round grades, but it's early for me. But they believe, like, they see the player they like, and they're willing to do it. I have a hard time going against this one. There are some players that get picked up high who I don't have great faith in, and I'm like, I'm really shaky on that guy, like whether it's landing spot or whether it's college tape. I don't know. There are other guys way down low. I'm like, I don't love him, but I can't bet against him. Zak Zinter is like the leader in the clubhouse in that category this year.
I will say this. Phenomenal locker room guy, and he's huge. Sometimes they just work out.
To the San Francisco 49ers. And with the 86th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the NFC champion, San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, spice. Oh, great pick.
Ooh, yeah.
And thus the Kansas run begins.
The Kansas run begins. That's great. Okay. Pooney to me, again, I put him on my interior rankings. They announced him as a tackle, which means they might try him at tackle. But, I mean, shit, he might even compete with McKivitz for right tackle.
Yep.
He doesn't have the most explosive first step. He relied a lot on jump sets to just get on top of guys, because if he was trying to do a vertical set, he didn't really have the most explosive feet to get there, right? So did a lot of jump sets where he would literally just run out there and get in front of the guy and be like, all right, we're here, let's do battle. And because of that play style with those jump sets where he would kind of take the fight to the DE, he wouldn't do an angle set or a vertical set and wait for a move. He wouldn't give a runway. He would just go out there and be like, all right, let's box. He developed really, really fantastic mirroring skills, because that's what he had to do every rep to survive. He had to mirror. He had to get in front of guys and then go left, go right, go left, go right.
Oh.
Oh, no, I'm a professional, EJ.
Oh, okay.
I can preserve whiskey.
I get
Don't worry.
paid to do this.
Today. And so I thought he had one of the best just pure mirrors in this class outside of like the top tier offensive tackles. Again, a lot of other tackle traits I don't think he has, but that's part of the reason why I thought he'd be a really good guard, because that's kind of what guard play is you're getting on top of a guy real quick and then you're just mirroring. And he's real fucking good at that. I know. I blew right through that one. Don't clip that check. But I think, maybe he could compete with McKivitz for right tackle, but he's probably going to be a really good guard.
Only if he gets on top of him quick.
Fuck.
I really like Dominic Pooney. I had him as a tackle, not as a guard. A lot of people had him as an interior player. I think the fit with San Francisco is good. He's the last guy in my third tier. So Amegadjie, that went to the Bears, was on top of that. Blake Fisher, who went much earlier, actually. He was the first guy. Dominic Pooney just got picked. Roger Rosengarten, and then Kingsley was that tier. So we are now through the sort of developmental tier tackle, end of day 2. That cupboard is not empty, but you have like Christian Jones, Javon Foster, and Garrett Greenfield. Like that's who's left.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I like the prospects actually for all three of those guys. Maybe even better than some of the guys taken a little bit higher, but it was a great tackle draft. We soaked in the first round. We just took as many as we could. We started a run. We had to pick some other positions in round 2. Round 3, we're back. We're cleaning out the tackle closet. We all got our picks. We're moving on.
Lance Fryermuth for $10. I missed the Bengals pick. Someone tell me how to feel about Jermaine Burton. You should feel really good about the Jermaine Burton pick. I think he's one of the 10 best pure receivers in this class. He's only there because of like off the field stuff, and I don't really have the full story on that. But if the off the field stuff checks out, which the Bengals have a history of taking chances on those kind of guys and seeing what happens. If the off the field stuff is behind him, he's gonna be a real damn good football player.
Yeah.
So Bengals got a good one. They got a good one, and I feel a lot better about them trading T now and being okay. Because Burton can be their number 2 day 1 and be all right.
It'll be fascinating to see if any trades happen tonight, either for the San Francisco wide receivers or for T. I doubt it.
It would have to be for a future pick, but at that point, I think their current teams would just keep them because they're both trying to win a Super Bowl.
I don't disagree. I think the chances that because they weren't, again, the situation was the same when the draft ended last night. They had all day today. All quiet on the Western Front. That at that point, when the draft started, no trades had been announced. It was a declining possibility. I'm not saying it's gone. I'm saying the chances have lessened significantly because these are picks that would have been in play.
If you're asking the 49ers and the Bengals to actively hurt their Super Bowl chances for this year, it's going to cost a lot in 2025 assets, and I just don't think any team's willing to do that right now. So,
Yep.
Jack T for 14 Canadian. Hey, fellas, long-time listener, first-time Super Chat. Thanks for keeping me entertained as I've been studying K in traffic for the last 2 hours driving home from stuck in traffic. For the last 2 hours, somebody was doing this on the phone. For the last 2 hours driving home from uni. Rate the Steelers draft 1 to 10 so far. 10 for me.
Yeah, super solid.
Dallas Cowboys select Marist Liufau, linebacker.
Oh,
Didn't get to him.
you can have him.
Didn't get to him.
You can have him. So, Maris Liufau, linebacker, Notre Dame, did his tape first. Like I said, I always do tape first. Didn't have a great grade on him. Watched him work out on the combine field. Was right next to him. I thought, man, this guy, he's a really good mover. Like, he moves way better than I thought. What did I miss on tape? Went back to tape, was immediately underwhelmed. It's one of those guys that you might call him a practice player, you might call him a workout warrior, whatever. Great looking athlete, really can move. You'd think, oh, tremendous. With pads on, I would no better than solid. Like solid, but not like super impactful, not explosive. Seems like a really good team guy, locker room guy, just from his sort of body language on the field and how people related to him. But if you look at his individual impact on the field, it just wasn't there for me. I ended up with a really low grade on him.
I did Bertrand, but not him. So I can't really comment on him. I do want to get back to Jack's question, though. With the reason why I say 10 for the Steelers, this is their draft so far. Troy Fautanu, Zach Frazier, Roman Wilson. You have two fantastic future pieces for the offensive line and an immediate slot receiver in Roman Wilson. How could you not rate that a 10 for me?
7 for me, but that's fine. If it was just the offensive lineman, it was 10.
Oh, the Roman.
Yeah, and again, not terrible. 7's good. 7's passing.
These fucking Wisconsin motherfuckers.
You don't have to play against him in the division, man. This is your running back, Marshawn Lloyd. Caleb's running back.
Why do you
at
have
USC.
to go there?
Because they pick good runners, they pick good safeties, they pick good corners. They have struggled with wide receiver. They pick great quarterbacks, let's be honest. They pick decent tight ends and great offensive linemen who are super versatile. They choose good players for the most part. Inside linebacker, I'd say, is meh. Defensive line, up and down. Some great ones, some not so great ones. Marshawn Lloyd, what is my fourth rated running back?
Every time the Packers are announcing a pick, I just know I'm about to get gutted.
Yeah, it does start to feel that way after a while. So, Trey Benson, who's gone. Jonathan Brooks, who's gone. Jalen Wright, who is not gone. So I went Benson, Wright, Brooks in the top tier, and then Marshawn Lloyd led off my second tier.
NFL doesn't like Tennessee players from that system.
I understand that. I do. Oh my God. Him and Winfield in the same secondary?
Here's my question. What do you do with Christian Izien?
I'm sorry. If Christian Izien's keeping you from picking Tykee Smith, you're doing it wrong.
He was awesome last year.
Not like this.
Kinda.
No, not like this. I disagree.
Put some respect on Christian Izien's name.
No, I like Izien. I love Tykee Smith. It's different.
Unless they think he can play like true safety. I mean, maybe they do.
Absolute dog. This is my top nickel in the class. Above Sanderstill. Philly kid. Plays with absolute abandon, but it is focused. He is not just wild. He is coming for screens, slots, running backs, two-way goes, anything within 10 yards. He's got the speed to carry down the field. Doesn't have to do it all that often. Average depth of reception, even as a corner, was 6.7, which is like two-thirds.
It's hitches.
Nobody's getting
hitches.
anything.
Yeah.
So even the catches he gave up, nobody got anything. Love Tykee Smith. Super aggressive, physical, smart, excellent tackler. Sees it before it happens, much like his safety who went much earlier than him, Javon Bullard. Tampa Bay got a good one. Great one.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, good line.
It's not,
DJ.
though. He's not the nickel store. Get out of here.
I mean, he could play nickel.
Oh, he's outside, dude.
No, but
so
I'm saying he
good
could
outside.
play nickel.
Yeah, but he's so good outside. Watch these highlights. Elijah Jones, one of my just huge question mark players in this draft in terms of why more people weren't talking about him. We talked about how good Lassiter's stats were at corner. I'm going to go back to Elijah Jones's stats.
So the one thing with Elijah Jones, he's extremely talented. He's aggressive. And here's the thing that jumps out with corners at all-star games. Individual drills are stacked against them. The one-on-one drills are stacked against them at all-star games. If you not just survive but thrive in one-on-ones at an all-star game, you're a really damn good corner. That was one of the things that really made me love Bernardo Green, is that nobody caught anything on him in one-on-ones at Shrine Bowl when one-on-ones are designed for the receiver to win. Elijah Jones was the same thing at Senior Bowl. We just don't know why he was dismissed from the team. We've never gotten an answer on that.
No, and I've asked a good many people, but in terms of, we've already seen a bunch of players that have questionable stuff off the field. We saw T'Vondre Sweat go off. We saw some other players that had questionable things on the field. So we don't know what Elijah Jones' issue is, but let's talk about the player on the field. 6'2", 185, ran 4.4, track star in high school, academic All-American. On the field, the reception percentage, lowest in this class for top cornerbacks, 32.5%. NFL passer rating when targeted, 18.1.
Better throw it at the ground.
It's like 30 if you drop the ball at your feet. How do you get 18? You give up 5 picks to Elijah Jones in the few times that you throw at him. Great size, great speed, dominant tape, ball production. Everything you want in a corner. I had no answer for why Elijah Jones would last to pick 90, why he wasn't on any lists. I kept asking people, have you watched Elijah Jones tape? It was like a litmus test for corners in this draft. Have you seen it? And they're like, I think he's all right. I'm like, all right. Like, size, speed, production, give me a break. And nobody had an answer. The only thing is one line in Dane Brugler's The Beast says, left the team after 9 games due to a non-injury issue. That's all it says. I asked 6 people, what do you know about this non-injury issue? None of them said anything. None of them said, I don't know. None of them said, I can't say. Nobody said anything. Take that as you will, because it's not a negative, it's not a positive. We just don't know what the heck it is. Probably scary because nobody wants to talk about it. And a player with that size played in a good conference. That's the other thing. If he was at some small school, okay, I get
Boston
it.
College.
Yeah, he played in the ACC. Come on. Like, he faced really good wide receivers and still came up with all those stats. One of my favorite corners in this class on tape. Arizona gets a good one as long as the off-field stuff works out for them.
If the Packers take Mason McCormick here,
there will be
blood.
There will be hands.
There will be blood.
We'll be throwing hands next time we see Grossi. Even though we love Grossi. No, I would never hit Tom, but I would threaten.
But Marcus, we're coming for you.
No, Marcus. Yeah, I would hit Marcus. No, just kidding. It was just on Marcus's show like a week ago.
They're going to go to Marcus's chat. EJ said he's going to beat the shit out of you.
EJ said he'd hit you, man. Nah, just did a great show about picks past the top 100 with Marcus about a week before the draft. One of the most fun shows I got to do in the last 2.5 weeks because we don't get to talk about those guys a lot.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, no. But, yeah, Packers draft generally makes me angry because they pick good players. If they pick garbage players, like my biggest celebrations are when the Packers pick somebody that I absolutely hate. And I get to do it like once a year.
Dude, we should go to Portillo's. Sorry, I every time we talk about the Packers, my Chicago part of my brain activates, and I was like, oh man, I really want some Italian beef.
Yeah, maybe. No, let's see who they pick, but the Packers do have a knack for picking players that I have high grades on.
For people that don't know,
when they picked Quay Walker up high, I was like, yeah, let's go.
And then he ended up being good.
It's okay. Linebacker. He's good.
All right.
He's solid.
Special teams.
I think he's better, actually. But
he's not playing over edge.
No, not right away. But if you're just talking about in terms of skill, I actually like Tyron Hopper. After I watched his tape, I reached out to our buddy Tucker Franklin from KCSN because not only is he the producer at KCSN, he's also a Missouri guy, does a Missouri football show, and I said, what can you tell me about Tyron Hopper? Because I don't know. I think he's pretty good. He's pretty solid. Like, he doesn't seem great against the pass. Very solid run fits. Very solid physical player. Reads were pretty good. Vision was good. Gap discipline was good. Again, if you want a guy to play, downhill between the numbers, I thought he was pretty solid.
I think he's the kind of guy that, with the new kickoff rules, is exactly who you want on kickoff cover team.
Yeah. Sure.
Like, that's honestly why I'm drafting him here. Yeah. If I have any reason to, it's because I think he's going to be like a demon on kickoff cover.
In the third round, I'm not super mad about that pick, and it's a Green Bay pick, so I'm calling that a win.
Chat, for those who don't know, by the way, as a follow-up, we do have one Portillo's in Southern California, but only one.
Really?
We do.
Is it closer or farther away than we're now?
20 minutes.
Let's go.
All right, he's your guy, EJ.
Dude, come on. Jalen McMillan, Cade Otton, they're just building a Huskies team.
Yeah.
No, Jalen McMillan. So they have him as a slot, 6 foot, 6'1", just under 200 pounds, had an incredibly productive 2022, was hurt for the beginning of 2023, really only came back at the end of the season, last 4 or 5 games, but you'll see in these highlights, again, some really good Pac-12 corners, knows how to get open in short spaces, the short to medium stuff. He is a real route technician, but he also has explosiveness in his frame. Again, highly productive. The A-dot, not super deep. That was definitely Rome and, to an extent, Jalen Polk's role, but you could tell the difference in this team when McMillan was on the field and wasn't on the field. I'm really high on him as his potential production. The way he fits in with this offense, love it. Like, really, really think Baker's going to enjoy throwing to him.
I think he's either a solid 3 or a really good 4.
Yeah. And I think he has the potential to be a 2 from the slot.
Specifically.
Yeah, but he could be a 2 production.
What do you think about him being their future plans post-Godwin? Because Godwin's their slot.
Right. It depends on how well he meshes with their system. Let's be honest, I love McMillan. I do not have a grade anywhere near Godwin for McMillan. I think he could replicate a lot of that production. Obviously, it's going to be a whole lot cheaper him being picked in the 3rd round. I really like Jalen McMillan.
Phoenix has a Lou Malnati's?
Yeah. No, Phoenix has a lot of Chicago snowbirds.
What?
Yeah. Phoenix has a lot of snowbirds.
Why do they get one and we don't?
Snowbirds. Business.
It doesn't snow here. I mean, it does up in the mountains, but...
Snowbirds. Do you know what snowbirds are?
I do, but okay. What the fuck?
not that many people from Chicago are snowbirds in Southern California because
Yeah, it's expensive. I get it.
There you
But can we get a lose?
can we get
Can we just have that? Also, while we're at it, can we get no Cheval? And can we also get a? Let's see, what else do we want?
Well, if you want a good bagel, all you got to do is go to Vegas.
LA is not a bagel town.
I know Vegas is.
Vegas is a bagel town. LA is not a bagel. LA is a croissant town. Weird enough.
Sure.
Like, I'm dying to find a good bagel around downtown. I got nothing, but we got croissants on every freaking block.
Well, when you come up, there is now finally a good bagel place near us.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Well,
legit.
For those that don't know, EJ's lore. He worked in a bagelry.
It's true.
When in his youth, so the man and he is in New York too, so he knows bagels very well.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about rankings. Who's left at this point? The Troy Franklin thing is like flashing red light. So Odunze, Harrison, Neighbors, Brian Thomas Jr., Xavier Leggett, Ricky Pearsall. Troy Franklin is my 7. He's the only one. He's the lone holdout here. Keon Coleman, Xavier Worthy. Malik was 1 rank ahead of Jalen McMillan, so we might get a sneaky Malik Washington.
Let's see who's coming up here on picks.
Ladd McConkey was my 12 because I just couldn't get over it. Who'd Polk go to? Did he go?
Yeah, Polk went to the
Yeah, he went
who was it?
Not Patriots? No.
It was Patriots.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Patriots. Malachi Corley is already off the board. Jermaine Burton off the board. A.D. Mitchell off the board. And Javon Baker. Yeah.
Teacher.
Who's going to pick Malik Washington?
Philly.
Yeah, sure. I could see it.
Need a slot.
Yeah, no. I'd be thrilled with it. He'd be thrilled with it.
Oh, yeah.
Jalen would be like thrilled with it.
Because the only other pick, so you got the Ravens coming up. You got the Eagles,
Yeah.
Bills. The Bills are just made of
So
slot
I've got,
receivers.
out of the top 17 receivers, I have Malik and Javon Baker, besides Troy Franklin, which at this point there's something going on. He's twice as far as I thought he'd fall in the order, given his production.
We're about where I thought he would go.
Yeah, well, we're at 93. If you told me Troy Franklin got out of 80, I could have seen him going at 40.
I mean, shit, DJ had him at 76, and that was 20 picks ago.
I understand.
And everybody thought DJ was low. That was 20 picks ago.
I get it. Which makes me think, much like Jatavian Sanders,
There's something.
there's something going on. Because at this point, you're just taking the talent. Like, it's a 1,300-yard receiver in the Pac-12. Like,
Back up. I'm here with my sons, Sam, Max.
Sam is a unit.
All born in Baltimore, and they're all raised to say one thing. Steelers suck. Oh my goodness.
That's great.
The 93rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Adisa Isaac.
Yeah! Let's go. That's a perfect fit.
That's so Ravens.
That's so Ravens. That is a perfect fit. I am jazzed about that fit.
That's so Ravens.
That's great.
Oh my God. Good pick.
Oh, man.
Good pick.
They always do it.
When in doubt, they take the Penn State edge rusher.
No, when in doubt, they just take.
They've done it 3 times in like the last 5 years.
Yeah, no, they just take the player that is highly rated that's still sitting there, and they're like, geez, it's picked 93. This guy could have gone at 60.
Because they took Owe, they took Adisa. Ojabo was Michigan, not Penn State.
Correct.
But, I mean, shit.
You know who's sitting out there?
Who?
Book.
Austin Booker?
This is the range for him.
I'm trying to think. So, oh, man. Who do we got coming up? Philly, maybe. You think he's Buffalo style?
Who?
Booker?
Book? No, not unless they're changing their style.
Then you got Jacksonville, Cincinnati. Oh, he might be the Steelers style.
Maybe. They've really transitioned to speed.
but to give him a little bit of a change-up.
No, they've transitioned to speed. They used to only take the hulks. I mean, you remember. But they made a serious effort 6 or 7 years ago to go, nope, we're going to get smaller, we're going to get faster.
I think he fits them as their third.
Could. I mean, he'd follow Highsmith and learn from him.
I would, and I know they have Herbig, but Booker's just different than Herbig.
Very.
Right?
No, bring something else entirely.
With the 94th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalyx Hunt.
Woo!
Houston Christian.
Okay, just betting the trades.
Overbook. I didn't see that coming.
Nah, this is just they're betting traits.
Which it's the Eagles. They always bet on trades.
No,
I'm not super surprised by that.
Not saying it's wrong, but yeah, there is a lot of runaround on his tape. There is very little of that. Like you see it occasionally, but you see a lot of downs in between where he is just running around trying to figure out what's going on. Super athletic.
They did the same thing with Nolan.
100%.
Where it's like, hey.
But look at that in coverage with the pick.
That's what
they drop him in coverage a lot. Like Jalyx, I'm talking about now. He was in coverage a lot for an end of his size. Reminded me of Leonard Floyd in terms of always dropping those long arms out, taking away the passing lanes. He's got a lot of work to do to put together to be a consistent football player. But you saw the tools. Length, speed, good size.
No, he could just do a lot of shit that other humans can't do.
100%.
Right? Is this early for me? Yes, but also if Hunt reaches his potential,
oh goodness,
what I think of him isn't going to fucking matter. He's going to be a really good player.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle, Duke.
You were higher on him than me. I'll let you take the lead on this one.
Oh, man. Really like Dwayne Carter. Again, his 2022 tape, it's crazy to me that in 2023 he was first team all ACC.
Yeah, 2022 is way better.
His 2022 tape was way better than his 2023 tape. A lot of people feel like he fell off, which I feel like is the only reason he's available down near 100. I actually have this as the range for him. Like 90 to 110 was really where I believed people would not be able to let the talent go anymore. Does miss some tackles, but has the ability to penetrate, can use his hands to get off guards, has a great frame. Like, this is not a guy that's like, oh, well, he's a little small, but, like, no, he has a prototypical NFL D-tackle frame. Good burst. You see the power there. Power's not necessarily his go-to, but he can use it as a change-up to surprise people. I really like Dwayne Carter. I think it's a great pick for the Bills.
Poor Tanner Bortolini. He was the one who got run over there.
There's
like, man,
always
don't put me
guys
on screen
getting
like
rolled
that.
up at the All-Star game. Bo Limmer is forever going to be the guy that Tavondre Sweat just bulldozed.
So I'll tell you what. I actually gave a check mark to Bo Limmer on that rep because I was like, the fact that his
Lost slowly.
Dude, no, the fact that his hamstrings didn't just fucking evaporate on that rep. I was like, okay, he's
For sure.
He's durable.
No. So in terms of edges, we've got Booker left, Mo Kamara, Xavier Thomas. Those guys are probably next up. And then Javon Solomon. Who's your guy?
Yeah, I love Javon Solomon. I got Mo ahead of him.
Yeah.
I think I got Mo ahead of all of them, actually.
Yeah. Of the ones that are left, it's Book, Mo, and then take your pick. Probably Xavier.
So we only have a few more picks left, actually. Believe it or not. We got
TikTok.
5 picks. Let's see, how long have we been streaming? We're
Oh, man.
4:37. Okay, so we'll probably come in at about 5 hours tonight again.
Yep.
And then tomorrow's what? A 7-hour stream? 8-hour stream?
It's usually 7. It's usually about 7. We start 30 minutes before round 4 kicks off, talk about best available, who's left, who we think has had good drafts, and then we're just into it. And if you thought the early pick in round 2's pace was high.
Yeah, they go quicker than we can even talk about.
No, we do them in like bunches of 5 because that's the only way you can get to them. But we will talk about as many of them as we can. We will be here for all of them.
And we will be having little stand up and walk around sessions because sitting on this couch for 8 hours probably
It's a
isn't good for a
long
human
time.
body.
All right, so players that are left, somewhat surprising. These are guys you're going to see all night long and first thing in the morning as best available. Troy Franklin, Jatavian Sanders, TJ Tampa, Peyton Wilson, Cam Kinchins, Jaden Hicks, Brandon Dorless. I am surprised is still on the board.
There's got to be a medical thing.
There's something there or something off the field. You never know.
No, I checked in on the off the field stuff. He's squeaky clean. It's got to be a medical.
Austin Booker, Cade Stover, Dadrion Taylor-Demerson, Javon Baker from the wide receiver corps. He's definitely next besides Troy, which is something else at this point. Devontrez Walker, Jalen Wright, my guy from Tennessee, Chris Abrams-Drain, the corner I really like, Malik Washington, Kyrie Jackson, Cedric Van Pram, Christian Mahogany, and then a couple of quarterbacks, Spencer Rattler, Jordan Travis. Those guys are going to start to come into play early tomorrow.
Leary, maybe.
Leary will be later. I think Leary will be 5 or 6.
Could be. Probably will be, actually.
Yeah.
In regards to Dorless, again, I got a buddy on the staff, and like he swears by the kid. He says he's a great dude. So
seems completely straight up. So
I think it's a medical thing.
It's got to be because, boy, on tape, he's explosive, athletic, he's got great size, good production, played a lot of versatility, played in a bunch of different alignments. So I feel bad for him, but yeah, maybe they found something at the combine.
I will say this, chat has been on this. Rap reported that Peyton Wilson does not have an ACL in one knee.
Neither did Thurman Thomas.
But that's probably the reason.
Oh, I'm not saying it's not.
Among others.
Among others, like, shoulder surgery as a linebacker.
And I think he had a neck thing, too.
Yeah,
right?
no,
yeah.
his medical dossier has got to be about like this.
We're now starting to get to the point where there's so much medical with Peyton Wilson that I wonder if he gets drafted before, like, the 7th round. This might be a Corey Trice type thing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Most explosive linebacker in this class on tape, not close. More so than Edgerrin Cooper, more so than any of them. Most productive linebacker in this class, easily. Like, it's not even close.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Jarrian Jones.
Oh, let's go! Jarrian Jones stays home playing for the Jaguars. Going to be a nickel, might be a safety. Who knows? Absolute dog. Love this dude. Interviewed him. His attitude is top shelf. Yeah.
One of the best nickels in this class.
Agreed.
I would say inarguably one of the 3 best nickels in this class.
Yeah.
Whatever order you want to put the top 3 in is fine, but he better be in it.
Yeah, he's a tier below San Rochelle and Tykee Smith for me, but I had him ahead of Andrew Phillips.
He's awesome.
We're
talking burst, we're talking range, instincts, toughness, tackling ability, everything you want in a nickel, he's got. Like, the fact that you're on the Florida State defense, which was loaded with NFL talent.
Yep.
Loaded with NFL talent.
Yep.
And you're one of the best players on it. Like, Jarrian Jones is for real, folks.
Yep.
Also a great kid.
Oh, he's
Great
wired
kid.
to do it.
I love him.
He's willing. We asked him, hey, do you care? Are you a nickel? You're an outside corner? You safety? He said, I'll play them all. He said, it doesn't really matter. He said, defensive coordinators don't want to play 2 safeties. They want to play 4 corners and a safety. And I was like, you, sir, understand where the NFL's going.
But I'll be proud to announce with the 97th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select McKinley Jackson, nose tackle, Texas A&M.
Oh, interesting. They announced him as a nose tackle.
Yeah.
Because I thought he was one of those guys who could kind of flex between both, right?
Yeah, he seemed – I mean, he's big, right? He's 327.
No, he's a very similar frame to like Christian Boyd, who I see as like a nose who could also play 3. Yeah. And I think McKinley was a little bit of both.
Yeah, to me, this is – we'll pick the big, strong guy from the SEC and figure it out.
Is he going to replace DJ Reader? No, but that's because pretty much nobody in this class could replace DJ Reader.
You got to take some of those snaps, right?
You need
it's the same
somebody.
As Aaron Donald. It's like, are any of these guys that the Rams pick going to be Aaron Donald? No, but the aggregate of them might be close.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody in this class could replace DJ, but he's got the body type. That's for damn sure.
All right, 3 picks left. Steelers pick is in.
Big talks for $10. Love the content. Bears got one more pick left. Do you think they're going to go D-line or O-line, and who are some prime candidates? My first instinct is getting some kind of help on the D-line. Mekhi Wingo jumps to mind.
Sure.
Christian Boyd feels like it would just be kind of just another Dexter.
At this point, we're getting right up towards pick 100.
Yeah.
It's 22 picks away. This is not far. Could be Book.
Could be Book.
Could be Dorless. Like, if they're looking at it, if you told me...
Dorless would be great.
If you told me at 122 that they would have Book, Dorless, Wingo, maybe Mace on the board...
Statistically, you got a 25% chance of one of them being there.
We're only 20 picks away, right? Some of those guys you have to figure are going to race off the board on the beginning of day 3, but some of them are going to be there, and I don't think the Bears thought that Booker or Dorless were going to be there. They might both be there.
Yeah, I think the fact that those names are still not taken is a representation of how good this class is, by the way.
Yeah, or safety. Now, Bishop's already gone, but
Dadrion.
Maybe Rabbit's there.
Dadrion, Chicago fans would love Dadrion.
Any of those guys, right?
Yeah.
Mace would be tremendous at all 3 interior spots. Book would be great as a different style because Montez Sweat is power and Book is lithe, athletic, slashing, diving. Like, he's just a different guy.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you think Jaden Hicks fits?
They already have Jaden Hicks.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, no, they have Brisker.
It's like, is it just more of the same?
It's better. Like, I think it's better in certain ways. I really like Brisker. I think he's a great player. I think Hicks has even more range, right? And
well, he's a crazy athlete.
Yeah, I think he has even more range in terms of things he can do, but he does occupy the same spot on the field. Like, if you're saying, do you want to play Brisker and Hicks together, I need somebody that's rangier. I don't want Kalen Bullock, but you give me Rabbit?
Yeah, Rabbit will do.
Like, that would be great. Brisker and Rabbit, great balance. And there are other guys. Would have been Cole Bishop.
Yeah.
But he's a Buffalo Bill, and that's a great fit.
Brett, I sent a super chat asking you to say why Omar is the GOAT. I'm assuming you mean Omar Khan. Omar Khan is not fucking around.
Nope.
He saw the
He's got
damage.
A mission.
Yes, he saw the damage that not having an offensive line did to this team.
Yeah.
He saw that not having an offensive line ruined basically 3 seasons in a row, wasted some really good defenses. And so he said, we are done with that. We're taking Broderick Jones. We're coming back the next year. We're getting Troy Fautanu. We're getting Zach Frazier. We're getting a slot receiver in Roman Wilson. I think he's crushed it. Oh, speaking of, let's see what Omar has.
With the 98th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Peyton Wilson.
Oh,
there it is.
They did it. Kiko Alonso. Okay.
Oh, man.
In
What
more
a
ways
pull.
than one.
What a pull.
In more ways than one.
Yeah, having a knee that's
and a
built like
shoulder.
pulled pork. Yeah.
Oh, man. I love Peyton Wilson's tape. He is explosive. You see the coordination here with the pick. He's got great eyes. Super fast. Hit 23 miles an hour on the field in pads. GPS data. Look at him just fly and dive. Like I said, if you had Adisa Isaac and Peyton Wilson on the same team, there would never be a backside run that succeeded. They'd run them all down. You'd never get out of the backfield. Can rush the passer, TFLs, plays the pass very well. Just all over the field. Super impactful player. Reminded me of Caleb's tape in terms of impact of like how many notes I made per quarter.
Yeah.
Like some guys, it was like, oh, he did this. I got a couple notes per quarter. Peyton Wilson, I would end up with like this many notes for a quarter. It's like he did this, took on this guy, ran around this guy, blew this up, forced a fumble, knocked a pass away, and you're like, oh, now we start the second quarter. You're like, dude, that's a third of a season's production for some of these guys. And he had it every half. It was ridiculous.
Hockey's our resident Steelers fan / community manager.
I didn't know Hockey's was a Steelers guy.
Huge Steelers fan.
Okay.
Says Omar seems to love taking the damaged high-end guys.
Yes, he does.
Because he got Darnell last year.
Yeah, no, I
think in the same general... Trice.
Yeah.
Right? Peyton Wilson.
Yep. No, and,
we
at this
can
point,
rebuild him.
At this point, at 98, it's... You've gotten to the point where value pays it off.
2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Cameron Kinchens.
Nice.
Okay.
Very solid safety out of Miami.
Again, he's a little bit like Newman, less so, but a little bit like Newman in the sense that when he gets to his spots for turning the ball over and having ball production, it's really more about instincts and just having quick eyes more so than having quick feet and bursts, which I think there's value to that, right? Because if you understand what you're looking at and you take your first step faster than the guy that runs 4.3, you still might get there at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think about safeties that have not had, top-end twitch or top-end speed, quite frankly. Kevin Byard, who now plays for the Bears, which is why they're not hot to take a safety, because he's going to be the guy that starts, as a veteran guy. He's not the fastest guy, right? He ran high 4.5s, low 4.6, but he was smart enough and saw it quickly enough that he was super effective. He was in the right place at the right time. Cameron Kinchens reminds me a little bit of him in the eyes. He is a bigger hitter, especially coming down here near the line of scrimmage.
I wanted to look it up because I wanted to make sure I had it right. Justin Simmons. You know when he ran?
Justin Simmons. 4.64.
4.61. Close. But Justin Simmons is really smart.
And really good.
And really instinctive. And you're still going to get there.
Yeah. So Kinchens is really interesting. 5'11", 203, 52 tackles. Missed tackle percentage a little high. Getting up towards 14%. Didn't love that part as a safety. Not a ton of TFLs. Lot of coverage. 354 coverage snaps. Was only targeted 34 times in 354 coverage snaps. So in the right place a lot of times before that.
With the 100th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Luke McCaffrey.
Oh, just fill out the wide receiver core. Okay.
He's a tough kid. Really tough.
Yep.
Like almost dangerously tough. As in, please have some kind of self-preservation skills whatsoever,
No.
kid. Like,
No.
he's God, who's Peyton Manning's receiver with the Colts? Where Peyton would just throw him these lollipops into the gates of hell, and he'd be like, "I'll go get it, Peyton," and he would just get fucking destroyed. I'm trying to remember the name, but Luke McCaffrey. Brandon Stokely.
Yeah.
He's like, "I got it." He just get folded in half. McCaffrey reminds me of him so much, where it's like, "Hey, man, you could throw that ball into the middle of the 405, and he's going to go get it."
I got it.
Austin Collie. The fact that Peyton has like 3 guys, Wes Welker,
we
Stokely,
need the
Collie.
sacrificial Peyton
Dude,
receiver.
Peyton got guys killed. People don't realize how many guys he got killed.
Yeah. But Cam Kinchens 5 picks. Not because he's got class-leading range or anything else, but he does have near the top of the class smarts as a safety. So he was in position for a lot of those, and it's because he saw it before it happened. So
Echo Warrior for $10. Thank you, Echo, once again. Did y'all see the Chris Ballard went off about anonymous sources ripping on 21-year-old players to defend Adonai Mitchell and called Rappaport's report of bad interviews bullshit? Interesting.
Chris will speak his mind. He has passed the point of caring.
He's got job security.
He is past the point of caring. He will speak his mind. He's done so for the last couple of years. And in this particular case, I don't think he's wrong. Like, the anonymous scout thing really drives me and you nuts. It's not so much that I need your name on it. It's that many of those stories, and we hear about a lot of them, are pure plants. They are planted to have a particular outcome, whether it is to push a guy up, push a guy down, cause some doubt, whatever it is manipulation.
Yeah.
It is not straight up. And that, to us, is the part that we find most troubling about that stuff. Not all of it is that way. Some guys who don't have job security, you said Chris Ballard has job security, so he can speak out. There are a lot of mid-level college coaches that don't, and they can't afford, quite frankly, literally, monetarily, to go on record against a guy in their program. But they might not like the way that guy was treated, things that got swept under the rug, accommodations that were made for him, whatever. And so it's their way. It is not a just way, but is their way of saying, hey, there's more than meets the eye here. Everybody's saying one thing, trying to get him drafted in the highest possible spot. I have an alternative perspective to that.
It's a dirty business. The longer EJ and I have been in it, the more we've come to understand. It's a dirty business, and that goes for the team sides. That goes for the agent side. That goes for the news side, especially.
And we're not saying that everybody in it is dirty. What we're saying is a lot of people are like, man, I just want the inside scoop. I was sitting here saying, why didn't you send me the Javon Sanders? Like,
and I want to clarify, by the way.
Yeah.
Jatavian Sanders, he's fine. Like, he didn't do anything crazy.
Right.
He's not a bad guy.
Yep.
I'm not trying to kill the kid.
No,
I'm just
but there
saying,
are things that people have reservations about, which is why at his talent level,
it's stuff that Texas coaches were telling teams about, and in a tight end class like this, where there's 6 guys all right next to each other. That's the difference maker.
They're going to pick something else
again.
So we always think we want more information until you get it, and then you realize
it's like I could have done without this.
A lot of this stuff just complicates my evaluation. Some of it helps, right? But picking out the noise from what's actually true is very, very difficult. And for me, it's a new skill. Like, I didn't get any of that information before, I'd say 3.5 years ago. Like, nothing. I was just pure tape. It was much simpler. And I was really wrong on a bunch of guys because 2 years later, people would say, you didn't know? I was like, no, I didn't know. I just watched his tape. He's a good athlete. Oh, yeah, that would have had him 5 rounds down my board. Yikes.
Whether it's medical or
doesn't really matter.
Other stuff,
we had no access to any of that. Now we get some of it. It's not consistent. We don't get all of it for sure. I don't think anybody gets all of it. But yeah, realizing that there's a bent to things and that they are not released in good faith a lot of times is a difficult part of the business.
That concludes the 3rd round.
Whew.
Again, it's
a speed run through 2 and 3.
I still have one more super chat I want to get to.
Okay.
Nick for $20. Thank you, Nick. Not to say that the Ravens picks are bad picks, but I can't help but think they're missing out on a historic draft class. I don't know if they should be comfortable putting Nelson on the field with the amount of 21 personnel Todd uses. If you could pull up the Ravens draft class and read it off for me so far, just so I get full context of who they got. I know they got
Wiggins, Adisa Isaac, and Roger Rosengarten.
I like that.
It's 3 good players. I mean, you can argue about needs and how they prioritize them or didn't, but I like all 3 of those players. Like, I was high on all 3 of those players.
I like that.
Yeah, I was fine with Wiggins. And again, Coach Dan Casey put out a really nice tweet this morning talking about Wiggins and the difference between field and boundary in the Baltimore system specifically and where Wiggins is going to play and why he likes that fit. Rosengarten, we talked about at length when he was picked tonight, and Adisa Isaac we talked about a little bit. I think he was wildly underrated, mostly because he played next to Chop, not because of his tape. His tape was good. His production was good.
It feels this is the kind of class for the Ravens where it feels like we did the sexy thing last year. We got Zay. Let's pay some bills.
Yeah.
Let's get a talented offensive tackle. Let's get another edge rusher because we took a couple swings in past drafts that doesn't seem to have worked out. Because we have a guy that we took fairly high a couple years ago that's played like 100 snaps in 2 seasons. So let's get another one.
Yep.
We took a corner who's not our typical weight class, but he's really feisty and he's talented. Yeah, this kind of feels like a pay your bills type class.
And, I think there's always a temptation in the draft, any team, this is not a Baltimore-specific thing, to go, man, my team left meat on the bone. There was things they could have taken. Like, I do that every year with the Bears. Like, first 2/3, not saying that. The tackle pick, yeah, okay. Like, it's fine. I don't dislike it. Do I think there were, what you were saying, racier picks available or what I think are higher value picks available? I do, but that's always how it is. It's always a mix. This feels pretty right down the middle of the fairway to me.
Pretty right down the middle of the fairway.
Yeah.
It's a Ravens draft, which means everybody's going to look at it and be like, and then you're going to look up in 5 years and they're all still going to be on the team. And you're like, oh, shit, okay.
Yeah.
They're pretty good.
I actually like I would have said I like Nate going to the Ravens a little bit less because it's the Ravens, just fit and player. Adisa a little bit more because it's the
Ravens. All
Ravens.
Balances out.
And Rosengarten, like I was pretty much going to like him wherever he goes. I think he's just fine with Baltimore. He's going to be good.
Overall, fun day 2.
Yeah.
Still a lot of very good players on the board. I hope you all come back to join us for day 3 because we're going through every single pick of day 3. We're going to see where Troy Franklin goes. We're going to see where Brandon Dorlus goes. We're going to see Malik Washington, Taj Washington, Javon Baker, Mason McCormick, Garrett Greenfield. Let's throw Solomon Byrd out there. Let's throw Jalen Wright. Let's throw all the quarterbacks, all the tight ends, Jatavian Sanders, Theo Johnson, all of them. We got a bunch of linebackers. We got Mekhi Wingo.
How about the Theo Johnson smoke that really just propped up in the last 2 weeks? Like, I think he's TE2. I think he's going to go in the 40s. I was like,
he's really athletic. You could have sold me on 3rd round because of how freaky he is.
I was like, okay, you're on your own there. And that stuff happens every year. It's why this is an interesting event, interesting process. It's why we love it.
Never know.
Why we hope you love it and you'll come back and hang with us because although you have many options on day 1 and 2, your options decline significantly on day 3. Not many people put in the work to be able to go all the way through round 7. That's what we're here for. We're all about it. So
it starts at noon Eastern tomorrow, by the way, which means we go on at 11:30 Eastern, so 8:30 our time.
Yep. Up and at 'em.
We're going to grab our breakfast, grab our coffee, immediately start the stream, and basically be on for
most of the day.
Most of the day.
Most of the middle part of the day.
So, hope you guys come back tomorrow. Again, thank you to Underdog. If you guys want a $100 deposit match, you can find that at the QR code on the screen. EJ, let's go get some dinner.
Woohoo!
See you guys later.